ですよね。メインズを見てる時もあれば後ろを見てる時もあるので、相当前へのプレッシャーが強い。
さあ手前分断ですね。この構成だとサポートが飛んでいくことはできないので、ここでミリア崩されましたね。
小太郎の前に残っていた一つに触れてしまった。
小太郎、弾かれた。少し時間を置いてのキツネ走りといったところで一気にアライズがエリアに侵入していきます。
さあただここでオーバークロック、
さあオーバークロックを抜いたフォーファック、ここに対してワイドットがアルティメットを抱えている状況ですが、さあオーバークロックを抜いたフォーファックが暴れました。
オーバークがあまりにもフリーディールすぎる。
いやーこれはやりたい放題。
コースターからのラッシュみたいなのをやってるとは思う。
うわーニコキャスリー、
なんだこれは。いやこれはギリギリまだ耐えられます。そして龍拳です。
さあこの間にワンキルもぎ取っていきました。
ヒラリーを落としました。そしてかなり最前線で控えていますアニちゃんに対しては風切りでしっかりと捉えていきました。
さすがのハイテーラウェイですね。1人で3キル、
追加のキルまで生まれています。
素晴らしい忍者。
止まりやすいですからね。
さあ龍拳に対しては一度スタンを食らいながらも、
あとこれ
は竜の中、竜の中でした。
竜の中に入っていました。
龍拳で竜同士光り合ったんでしょうか。そしてここから C2 上げてきた3人抜け
生かして、まずは僕にプレッシャーをかけてからってところなんですけども、
フックオーバークロック、引っ張ったモンスルに守りの形を整えていきます。
ただナノブーストプレッシャーはあまり機能せず、逆にクキがキルを
しましたね。さあ前のめりに行きます。
いやーこのドゥーンフィストコピーはかなり刺さる。
さあこのダブルタンクシスマウガとドゥームフィストが襲いかかってくる。これは悪夢以外の何もない。しかしどうだ。
いやこれは溶かしきる、逆に
切りましたね。誘い込んだかむしろ。しかもダブルキル、一気にセカンドクリア。
いや素晴らしい立ち回り。
さあしかし正面の当たり合いではバレルの方がダメージ上回っています。そしてクラウド、
またクラウド、あれもうクラウドのキルで今のところ全て
そう待ってますよ。
クラウド
クラウドと重ねていきました。バレルチームキル、そして左からこんにちは新戦です。
苦しいですね。まだパンティアルティメットほとんどビルドできてないので。
きたー上から、
これはいいキャプティブさん入れた。
夜明けの光に続きました。
さあ
そして残党狩りもお手の物。
これは完全にクラウドゲーミングですね。
間違いない。
今日のバレルは
今のところプレーオブザマッチです。
苦しい状況をこじ開けたのはアイドッツのデスブロッサム。
いやただですね、今これリスポンが圧倒的にレバティ側に近いんですよ。アライズ側は人数をかけているので、
さあなんとか命はつないだが苦しいのは依然アライズ。
アライズはかなり苦しいと思います。これは
さあこれが最後のウェーブか。お互いにアルティメットがないバニラ状態。
これドゥーム
まもなくレストのサウンドバリア上がったがハリーワンキル。
さあこれはサウンドバリアが
さあハルテン、ここはレストのカウンターのサウンドバリアが間に合った。さあこれは千載一遇の好機。しかしホファックがなぜかワンキル。
いやただアスターもこうキルしてる。
さあアライズ残り 7m 詰め切れるか。
ただこのマウガが解けない。
このマウガが硬すぎる。
時間を稼がれるとまずいぞ。
どうにかしなければいけないが、無慈悲のサウンドバリア重ねての傷走り。そしてゲージ入ってもたまった。
さあ後ろからマウガが寄ってきている。
さあこのハリーのオーバークロック、なんとかワンキル生み出したい。生み出していくハルテン。しかしワイドットのデスブロッサム間に合ったアライズ残り 3m。 いけるのか奇跡の大逆転。アライズプロジェクト成し遂げた大きな一勝。
いやしかも追加で抜いている。
残党狩り押し引きの判断というのがインソムニア側に分があります。
これはリスマイまで制圧するような勢いですが、あれ
パビ
これ気づいているか。誰も気づいていないぞ。
これは致命的な C9 が
誰も気づいてない。
イ
ンソムニアどうしたんだ。
伝説の O2 ブラストで戦であったような。
後ろを見て。
さあカートが誰もカートに気づいていない。
誰もだったらここでオーバータイムが
なぜかオーバータイム発生している。
it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Welcome everyone to week 5, day 2 of Overwatch Champions Series Japan here as we get through the second one of last chance qualifiers and also the seeding deciders. It's going to be some packed action as we go through some good matches yesterday. I think same will follow tonight.
That's right. So today we do have that final match for Last Chance qualifier to find out which team is going to playoffs, as well as 2 more seeding matches that will then continue into tomorrow. So very exciting games today. And I think that Namekuji brothers, we're going to find out whether they're going to playoffs or not. And I think that the chances are likelier now than they were a few days ago, just simply because Arise Project looked really weak yesterday. So it depends on the form we see from them. We see if Dan1 shows up, if he's going to be playing tank or not. That's a pretty big deal here for the squad.
Yes, Pandia, of course, there will be a match with the winner from Namekuji Brothers versus Arise Project, but still Pandia already guaranteed their slot, basically. And the winner from this match, Arise Project versus Namekuji, will be filling the other slot from that 5th to 8th. We only have 2 out of the 4 advancing into the next stage, into the playoff. The top 4, they do have the seeding, but after the seeding, they will also go into the playoffs. So we kind of have top 6 out of the 8 after that moment.
Yeah, here's our schedule. That's all there is really to say about it, but
so much excitement coming out from Wolf today.
We do put this up every day to remind you guys like how the system works, but you're probably pretty familiar with it by now. And then our teams are split here in Seeding Decider and LCQ. We did, of course, have Nam already eliminated. So we'll see who else is going to get knocked out. Hayabusa as well.
Yes.
We're eliminated by Namekuji
I would like to
brothers.
see like Hayabusa like fade out from LCQ with the click. That would be a nice
cool
transition if we actually have that. So yeah, this is the map pool. As we talked about yesterday, Route 66 is in there.
Yeah, so we had some information yesterday that was incorrect about which maps were actually in. Route 66 is in fact in, and Dorado is in fact out. So I'm excited to see potentially Route 66 since it is actually real. This is an Asia-only specific map pool, and also you can choose the map type when you lose only once. Probably after we explain this in Korea on Friday, we probably won't mention this anymore, but just in case you don't know, this is how it works. So
yes, from the control, and Lijiang is gone, so that map, the most played map, will actually not be in the map pool. That's why we got to see Nepal twice, Samoa once yesterday. Let's see which maps are yet to follow, as we of course start with control every single time.
Yeah, and this is the bracket. So Pandia has actually swept their way through the LCQ.
Yes.
And so they are, of course, qualified. And then we'll see if Namekuji brothers can upset today over Arise Project and join them. That is the match that we were going to start the day, night off with. I said day, but it's 6 o'clock. So
yeah, we just started the night, 6 o'clock.
And here's the seeding decider standings at the moment, because the seeding decider is actually a round robin to determine seeding. So Varrel on top right now with their 3-0 victory. Insomnia did drop a game to 6 Blow, so they're second right now. And we will have that pretty exciting matchup today later on. So first, of course, the Namekuji brothers matchup against Arise Project. But Revati really need to turn that seeder decider around. As here's today's matchup, 6 Blow versus Varrel is the big standout. Our 2 top teams in OWCS Japan. Insomnia versus Revati could be a good one.
Yes, I think that's... yeah. Insomnia, I think, will still top, but somehow Insomnia plays better when they're playing against 6 Blow. And Revati somehow plays something off the regular course whenever they play Insomnia. So that was during the round robin, so we might see a different thing coming out from the seeding decider, but that has been the case. Let's keeping the story alive there. Let's see if Revati takes some maps off, as that is all going to matter at the end.
Yeah, it will matter in terms of the game score for seeding, so definitely a big one for them. They were able to beat Insomnia last time around in a 5-game series, so keep an eye on that game. And, you know, that's really today's matches. So starting lineup here, Dan1, he's back.
Dan1's back.
Zerafi going to be back to support substitute, so their substitute support player was playing tank. Yesterday we had Hadia and Y on the DPS lineup. They've also done some other stuff. We've seen XTN play tank as well. This team just kind of does what they want. And today it will be the standard roster, and that's a good look, unless you're a Namekuji Brothers fan, I suppose.
Well, you say this team kind of does what they want, and we're about to see Namekuji Brothers really doing what they want. As here, CC2, the Hanzo, well, sometimes off Hanzo, but if he's only forced to, Bambi, Nozzle, the Hog himself, and Menhera, Jisoo. This roster, man, this might be could be our last time seeing them for the season.
Yeah, it could be. We'll see if Basa comes in at some point, because he will not be starting today. It'll be Manhara. Loves to play his Life Weaver. And, you know, we'll see what they play. You see this comp on your screen right now. That is generally what they run. You know, normally when you
all maps, not just a specific map.
So in Japan, we don't have player portraits or anything like that. So the hero that you see is the player's favorite hero, the hero they like to play the most. So that usually doesn't necessarily end up being what they play. But for Namekuji Brothers, it does. As here's the week 4 stats, G-Clef, and looking pretty decent for Namekuji Brothers, all things considered, with the exception, of course, of the team fight win percentage being very low.
And also, teamfight win after first kill is significantly somewhat lower than a Rise Project. Usually after the first kill, you do have a very high chance of winning the teamfight.
Yeah, I mean,
but
especially
that's just what it is.
I think a lot of this comes down to the fact that their first kills are often from a Roadhog pick or a stray Hanzo kill, but then they don't actually gain control of those fights. So we're going to Busan. That is a very new and different and exciting map, G-Clef.
Certainly is, and a map for lots of Sigmas. Some Wrecking Balls, but I'm guessing it's going to be a lot more Sigmas coming out here, depending on where we go.
Is it a good Roadhog map, G-Clef?
Yes.
I have a feeling we might see some Roadhog.
I set that up nicely for you right there, right? Well, we'll see if that Roadhog can actually do some amazing work, because on Busan, for sure, compared to other control maps, you can't really see any environmental kills compared to the other maps here.
Yeah, definitely a little bit tougher to pull that off. We'll see what the answer to the Roadhog is going to be here from Arise Project, because they definitely know what their opponents are running here. No surprises.
All right, we're ready for Busan first control match between Arise Project versus Namekuji Brothers. The loser from this match will be knocked out from the tournament.
It's the comp with a Mercy.
That's a weird way of spelling kimchi. Isn't it usually CHI?
I've seen
KIMCHI?
What was it? What was it? CHEE? Yeah,
that's a kimchi.
Yeah, some people spell it that way. I don't do that. But
No, that's not the right one.
that's not proper romanization, is it? All right, so Arise Project here going to start off with Echo and Sojourn. This will allow them to outrange Nozzle's Roadhog, unless they're fighting, of course, on the point.
And lots of great points for this player, CC2, on that Hanzo. To be on that high ground, Bambi getting a first kill, easy.
Jisoo sticking with this Mercy as well, actually running this with Bambi here, trying to keep him alive, and continue that poke.
It's certainly working, as Bambi's still there. Why coming back from the spawn? Nozzle, the Hog. Let's see how many hooks that he can land today, as there are some squishy targets.
CC2 fails to get up the wall there, almost loses his head for it.
Nozzle! Didn't get to see exactly, but must have pulled a star right there. Some good trades happening. CC2 still up high ground, and with Nozzle staying.
I mean, this is pretty huge for Namekuji Brothers. They end up winning this fight here, have back point control. They're going to get this delayed kill onto Dan1, and Arise Project in a little bit of trouble here. And especially now they have this choke point controlled, it's really hard for Hari to approach, as long as Bambi doesn't overextend. Because if he gets knocked out of the sky, then that's a big problem. With the Mercy there, it works very well for Namekuji. See if they can hold on to this for the second team fight.
I actually like this comp a lot for the map.
It's better than the Life Weaver variant, I do agree.
Really fits well. I think Y has a tough job. Ooh, CC2 with that snipe. A start a little late on the rotation, as he is Zenyatta. But still the 4 members are remaining. Some better trade though.
And even though he dies, they end up winning the fight here as well. Although, could be a turn as Hari is still on the point.
Hari ready to strike more. Rail shot did not land. And here's Hanzo, the only Hanzo player out of all the league from Asia.
Lieutenant Nest here trying to get some extra work done, but may end up getting caught. Does get out as the res comes through. Now Lieutenant Nest staggered, and I think the idea here for Arise Project to stagger there, or rather to continue to fight, and ended up staggering them, as I was going to say. Hari does end up going down despite getting a trade back kill. As we're going to see the copy of the Sigma here, and Namekuji Brothers, all they need is one more fight here.
Yes.
They have the whole hog.
Wolf, but it's 85%.
It's happening, question mark?
Yes, 85% to nothing. And Adi, here's Duplicate. And Overclock coming soon, rotating towards the side.
Yeah, try and take the side
But
approach.
Nozzle already catching a star again. The slowest member on the rotation, and CC2 with the headshot to support. Gone from the field. Still has to try. There's a Dragon Strike. Flux, Overclock, Hadi. Needs more than a double. And we'll just be finishing over there. Bombi, CC2 with the cleanup. That is 100-0 win. For
Namekuji brothers, man, they played this comp really well this time around. Don't need a life lever to actually pull the Roadhog back on this map because the path and the approach is quite simple. You're not looking for big fishing hooks where you're actually way overextended away from your team, so there's not as much value from that grab. And then the Mercy here allows Bambi to play more aggressively and control the choke point. I think Jisoo playing this here, coming in for Basa Basa, ended up actually working out for them extremely well. And, you know, Mercy, not always a very mechanically demanding hero, but his positioning was good enough. And a star, man, a little bit split from his team. Not a lot of protection there for Arise. I don't want to blame a star. I think Arise definitely should have helped get him to the point safely. They did not. And he was punished for it multiple times there by Nozzle.
Yes, Nozzle just picking on the... Is that a Junkrat? Oh my god.
It's real.
We have a
Namekuji do what they
Junkrat
want.
and the Hog.
In pro play, Namekuji brothers.
I love it.
Most exciting team in OWCS.
Man.
Look at that. They even snipe Widowmakers with Zenyatas. How can you not love this team?
Insane play. Just one man down, but that's like a team fight lost already. Bambi. Yeah, Junkrat must be really good. Of course, there are walls off to the side. The speeder is not going to do much with that anti. Still survives somehow.
Yeah, but he did not get to contest the point during that time, and now the Widowmaker is back. Hari here looking for some picks.
Oh, Wise Tracer. And Hadi off to the side, just having 3 damage, and Namekuji. Maybe this is all coming down from that Junkrat.
Yeah.
We'll never know the exact damage.
Well, Bambi gonna be on Tracer now.
Okay.
And the Junkrat didn't quite work out, but obviously if you win the first fight, you might be able to make that one work, control the choke points, make it really difficult for Arise to approach. And now, instead, they're gonna look for a bit of a flank here. Bambi, not known for his Tracer, known for Echo and Echo only. And we'll see what he does end up playing, or how he ends up playing this.
Yeah, but in this meta, someone has to play that Tracer. I think Bambi is kind of forced to. Yes, this map is certainly not the best for Echo. One of the worst, to be honest. Nozzle stunned, but will be okay against the Sigma. No one actually attacking them.
Okay, CC2 getting some kills.
Here's a pull, and that's death of Sigma.
And that's going to be the flip to come through here. Namekuji brothers will cap this here at 61% for Arise Project. A star not able to build that Transcendence up. It's not doing a whole lot of damage here, so that's what they really need, I think, to win this upcoming fight. Jisoo doesn't have his yet either, but they will have positional advantages. You can see Hadi really struggling to actually get in here, chip away at this Roadhog. Nozzle just hooks and walks out of LOS. Once again.
And really keeping them in the choke as 10-1. I think looking for that Flux.
Great ult there from CC2 to delay.
Perfect place for that Dragon. Even has to drop the Nano. And let's see what they get out of it. DPS trade.
Oh, that
Hold
hook!
5. That's like maximum distance on that hook. And CT2 for that cleanup duty along with Jisoo. And after the flip, it has been Namekuji, but still 61 for Arise Project, not the worst.
Unbelievable hook there from Nozzle, actually, from that range. And the angle he got him there at was pretty fantastic. And that actually ended up helping and saving the fight here for Namekuji brothers, as well as CC2 just being so incredibly accurate today with those arrows. Now Transcendence will be traded in this upcoming fight. You have to imagine.
Full hawk from the distance. Nozzle just wants to clear and get some extra damage here as Arise Project going towards the bridge, not the main line.
As you save him, he's going to trance.
Yeah, right on that Flux. Still will be able to get a few kills along with it. And even the Deadeye, but he's pulled. At least Nozzle bringing a few along with him.
Take a nap.
Okay, Bobby's still alive.
Nozzle's making this work, man.
Hold
This
up.
is incredible. Namekuji brothers
Hold
making
up.
it work. They're going to win this first map. It looks like G Club. Recall comes through, and great hook onto that Deadeye there. even though Lieutenant nested a nice purple, I mean, who can get to the point here? Dan1 underground here on the Doomfist should be
Man,
able
how
to
he just went
touch.
down. That should be it. And without the Tracer, just 3 left. Dan1 is touching with the Doomfist, but he's gone. Lieutenant Ness not caught in the hook. But what really matter? As that is 2-0, straight 2-0 win for Namekuji. Namekuji with 35% prediction from the fans.
They make it happen, G-Clubs. 35%, but 100% all of our hearts. And like that was a really great fight for Arise Project because the purple did actually connect there during the Transcendence. And it looked like, okay, that's going to be enough. Like they almost killed Jisoo. And so he's down at like 10 health. He pops Transcendence when the Flux comes out and the purple hits. And then it's really well angled by Lieutenant S there. And then they end up getting those 2 kills. But a whole, not a whole hog, a hook onto the ulting Cassidy there ends up being massive for them, shutting down the Deadeye. And then he just survives for so long on the point, gets several other hooks, helps take out the Sigma. And the hook accuracy was just so incredibly high for him on this first map. It's a good sign for them potentially getting the upset and going to playoffs.
And also if there are that many not moving, but slow moving, like Sigma without the barrier, he's pretty slow, vulnerable. Zenyatta also very slow, easy target, unless he's going somewhere else.
Especially if he's not being escorted, like his team just left him out there
Astara
behind.
was just left alone. No peel from the tank or the DPS lineup. And even the DPS lineup, they were having a tough time
Yeah,
for
they
some
really
reason
are.
today.
And it's really strange, too, because with the comps that they had, they should be able to outclass the Zenyatta. They had the Cassidy, right? They had the Sojourn as well to outrange. And they weren't able to kill consistently the Echo because we did see the Mercy come through. Now, I wonder if Basa Basa will sub in moving into the second map here once we find out what that's going to be, as they've been told we haven't yet. But once if Basa Basa comes back in, they might run back to their old composition. But if they keep Jisoo and maybe we see some more Mercy, I mean, I'd love to see it. It was pretty interesting, very experimental. They played a little bit of Mercy Pharah earlier on in the season as well, which didn't go so well. But at least against Arise Project right now, who've really been slumping, something's going right with this team. They prepared well.
They did.
And I mean, I just who doesn't love Namekuji brothers? Like it's just
Arise Project. I guess
right now, I guess not.
Will be the only set of people who doesn't like them because I think Arise Project, they should have been back in form, but not completely that I can say because Dan1 back in tank, but it still feels like to me that Arise Project is a team from yesterday. And the coordination is just not there. Even bringing the Widow, I think the Widow was to actually get the snipe onto Hanzo, who has been making some of these crazy headshots. And even the Widow was losing against the Hanzo.
The Widow was losing to the Zenyatta. So that's not what you want to see. I am guessing that we are having that substitution of Basa Basa or potentially even some on the side of Arise Project since we are still here.
Yeah, maybe XD in for some hit scans.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, that definitely would make a lot of sense.
Or Zerafi going back to tank.
No. I mean, Hadi has been pretty good overall this season.
Yeah, on Sojourn mostly too.
But sometimes you have a bad day. And so, like, it's very rare in esports actually to see a substitution based on a player's poor performance on a day, but we could see something like that. You know, like in Overwatch, generally a hero composition reason why you see a substitute come in for a certain map. Not usually based on player performance, but the performance was not there. So could be a thing.
Yeah, could be someone else that we haven't really talked about either. And also, just thinking about the map here, Arise Project, I really don't think they want to go to Midtown, some hybrid, because there's that echo pressure. I think Bombi won that hard. And there's also, unless Jisoo is subbed out or we have different members coming in for the support line of Namekuji, I think it's a safe idea to stay away from hybrid, maybe bring us to some push or flashpoint. Might actually be a better idea. To have this longer, dirtier fight, I think Arise Project has a lot more percent of winning. Compared to these just skirmishes that you just cannot bring Nozzle down, the focus fire just wasn't there for AP at all.
Yeah, I feel like Midtown and Numbani are also pretty good options for Arise Project. Is anything where you can sit on high ground and pick away at the Roadhog where you're fairly safe. I think we could see some strong defenses from them. I think Namekuji brothers have really struggled at specifically hybrid maps. And I mean, I think we've done a little bit of what map are we going to discussion. We've done a little bit of like, oh, what's going on here?
Yeah,
Like,
I'd love to see some Route 66.
now
That's
we're doing,
the map.
I'm just telling you guys, we're doing a little bit of a time buy right now because I don't know what's coming up next. Like I don't know.
And we actually did not get
weird.
any updates on the roster either.
Yeah,
so
we're in,
we do not know exactly what's happening.
Score purgatory right now. The score is down there. It hasn't changed. Oh, it went away.
Is there like a maximum limit of like a time bank of how long you can choose the map from and the substitution? It should be like a couple of minutes though,
There
right?
probably is a rule for that, but it looks like the rule might not be needed because we're going to Havana.
Havana Escort.
So
Okay.
Havana ends up being a pretty interesting choice here. I think you could play a lot of Widowmaker on Havana, especially on the early parts of the map, but it's still decent for Echo. Can be very strong for Roadhog as well on some of the corners where you actually end up pulling someone in they can't escape. When we get to the second point, I think that's where the Roadhog is really going to start falling off though. So I think on defense, Namekuji brothers need to have a very strong point A defense.
Yeah, I think this is just a snipe. Giving some room for Hanzo, I think Hanzo is doable. Nozzles, Hawk, certainly a good map, but I wouldn't actually say it's the best map because it's actually open wide. There are a lot of angles he could be shot from. Let's see. This is just choice of Arise Projects. The loser from the previous map will always choose the next map going forward for the entire day. Let's see what happens as Namekuji brothers are leading the series 1-0. Let's go into Havana.
Don Rombatico, what a legend of his time.
Oh man. Will forever be remembered.
We will never forget him. Or these mechanical things that seem to have liquid
It's
in
a
them.
coffee room machine.
Oh, thank you, G-Club. I wasn't sure what it was.
I actually have no clue what it is.
Looks like you can make some real fancy coffee with that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so
I would love
attack
to get
first
some.
for Namekuji. They're actually going to put Bambi on the Sombra. At least that's what it's looking like here.
Yeah,
and keeping Jisoo on this Mercy.
Yeah, no substitutions.
I don't know if the Sombra stays or if they swap off of it. Looks like they are going to keep it.
Okay. The Venom. Trap triggered, Hardy. In a dangerous spot. I believe that was Bambi striking on it.
Okay, flank here for Bambi. Let's see what he can get done in this back line. Not
Fancy
building a whole lot.
footsteps. You need the translocator.
Okay, not a greatest attempt, but you know,
Well,
it gets a Widow off high ground.
Got some attention away from the back line. I think that's about it. Got the field out. That's an early good hack onto Sigma. Oh, that's been there for a
This has
long
been
time.
a pretty slow push, and the Widowmaker hasn't really gained much line of sight. Now finally has it up here on the high ground. Let's see what
Oh,
Bambi
here's
can do.
Sombra again.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bambi's not really going for a direct kill, as it can be tough.
Yeah, but he's
Just-
getting a decent amount of damage done. He's building EMP. He slowed this push down significantly, but
Yeah, this feels like somewhat of a Junkertown map from yesterday, as we have the tanks around the payload. Someone is coming through long range.
Hadi.
Yeah, looking for the supports. Not yet.
Okay, this is a very awkward spot now for Namekuji brothers. Cannot get out of that building.
Oh, that rail just did not hit. And here's CC2 with the strike.
CC2 is so on point, man. He keeps hitting these headshots.
I'm
Goodbye.
telling you, man, Hanzo's good.
Hanzo's good, so is Roadhog apparently, because Nozzle is just going to continue to hit these hooks, and that might actually be A.
Oh, that hook.
And Bambi, like, he has not finished the EMP. That's how dominant Namekuji brothers have been. And Bambi has basically, like, annoyed Hari slightly a few times, and that's about it, and Y as well. But, like, he hasn't, you could tell the fact that he doesn't have an EMP, and this was nerfed, of course, on this patch, but the fact that he doesn't have an EMP and they pushed to A means that Namekuji brothers are basically winning this 4v5.
Yeah, that was one fight to end it all.
Yeah, and now, I mean, he's going to have EMP here for the next fight. Bye-bye.
Oh.
You never know where Nozzle's coming from. It's Nozzle time, G-Clef.
It's always Nozzle time with Namekuji brothers. The field, okay, got that whole hog to finish. He would just press the big button and just keep on going.
He's just popping off,
I don't think that was fully required by Nozzle, but you made a good use of it, so I'll
Bambi's
say
like,
yes.
well, I would like to do something in this game. As CC2 is just killing people, Nozzle's getting hooks, the healers are keeping Nozzle alive, and Bambi's like, well, I have EMP, should I use it? And Nozzle just doesn't answer because he's too busy hooking and then killing someone. As the card is just moving, it's a solo push here right now. EMP not going to come out here. He's picked.
Yeah, CC2. Always trust on his shots. That's a good heads coming through. Finally, there's a kill onto the higher ground. Someone has to contest the Hanzo. But in the meantime, Nozzle just grabs another.
EMP comes out.
Oh, that's an EMP for the team fight win. Bambi.
The answer to the Hog is generally staying away from him and trying to win with range, right? And I think that Arise Project here are really struggling to figure out how to best do that, as that was a great Immortality field, will actually be super high value. Everyone's going to get healed up, and then they will take out that Tracer. Y struggles there, but that's going to be the cap coming through. But they're just not able to utilize their range here, and I keep seeing Dan1 like jump down on top of Nozzle. I'm like, well, that's not what you want to do, especially when you're losing the fight elsewhere. As this Junker Queen will definitely be a much easier pick to pilot into the Hog than the Sigma.
And Matrix, the hook does not land this time, so Dan1 will be safe. But Jungle Queen, I think it's another tank that can be brought down easily after the hook. So here's the gather and some save from the field. And some power-ups from Hadi.
This is where it's going to get really hard for Like we mentioned, B should be pretty hard because of the high ground there. Now it's just a wide open space for Arise Project, and Nozzle doesn't really have much he can do to hook people. You saw there he had to even get the Immortality field from Minhara to actually get forward and try to look for some.
Yeah, that's why we see Bambi switching back and forth between... He thought about Echo for a couple seconds. There's a Dragon Strike on the main road. Here's Nozzle. Hold off for the damage, and also to push off. That's a hook!
These hooks are insane! Force a sound
Oh, the
barrier.
beat barely keeping them alive. That was almost a done deal, but Nest. That beat for the save, and Hanzo's brought back immediately. Jisoo, the reason why you bring Mercy, but still Hanzo is providing so much. That Nozzle is still alive, and everyone on the payload. This is Arise Project getting destroyed.
Yeah, and why some erratic firing there, not really choosing a target and sticking with it, just trying to maximize damage overall, but with the rest of his team falling apart there. I am shocked Namekuji brothers won that fight, but it's off the back of Nozzle's first incredible hook there on the high ground that gave him the edge in the first place. Sound barrier forced. I mean, Arise Project cannot deal with Nozzle today. I mean, they handily dealt with him last time, 3-0. Like, it was not close. This time they are just getting absolutely crushed.
Yeah, now there's an option with the Rampage, but you can only go forward. If you don't go forward, you might just be stuck on one of those pillars.
Yeah.
And you're also isolating yourself if you go forward from the choking point. So it has to be a full dive with the team from Rise Project. Oh, the hook! That is painful. White tracks back with the pulse bomb. There's a Rampage on 2 members, on Nozzle and Minhara.
Yeah, but the Immortality field is good. At least get Minhara here. This might be enough to actually finally stop this push.
And with the pulse, hold on. CC2. The Dragon's out. Bambi got one more, and the second.
CC2 lives,
And the chase
card
is
rolling.
on, but this payload is getting closer.
Silly Har, you can't deal with the Roadhog. Not Nozzle's Hog.
He's just not being brought down. These fields are just so clutch, saving him all the time. And part with 2 members, no one can actually come because of this whole hog. Everyone has to be away. Someone has to touch.
Full Hog is expired.
From the distance, we'll be getting one more. Y dead. Then one back with Doomfist.
Nozzle buying so much time for his teammates to rejoin here, but Hari still has line of sight. They've got to kill this Hog.
And 2 meters. I think that's going in.
Oh my god, Chico, they just cannot kill the Roadhog. He's got an Immortality field. He's got heals coming through from Minhara. He's got Jisoo constantly tossing those heals in as well. The left clicking on him basically non-stop. He's got his own heal, and if he's not purpled, I guess he's not dying, as they're just not able to hit enough consistent headshots on him with the Sojourn there. Like, I cannot stress enough that the comp that we have for a Rise project is actually pretty good into what they're running. Like it should be able to win. It should be able to at least, you know, after getting kills, win those longer fights. But Nozzle is just not missing with these hooks, and he's able to single-handedly just turn these fights back around despite wins for a Rise project early. And it's just because Nozzle is given so many resources by his supports. And yes, it's a 45-second time bank here.
47 minutes.
Like, you think they could beat it on overtime in 45 minutes? Yeah, 47 times.
And that's not even the right number.
Yeah, no, it's 47 seconds.
Still, I think it's really hard to get the third on this map too.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I think a Rise project can still finish this. We can still go to extra innings, but like I said before, the A is the strongest point for this Roadhog here for Namekuji brothers, and if they have a strong defense here, even if a Rise finish it and the time bank goes low, maybe they just win the map, man, and take a 2-0 lead. This is one of the best performances we've seen from NB all season long, and Nozzle at the helm. Let's see if CC2 can get an opening kill.
I haven't seen a Hawk player this good in a long time, and I'm talking years in pro play.
It's been a while since the pulled pork meta. Very different than this, though, of course, in Overwatch 2. This is actually all skill, unlike the pulled pork meta where it was an Orisa dangling people in front of the Hog.
Yeah, I remember even I had to play Hog back in those days. Well, AP here for the push. We'll see which target will be the first on that hook. As Nozzle having one of the best games so far.
CC2 is also really playing well, and Jisoo with the Mercy gonna be able to keep him alive here.
Yeah, Mercy just at the right place all the time. Jisoo as he's powering up, there's the first hook. And the shout to keep himself alive.
Look at how quickly he just gets healed back up. Nozzle is just A-okay. CC2 is not, though.
Not this time, as Y will get a kill onto that Hanzo. Jisoo died for bringing back the Hanzo alive. But that's the damage when the payload is still pushing, though. So we'll see how this goes, as Nozzle, I think he's still looking for some more angles to pull. But as you can see, a lot of low members because of that Mercy dead. And CC2 knowing that he has to do something after the touch.
That should be the cap coming through. It is going to be 5 minutes and 5 seconds here. So really good time bank for a Rise project now. And Namekuji brothers here in kind of dire straits with this time bank and lack of control here with the staggered death there we saw at the end for CC2. Not able to really get control of where they want to be. You can see it here with Nozzle's position right now, how little and how limited his options are. He's just trying to poke, and poke Roadhog is not the Roadhog we want to see. As they are finally going to be able to group out here to now contest high ground.
Second half, certainly Namekuji not feeling the same. It's Bambi, even for the second point, bringing down Echo.
Oh, still gets hooked on the hurry. How is it happening?
And here's the pull. Exactly when you're about to hit that overclock, Astar will still press that button for the Kiriko rush.
Nozzle has got to go down in the greatest hogs in Overwatch history. Like, he's going to be on the list, man. And that actually wins him the fight. Now they've got control of this high ground. And this is when he can actually play the game again. And it gets a little bit tougher for Hottie as
KSG
well.
and Plankton better be careful.
Yeah.
Those tank spot for Team Japan. I don't know what's gonna happen after this much of an impact from Hog.
Yeah. Well, Nozzle is just... He's ready for more, man. He's up on this high ground. Look, is he going to hook the Tracer? I want to see that.
Anyone. Any opportunity that he sees. There's the
Love
Dragon.
The Dragon Strike damage would be fantastic. Look at this! Just look at him!
Oh, boy. They forced them off of the main grounds with the Dragon and has an easier hook.
Bye-bye!
Oh, here. That was the moment for Hari. The only moment in this game. And Bambi, the Jungle Queen, says, I got our own tank plus Nozzle for, and Hari forced to change back into Genji now.
They're just making these fights so chaotic, and the target selection is so poor for a Rise project that they've decided the answer is going to be Genji now. As Hari is like, I'm outraging him, but he keeps hooking me, keeps killing me. Where's the rest of my team's damage? Where's the focus fire of this Hog? Keeps getting healed up, and a Rise project stopped yet again. Hari, by the way, not a Genji player, not this tournament. Let's see what he ends up getting done.
Oh, it seems like Nozzle did catch Tracer. That must have been a hook. Well, with this competition from Namekuji, you can tell that they are looking for fights but it's not mostly on the payload fight.
Yeah,
Would
they're
be
super
dead?
far away from it, and this comp needs ults to be successful.
There was an opportunity to win though. And Bambi on Torbjorn, okay, I was gonna say. There's a rampage, but it was used.
Nozzle!
He
Look
just-
at that whole hog into the cancel to heal. And he just got a pick there onto Dan 1. And
Unbelievable, man.
they just are winning these insanely scrappy fights because Arise Project just can't figure out their target selection. They keep getting broken up. The Dragon Strikes from CC2 when they try to contest stairways, for example, those choke points have been fantastic and allowed Nozzle to get in and get some hooks. This is just good play. It's not a great comp. It's not meta. And Arise Project are forced onto whatever this is to the top left of your screen, which is not really a comp at all either. And they're trying to build a Dragon Blade to try to burst through the last part of that health bar, but they only have a minute 45 left. Ari, I think they should just try to take this as an eco push. I think that's their best bet, is to get the Dragon Blade and hope they can finally kill Nozzle.
Nope. Hanzo's gonna respond and say no. Here's the Dragon Strike once again. And we'll see after the chokes. I know where you're hiding. Nozzle checking things. Checking all the members of Arise Project since they need some extra time to climb up.
Is so patient and yet so aggressive at the same time. Just such a terrifying opponent to face because he will wait for the perfect moment. You don't know when he's going to strike.
There's a rush from a star in the window up top. And Bambi again winning that duel in the air with the Echo duel. Keeps on going towards Namekuji brothers.
Ari is about to have that Dragon Blade. They can try to layer the sound barrier with it to really force this, but they only really get one good team fight.
And the beam comes down
this
also
isn't
with
it.
another kill onto Tenon Nest. Might be it. About 42 seconds left now.
Okay, so this next fight is the fight for Arise Project. Otherwise, they're going down 0-2 as they are getting smashed by Namekuji brothers right now. No, Hottie gonna have Blade. Dan1 will not have his Rampage. In a longer fight, he might build it, but that is not gonna be your win con. His hope is to actually pull Nozzle towards Hari. Y needs to focus down. They need to, as a team, kill Nozzle. And nobody can get picked before this fight happens. If CC2 kills anyone, GG.
Yes.
Let's see that Blade, Hari.
15 seconds. Has to be barrier with the blade. And here it comes. All the way on top. Can you chase down the target? On the brother, Hanzo's gone.
He already killed Y though.
That's a trade, but Jungle King was able to get him in. Hera and also was not able to get that Genji. Will be saved
Push
just
him off
for
the cart.
time. It is overtime. He can get everyone off the cart. Hook misses this time. Jisoo also on. Back for Nozzle. Purpled. This might be the moment. Finally, the Hog is brought down after minutes of fighting.
Yeah, looks like they are going to win this fight. Although
Hold up.
Bambi said, has something to say about it?
Bambi in the air. Yeah, without that Genji, no one can actually contest this position. CC2 with a headshot. Namekuji
They're going to
coming
hold.
at big time. The post bomb
Dragon Strike, and that's it.
doesn't hit. Zones out, and Arise Project, another loss for them. Namekuji with 2-0 lead.
This is actually the best play we've seen from Namekuji brothers all season. And yes,
I do agree.
I will be honest with you guys. This is one of the weakest performances we've seen from Y and Hari. I have seen all tournament long. And I think the pressure is getting to Arise Project because they played poorly yesterday as well. Obviously, they didn't have their main tank show up. He's here today, though. They played poorly yesterday. I think the sink in right now for Arise Project of we might get eliminated from playoffs by Namekuji brothers right now is pressure. That pressure that they have is making them play worse. They're playing a little bit less coordinated. That Dragon Blade, while it did ultimately finally kill CC2, did not look great, G-Clef.
Yeah,
I think the DPS players are a little nervous.
Yeah, and Hanzo brought one with him before going down. And here's the thing, Namekuji, I don't think they're nervous because they keep on playing exactly the same as they always do in all maps. So they have less reasons to be feeling nervous on stage, and also it doesn't really matter what they're up against because they play exactly the same. They know exactly what to do. And today, Echo and Hanzo is just no contest. Hari and Y, they do some damage. There has been some kill feed, but it was just not at the same part level.
When I'm watching Y's Tracer, it's making me feel a little ill, like because he's zipping around and he's like almost killing somebody and then recalling, or he starts shooting at someone and then the Roadhog comes over and he's like, whoa, I need to get out of here. Then he changes targets. He needs to actually focus with his team. They need to be communicating, they be shot calling, or Arise Project might get 3-0'd out of this last chance qualifier, G-Clip. I am shocked at what I am seeing.
All right, we do have a break, but once we come back, we might have more coming from Namekuji brothers in the future, or a possible start of a reverse sweep. We will take a break, and when we come back, map number 3. And welcome back, everyone, to our first match of the night, the last chance qualifiers, and surprise, Namekuji brothers leading 2-0, 2-0, and some of the maps AP got 0%, 0% in control. That's a surprise for us, starting with that. And Namekuji brothers, I think there's a chance that they could actually have a 3-0 today.
I think you pointed out something really big when we were breaking down the second map, that is that Nozzle is playing Roadhog, CC2 is playing Hanzo, Bambi's playing Echo, and yes, the supports have been changed up a little bit here for this series so far, but what Namekuji brothers are doing is playing their comfort and what they are best at, and since the optimal counters aren't really being picked here for Rise, they had a decent answer, right? And the Ana looked really good, obviously, on Busan. But since they haven't really been able to find the best answer and they're not being successful, they're now having to run through different heroes and different compositions they haven't been practicing, they haven't been playing. You know, the Genji that we saw was not really it, and I think that element of the fear, like I was talking about, you might get dropped out of this tournament by the Roadhog one-trick team, is starting to stack up, and then you're not playing what you're best at. We will see a substitution here, which I think is warranted.
Ooh, XD as a tank.
Yeah, because XD, he did not play, or sorry, Dan1 did not play the greatest Sigma there on Havana, was really struggling and made some poor decisions. I think the pressure was real, so maybe XD can get it done here. I'm not super confident based on what we saw yesterday as well, where they put Xerafi on tank.
And XD is traditionally not a tank player either, so... But still, decision has been made from the team, so we'll see how this goes, as they also have the map choice along with this. So they must be having some type of a different plan than what we saw from Havana was certainly not working out. The first point, okay, but once we got inside the building, they just had no air control. That Echo and the Hanzo was not dealt with. And I believe Daewon kept on playing that Junker Queen for a very long time.
We're either going to hybrid or flashpoint or push, right? So okay, this is gonna be flashpoint. I feel like this is great for Namekuji brothers. I mean, you're gonna have to hit flashpoint eventually if you're gonna win this series, because now you have to. This is your last map pick. You have to reverse sweep and play 2 more Namekuji brother map choices in games 4 and 5 if you actually get the reverse sweep to go to playoffs here. But you could have played, for example, Numbani or Midtown, where you can have that high ground advantage on A. Now they can pick Eichenwald and play Roadhog there. Like the world is the oyster of Nozzle and Namekuji brothers now. So this is the start of what has to be an incredibly dominant reverse sweep comeback. So much pressure on a DPS player now subbed into tank here in XD. Let's see if Arise can get it done.
Must be thinking about some more Orisa or some good tanks coming up for Flashpoint. Here it is. Could be the match point for Namekuji in map 3. Maybe the start for Arise Project to come back in the series, but they need 3 in a row to come back. We'll see who ends up winning this Flashpoint. Let's go into map 3.
Tell your friends the Namekuji brothers might be making the miracle run to playoffs happen.
Yeah, make clips and tell your friends.
They won against Hayabusa. And now they made 3-0 the team that 3-0'd them in regular season to go. Would be absolutely insane.
That was only a few weeks ago. Doesn't even make sense. And we have a Torbjorn.
Okay, so Namekuji gonna try to control the point with Torbjorn and then have... This is actually pretty smart, because you want to put all your resources healing-wise onto Nozzle, and now you can just put the Torbjorn away from the turrets and control the point with that. And it's also going to throw Arise Project off. They have seen this now, of course. Hari once again on Genji, running the Genji Junker Queen with
Genji
XD.
Against the turret, some okay moments, some bad moments, but notice how the turret is all the way back outside. Namekuji, they're looking to sustain, and there's the turret gone, looking to sustain outside the gates and relying on Nozzle here to get a hook and get a kill.
Yeah, this
I think that's what they're looking for first.
Tough now. The turret is down. Needs to hit these hooks.
But someone needs to be close enough to Nozzle. Oh, XD was. And that's a second kill already.
Yeah, not entirely sure if that was a hook or not, but he does end up getting burned down there. And now Bambi is going to have back control the point with his turrets up. Control the choke and the entrance.
Oh man, Arise Project got 30, but that was only from the free point given from Namekuji.
Yeah,
despite another win for Namekuji.
they are going to be able to contest here on this next fight, but without a Dragon Blade. XDN struggling here in the tank matchup. See if Nozzle can continue to hold this point even without their whole hog. It looks like they're going to play a little bit back. I mean, it is Flashpoint, so you can get this cap much faster than Control, for example. Turret going to have to be replaced.
Yeah, once that Torbjorn has that ult available, will be worse. It is Flashpoint, one of the better ults to control the point capture zone. Heard that M Matrix going up. Rise Project just not in the right place as they're slowly rotating off to the side, and you can see from the rotation, they're scared of Nozzle's hooks.
Yeah, I think this is really just an eco push for Hari's Blade for the next point.
It's
to be honest.
94%.
And down goes the
Oh,
hog.
Hari! Oh no! Why actually? On Sojourn was able to strike once again. That was a close hook though.
Okay, I really thought they were just going to eco push that, but Y does commit the ultimate there and kills Nozzle after he is hooked. And now that is going to be the win here for Arise Project. Big turnaround for them.
Great dagger from XD. Extra kill on Hanzo. Now the hog is back.
Don't push this, XD. Just back off.
Almost goes. That was a close one.
All right, so if he dies there, they just push on the point and probably win it. Jisoo swapped over to the Solari, is offering a decent amount of healing, but tougher to make this work on attack.
Here's the considerate rush. And the Rampage with everything except for that beat. Still in hands of Lieutenant Nest and the Blade. Not required, and Rise Project will still win the team. Oh, there's a flip.
Back cap here from CC2, but don't think it'll necessarily mean anything. Molten Core, this is a crazy commitment from Namekuji. Don't know about that one, G-Cliff. I'm not entirely sure why Namekuji brothers...
fully cover the points.
Yeah. Okay, well, see if Bambi does swap here. I don't think he will, but the idea is... Okay, yeah, he is going to swap. The idea with this is like, okay, CC2 got the back cap, we put the Torbjorn ult down, maybe they messed it up, and then we end up getting the flip, Nozzle comes back, but obviously an expensive commit. But if you were planning on swapping to the Echo anyways, doesn't necessarily matter. And I think it's a wise choice, as the Torbjorn was not really working out.
Yeah, daggers coming out and the Blade with the beat. First to get Hanzo, Lari on the back, and Kiriko to follow. Some great moments on the start. Nozzle always striking one, but... Okay, Raj Project, finally it seems like they are coming back as a full form.
Yeah, definitely looking much better here on this map. And again, it's oftentimes very difficult to pilot Roadhog in this meta, but it was this time the Dragon Blade that opened it up, and that is the advantage they had ult-wise coming into this one. This is not really about comps, it's just about the advantages Rise Project had. Now, comp-wise for Namekuji, approaching is a tough ask.
AP having another really fast rotation with the ultimate start. That's 2-0. In terms of member gone. Namekuji, as they're oftentimes just spread apart, you just let this Hog do whatever he wants. First, take care of the rest of the team and win the team fight off of that. I think Rise Project has a pretty good game plan here.
Yeah, they have the Rampage available this time around for XD, so see if he can get a heal deny on Nozzle. That alone is probably enough to just pick him, as the cap will come through, it looks like here, but will they win the subsequent fight is the question. See if Nozzle can hold on this, because the Rampage is the big issue. If they focus down Nozzle, it can be really easy to win this fight, especially with Kitsune Rush.
From a star, for the start, XD going very low, does not press the button. Pylon gone on the back. Still with the copy, XD still trying to survive with what he has. But
Nozzle
can't go back into the capture zone.
Yeah, Nozzle's fine here. Whole Hog's still available. Now, XD did not commit his ultimate there. They just could not break through the choke point, despite a star dropping in that Kitsune Rush. Lieutenant Nest will have a sound barrier here, but this is going to be a tough one. Dragon Strike to delay the approach. And there goes XD. He's down. No Rampage.
I think he was trying to have an angle. CC2 just got destroyed next to the high ground with 4 members beat. That's without the Jungle Queen. They're still willing to fight against the whole Hog. Bambi's down. Okay, Hari finds one more. Both supports. Hook does not land this time from Nozzle.
Manhera trying his best to keep him alive here, but this should be a flip coming over for Arise Project here. With only 25% to go, I think Namekuji Brothers would be better set to reset here and group for the next point instead of trying to contest into Arise Project. They got the sound barrier, but you know, CC2 went for the back cap last time, and he may do it again, or perhaps look for a stray pick. Bambi's on the point.
Okay. Got half the gauge. Look forward that snipe. That wasn't enough from the Hansel damage. Here's a dive again from Arise Project. Does also have that blade. Might not be required, but let's see. Just the rampage from XT.
Yeah, just Nozzle trying to Doomfist his way back into this one and try to buy some time, buy some space, win that scrappy fight, but they will fail. And this is very awkward for Namekuji Brothers because it's a 2-0 lead here. They will not have point priority because they're staggered as they attempted to deny there the overtime take. I think it was probably not the right call. CC2 swapping over to Sombra. Again, we'll see if he can build a fast EMP here, but putting everything on the line. It's going to be one of the most ult-efficient ways to get back into this game, but easier said than done.
Hey, the biggest swap. Nozzle on a Doomfist. No more Hog. As you might be talking about a final point of the Flashpoint here with the blade. Again, Arise Project, quicker decisions coming out in Flashpoint after the substitution.
Yeah, and Hari getting the kill on the CC2 is the biggest part of this. I don't think there's any world where Namekuji Brothers win that first fight with this Doomfist comp unless they end up getting a pick because of the ult's advantage that Arise Project had. But now, they can approach one more time here. Building a lot of EMP would have been great for Namekuji, but they only ended up getting 35 here for CC2.
Yes, would have been great, but they went down way too quick. Yeah, CC2 building a little bit now. Nozzle on point, there's a punch. Onto Genji. There's some trekking back for Rise Project. Low HP members. Queen will be next to go. And more to follow after that. And that was a pretty good team fight off of nothing. No big tool actually used from Namekuji.
All right, so Nozzle swapped over this. Didn't want to swap back to the Hog because he didn't want to lose his ult charge. He does have a Meteor Strike now defensively he can use. And this is going to be the Genji swap off here for Arise. Doomfist is so good into Genji right now in this meta. At CC2, if he builds an EMP on this fight and they win it, that should be almost a guarantee on this round.
It's coming soon, 10% off as Nozzle. First beat from Lieutenant with the overclock. Y needs to score. But yet cannot find a big bullseye. And that's finds one, Doomfist down. And that's Sombra gone. No EMP for this fight. And Namekuji, they have one more chance.
Yeah, pulse bomb missing there from Bambi. And then CC2 picked here at the end. Built the EMP, but they didn't have the fight they wanted. So they will reset now. Sound barriers traded. That means there's no answer to this EMP.
Oh, XT.
That's massive.
He could also have one of the biggest rampage when you're coming towards this rotation. Not willing to... Ooh, Meteor Strike.
Okay, they're trying to make this into a scrap they can win.
Okay, Hari. It goes down. There's a rampage on
They're so far from the point. Someone is on it. It's got to be Bambi. It's CC2 actually.
Yeah, the Sombra calling everyone in for that EMP.
Ooh.
There it is on the both supports. And they do have some more extra damage. But XD still healthy. And that might just be it. Arise Project, they are back with the flip. And the third point should be coming through soon enough.
Yeah, that's going to be it.
There
Arise
it is.
Project will bring us to a fourth map of Overwatch G-Cliff. That was a very scrappy final point there. And I think that when the knife hit Nozzle, like in that moment, you have to make a split decision. Like you cannot think for even a whole second. Do I Meteor Strike here and we try to force this fight potentially into Rampage? Or do I potentially get killed, picked, and then we have to reset? We have no time. We can't do the back cap strategy. The strategy after that scrappy fight was started off was to actually then send CC2 to the point to force that EMP like you mentioned. And it was a decent EMP, but they were super split up. And the Doomfist comp kind of needs to be together if it's going to work out. If it was a different tank and you get those backline EMPs, maybe like an Orisa, you can actually probably win that fight. But they weren't able to do it this time around. And I think the fact that they had to swap over to the Doomfist was, of course, only initially because that he needed to have someone to get back to the point fast and try to contest.
Yeah, but
there.
it was the second point, not the third point, which was kind of a surprising factor for me. To have Nozzle on Doomfist before the third point hits.
Yeah, I think it was pretty weird the way that they hard forced a lot of those scrappy fights. It worked out well for them when they were playing the Roadhog and they had a ton of heals, and it was, you know, the DPS players weren't actually playing well on Havana. But now that it seems like they found their groove, Arise looking much better. So again, I think Eichenwald is a great choice for the way that Namekuji brothers are playing right now.
Oh yes, it's Namekuji
It's
pick now.
their pick, and Hollywood is one that we've seen from them in the past. I don't really prefer it for this composition, but it can be quite strong for for Roadhog. And then otherwise, you know, we do have potentially
push.
just push, right? Like Colosseo is probably where they'll take us if they do end up choosing push, but this is the problem for Arise Project, because now they have to play on 2 of Namekuji brothers' map picks if they're going to win this series.
Yeah, but even with the map pick, I think Arise Project, after the substitutions, did look a lot more solid. XD, for the first 20-30 seconds, it seemed like it was just getting gelled with the team. And right after that, something just clicked together. And then ever since then, the shot call from Rise Project was just a step faster compared to what they had been before. And it worked every single time. The Blade, the Beat, whenever that was ready. And when that was off, they also had the Overclock with the Beat or the Rush from the Kiriko. And whenever they hit that button slightly faster because the rotation into the point, whether it's Flashpoint or Control, it was always slow for Namekuji, right?
Yeah.
So striking that moment and Arise Project always landing that shot, I think that could be the factor for them to actually win the series today.
And like going into this third map, the situation was quite dire for Rise Project, right? They're about to get 3-0'd, they're going to drop out of playoffs, get 3-0 by Namekuji brothers. They weren't coordinated, and I think the fact that they come in with XD playing tank, shot calling gets better, they crush Flashpoint, win at 3-0. I think confidence got to be back for this squad. I think feeling a little bit less nervous, a little bit less tense. Now it is going to be, that was your map pick, and now you have to do 2 of the map picks of Namekuji brothers, but it does feel like this team has a much better grasp on the mental game, so to speak. So we'll see. I don't know what the map choice is just yet. Yeah, it's taking a long time again.
Either it's a substitution or the map choice is taking a long time for Namekuji.
I don't know why it's so slow today, but I guess tensions are running high between these two squads.
Yes, Namekuji with maybe a surprise map choice, they can actually just have one more win and win the series.
I'm going to confirm
that
there's no subs. Okay, I don't see any subs.
Don't see it. I think it's just the map choice.
Yeah. So again, like I said, Eichenwald is my #1 pick here. Then I would say Colosseo, and then maybe Hollywood.
Yeah, I think Hollywood's a really great choice. Looking for that, especially the first point, and leading into the second. I think they can just go back to Echo Mercy, which has been working really well, which was somewhat lacking in the Flashpoint, which is doable, but Flashpoint it's not as strong as you can tell from the maps. How that's designed. Unless it's
Rogue putting a Dragon Strike into a Graviton Surge, though I'm not a huge fan of Hanzo outside of A on Hollywood at all. I am very much curious though, and I just have to keep wondering because for some reason it's just not coming to Clef. We're in map purgatory again.
Oh really? Well, the Mani will be a big surprise. I would love to see one, at least one. I don't think it's going to be picked many times.
It's pretty terrible for Namekuji brothers, though. If they pick it, they better have a good reason.
Not
and
the
that
worst.
reason is not to just play Roadhog again.
Yeah, not the worst for a Roadhog, though. Not the worst for a Roadhog, as there are some choking points. But, of course, Sigma and even the Orisa will have an easier time breaking through near that choke point.
Yeah, I feel like it's a really good map for Hanzo. And
you know what?
CC2
It's
loves
always
to play
a
that.
good map for Hanzo.
If CC2 just hits headshots every time, it is. EMP build times for him have not been great. The Sombra is a smart pick in some of these situations. I don't know if it is his best pick. I don't think he's very comfortable on it. Doesn't look like.
Maybe we don't have a time limit on the map selection.
Yeah, they found a loophole, G-Clef. They're like,
the graphics gone. It's
wait,
gotta be
don't
the
get
map.
too excited. Just because the graphics gone doesn't mean it's map time. That's when the new graphic comes up. That's when it's map time. Now it's just no longer score time.
No update yet.
No update. So I don't know what's going on, guys, but I will tell you guys we're having a fun day. If you're tuning in late, Namekuji Brothers had a 2-0 start. This is the battle for the final playoff spot here in Last Chance Qualifier. And Arise Project, if they drop one more map, they will be eliminated. And it'll be Namekuji Brothers who steal the last playoff spot away. We came into this series today saying Arise Project looked a little bit weak yesterday, but they should still be the favorites, right? Namekuji Brothers came out strong the first 2 maps. Now Arise Project has bounced back, and they have the momentum now, but they will go into the map pick once we get it. Now, I've done my legal obligation of telling you guys every situation that we're in, the entire situation that we're in, the entire stakes, etc. And so, what games are you up to these days, or what games are you playing these days, G-Clef, at home? What are you up to?
Overwatch the second.
Besides that one.
Besides that
Playing
one?
any JRPGs?
Some gachas. JRPGs, old times? Yes, certainly.
Yeah.
Octopath? Yes.
Octopath?
Yeah, even the mobile version. I'm actually having a fun time. And that's mostly it. I'm just burning through some, of course, with the Cowboy Bebop skin. I'm playing some Cassidy these days, I gotta say. I'm playing more Cassidy than Hanzo.
I have been playing a little bit of Cassidy myself. I'm a big Cowboy Bebop enjoyer. All right. Numbani.
Numbani, okay.
All right, so here's what I think. First of all, I think this is a bad choice, but what I think Namekuji Brothers are going to do here on A defense is operate around the stairwell, stay on that high ground on the left side from attacker's perspective.
Yes.
And try to look for hooks there. And it's going to be really difficult for a hit scan to actually get into range of the Roadhog while he's standing there because there's a wall there, there's a staircase, etc. So really difficult for him to get punished in that way. But if they lose one fight there on A and then lose control of the cart, then it's going to be really tough to play Roadhog. So I'm a little bit concerned. And then on attack, for this Roadhog comp, good luck. I mean, he's been hitting some crazy hooks onto high ground targets. Like, he hit Hari when he was playing Sojourn like 3 times on Havana. So it is possible, just not likely.
Yeah, you can reach, but you have to come close to the distance. As you'll see, Namekuji Brothers still on match point, but Rise Projects swung the momentum big time in Flashpoint. Let's go into Numbani Hybrid to find out who the winner is going to be from map number 4.
Very golden.
As, man, remember this is also a map for Torbjorn.
That's true.
Since it's got its history.
It does have its history, that is for sure. The architecture of Numbani with that high ground around A.
Yes, on the staircase, the turret.
Yep.
That's a classic placement.
So it is attack first for Namekuji Brothers.
And Nozzle?
And unsurprisingly, they will not be running Roadhog because it's extremely difficult to play it on this map. So
and it'll take a long time for the Hog to actually get to the point.
yeah, so I think this is a wise choice. Just going to try to set up dive here on the high ground and get some idea about the comp. Know that it's the Ashe now.
Okay, going with the rotation. I like the rotation from AP early. And going back to the back line. Already finding some solution against Namekuji.
Lieutenant, that's
okay, double
way
support
too aggressive.
Dropping on the other side. We're seeing the action here.
Okay, they actually just win the A? Like, what?
No one's on point. They're just having this 1v2, 2v3 skirmishes.
Okay,
and Namekuji Brothers actually came on top with Doomfist.
That was very messy and not
Another
according to the rules of competitive Overwatch that we know, that we understand. But it is going to be a cap to come through here. Namekuji Brothers just steal it away. Now, why can't contest?
Hacked, and Tracer dead. Now D.Va is in for XD.
Okay, so this may force a big swap here from Namekuji Brothers. We'll see if CC2 just use this D.Va as a battery to build EMP, or if he's going to swap over to something like Cassidy or just play Hanzo into it, because the Hanzo can be quite strong into D.Va as well. Looks like he wants to stick with it. Okay, no, this swap back to Hanzo does make sense to me. As it is, in the old days, it's amazing to run Sombra into D.Va. In Overwatch 2, a little bit tougher, especially on this patch.
And mostly better into Wrecking Ball. So Bambi back, as you got plenty of space in the air. Even with the heal from Mercy, just not enough. Why with the damage, the low ground, Harry. Although CC2, Menhera, hold up. As they are indeed striking back, and a lot more kills registered from Namekuji, and this payload is pushing now.
Okay, so it looked a little bit rough there for Arise Project, to be honest, trying to contest that corner, because the D.Va is playing into this Hanzo. You have the Doomfist, and the dive, I don't even want to call it dive here, but the setup for Nozzle to actually come in and disrupt the front line while CC2 layers the damage in, and all his survivability is going to have with this Mercy. is spinning Arise Project for a loop. Now Meteor Strike, been ready for a while. See how he uses it. Probably just going to use it defensively. That's why he's pushing so deep here.
And look, forcing out so many skills by himself. Because Arise Project also responded, or expecting the Hog to come out.
I don't think this D.Va is the right call, G-Clef, at all.
Yeah, that's a mech down, and we might be seeing a switch real soon. Both DPS. There's a pulse bomb, but the field is there, and everyone is actually alive.
Nozzle's second best hero this season was his Doomfist. Like, he very rarely plays it right, but he's playing it super aggressively here on this map. And now we know why they picked it, because it's terrible for Roadhog, but he's just not going to play Roadhog. Now he's going to swap to Zarya.
And dude,
and they could just burn this mech
is Nozzle 2.0.
Yeah, man, this is a new Nozzle.
He's a brand new man.
He's playing
He's
all
evolved
the tanks.
in the LCQ.
So XD does not have self-destruct, so he needs to build that or he is just going to be burned down so quickly. He's going to play around the high ground now, harass here to build the self-destruct.
There's a rush from Star Bahari. In danger, there he goes down. Lost Mercy and D.Va doing some extra work. Oh, that's a good trade. Let's see if this, because Bambi is still on Ana. That's a duplicate.
Not gonna go down to his Echo again. Dragon Strike at the ready here, but they have to be so careful with how they use it.
And sometimes the Hanzo will actually go to the side and use it through the building. Has to be careful for that flank angle.
Nozzle has half of his ult here now, ready. Just charged up a decent amount of energy, as you can see here as well. Widowmaker not gonna feel great into the Zarya pushing corner. Dragon Strike's out.
Yeah, there's Widowmaker too, so Bambi not feeling the most comfortable. Bit of a trade on the supports. The D.Va actually doing a lot of job. Taking down both supports.
Yeah, XD, I mean, the D.Va was not working, but now he just keeps getting the back line over and over again. And that's going to be another staggered death here on the Bambi.
Some more trade, and Hanzo not in the best place. Still brings one down before he himself drops on the ground. Some good shots coming through CT2 all day long today. As Nozzle, this Zarya ready with the Graviton now. Don't really have the best pair-up, but the Dragon Strike not going to be
focus on
waited.
XD.
Just to trap down that Nano D.Va. Still not enough, just with the Graviton. I think that was way too early.
The team is just super split here, and Y and XD just keep getting backline access as Nozzle is trying to contest the cart. I think he should definitely swap. He is going to swap over to D.Va, so now he's really playing the whole tank lineup today, G-Clef. But he swaps over to D.Va here, and he's going to need to play with his team. Like, this comp isn't really great unless they can focus down XD. And XD is just going to operate on high ground on this corner. It's so difficult to win the D.Va v D.Va when there's way more support here for Arise Project. For Lieutenant Ness to heal XD up, like, they don't have long-range healing, really, for this D.Va of Nozzle.
Yeah, now I want to see if Nozzle actually turns defensive, because the back line has been dove a couple of times. There's a self-destruct from XD. And CC2 gets caught in the middle, and Bambi dead. Both DPS out of the way. Namekuji even popping that Matrix. That must be Fat Finger before going down, because there was no one else close to him.
He might be swapping to Ana himself if they want to keep this D.Va. He's going to swap to Kiriko, actually, as there's going to be some additional healing and potentially some rush potential here onto Nozzle's D.Va. He did actually break XD's mech there, but with the self-destruct available, there's never going to be a long-term solution. Pushing this corner is so challenging.
There's a rush start for a star. AP still holding it, and Hari off somewhere with the Widow. Will be contested from Bambi. Here's the kill. Finally getting that snipe done. The pulse from Y. Great moments coming up with the Tracers both. And with this Nano, XD just doesn't go down. Much better of a trade all the time for AP again.
No, Nozzle, don't remech here. What? Swapping, question mark?
Into Hog, I think it's now or never.
Time? Namekuji, it is. Namekuji brothers are just trying to, like, out-hands Arise Project. They're just trying to, like, be like, no, we're better than you, whatever. Throw strategy out the window. Throw slow pushing around this corner out the window. We're just going to actually look for everything, and it's not working at all. Now Nozzle's on the Hog, but again, they still have to push this corner. And so it's going to be quite challenging. Now, it is very strong into the D.Va if you can hit those hooks, as you can see here.
Nope.
Break the armor.
but he'll back up. Diva still has that self-destruct. And remember, the final point on the body is very tough corner.
Ooh. That was an
How
incredible
did that
shot.
even
That
hit?
was a sonic arrow as well. Headshots why? He's
That
just a
flick
god.
was amazing. Now here's the extra push that Namekuji has been waiting for 5 minutes on this final push. Less than 30 seconds now. There's a rush.
Dragon Strike.
Too ready with the Dragon Strike from the side. See the Dragons there and the self-destruct right in the middle. No one gets caught. The pulse goes wise this time, so the back line fully healed back up and the run goes very low. There's XD with the kill again. CC2 with the strike back. Who's going to have better time on the payload? This Nano Diva is just not being handled again. There's a whole hog from Nozzle. Does he have a better time? Diva gone. Can you
But they
contest
need more
though?
They need more.
Jisoo finds a kill onto Tracer.
Oh.
It's 2v2. Just the supports.
Just the supports.
Can they do enough? There's
comes
Nozzle with the
through.
hook again. Hadi's back with the overclock though. Faster respawn for Rise Project. Takes a long time for Namekuji.
It's not enough to get the finish, but it is enough to push it a little bit closer to 3. As Namekuji brothers will be stopped at B, or rather before C. They 2 points here and just a few meters shy of actually finishing the map. Rise Project now have their opportunity to attack. And now I want to see if Namekuji brothers want to run Hog here with Torbjorn, like we were kind of suggesting earlier, or if they want to actually try to run the Doomfist defensive dive. As this was just a scrappy finish to the map. Pushing the corner is really tough, especially with Roadhog, and then pushing it with the Diva wasn't working out for them. They didn't have the same support lineup. XD just had way more resources there and absolutely crushed Nozzle in that battle. And, you know, they were trying to like flank with Hanzo and find some other picks and Echo stuff, but otherwise overall, not really too strategic, I'd say, for Namekuji on C. Their Doomfist dive got them a lot done when they were pushing through B, and then once they got to that corner, they were really out of gas. Now, it is going to be Nozzle's defensive Diva here, and interestingly, Jisoo is not going to run the Ana, will actually run the Mercy instead. So if he's focusing on Nozzle, that's a lot of healing sustain for this Diva, for a potential Diva mirror, but if he's focusing on Bambi, then Nozzle is going to have a very tough time winning this matchup. So I'm a little bit concerned. Jisoo actually has to carry super hard here in terms of managing his healing extremely well.
We'll see how that goes because mostly it will be on Bambi. Yeah, lots of pressure for that Echo player for Namekuji. And Hadi back on Genji. Let's see if this works better because that Genji has been okay with the Lucio. Now we'll be relying on maybe the Nano, but Nano has been on Diva most of the time on XD. Here's why. On the high ground. Gotta show some reason why this Echo is being brought by AP all the time. But when you got Mercy on the bank. Okay, some good pressure.
Down goes Y, but it's a trade.
But better rotation for Namekuji to have this entire open ground.
Yeah.
And Bambi gets one more because the Rise Project, they only had 2 ways of coming out there. Hadi needs to show up big time here, but after the Shift Strike, no reset there.
Okay, that's going to be a little bit of a staggered death here for XD. Don't kill the baby. Okay, well, CC2 had enough. Will eventually kill the pilot form Diva there. XD does go down. Not the greatest stagger, but definitely could have been a little bit longer by the time they bought, but it's so far so good. Nozzle has self-destruct now, and the heal management here for Jisoo has been fantastic so far. Once they broke the mech of XD in that last fight, was the end of that, and the wraparound for a Rise Project really did not work out. It allowed Nozzle to have so much agency here.
It's almost less than half the time now.
Yeah.
Rise Project 222. His self-destruct will be ready by the time they go in. Hadi half HP.
Can just copy XD here and look for the dive into the backline, double Diva.
We'll see how that goes. Nano Diva once again, but this time with better cover. Double that Diva from Namekuji. But even with that, it's just not enough. Rise Project, 2 kills to start. Hold up, Bambi. Here's a self-destruct from XD. Duplicate gone, and well, the Nazo having the same, but not the same impact.
All right, so this is going to be the cap coming through here. Arise.
And the random dragon passing by.
Yeah, Arise are going to be...
Mercy touch? Okay, some good jukes.
They need to get kills, though, or this is just going to be throwing extra darts at the board.
Yes, even tried to go for that resurrect. Okay, just delay. Just for the delay.
So I know they got the ex-Chengdu Hunters coach, Namekuji brothers did, to help out with their comps and stuff, and they've shown a lot more diversity today. But you may need to go back to the drawing board on the ult economy conversation. On that little excursion that Namekuji brothers want, it bought them a few seconds, but now Arise Project have a massive ult advantage. And they're going to swap over to Sombra and the Hog.
CC2.
Okay, hold your breath, everybody.
Let's just watch. There's a hack.
Clean.
Exactly.
That was very clean. Namekuji brothers playing a little jump scare tactics today. And you know what? It is going to work out. Why?
There's a hook again. A star. Picked off. And Sombra with the hook. Helping so much information. Man. You certainly have to love the style of Namekuji.
Yeah, you really do. I mean, I do enjoy it, even if it's not always the most optimal. And if it works, it works.
And look at the pylon
Yeah, the pylon
spot.
placement is really nice here. It is going to be, of course, pushed down, but...
Yeah, even looking Eva just to get the HP down. Nazo barely survived. The pylon's gone, but Jisoo does get Hadi off the air. Hold on, XD. Y are still at next to payload. I think Nazo was busy healing himself. And here's the purple. And that's one weakness of Hog.
I mean, they have really, like, worn down the time bank here. Namekuji brothers have. It's 2 minutes left, but again, these fights are not very efficient. This time it makes a little bit more sense because they have the opportunity to build up an EMP in this longer fight. They're going to build a whole Hog, so they buy some time. And Rise Project did have to commit a few of their ultimates. Why committing the duplicate there, I think a little bit overzealous, definitely not necessary, but either way, now Namekuji brothers have the tools to win this fight and deny B.
Yeah, that's right.
This fight is arguably the most important of the map here for Namekuji brothers. So let's see. Checking for the Sombra.
Oh,
gets caught.
He's caught off guard. Not onto Y this time. And that's why Bambi has to duplicate. Hadi finds one on the back. Although there's some strike back. Rise Project off again having the better end. So hold on. Nozzle's still there. With the whole Hog.
Bambi out of duplicate.
1 versus 2.
Does go down, and Whole Hog will push them off the cart, but Rise Project can regroup much faster.
Hadi with the juke doesn't get caught from the hook this time.
CC2 has EMP. I don't think he should use it here, though.
As Hog 1v4, 1v5. You can only last so long. I think Namekuji is oftentimes just doing this again, buying time.
Yeah, I don't know about this though, G-Clip, because if you buy time like that and end up getting some staggered deaths as they have now, then it's pretty easy for a Rise Project to actually push this cart closer to that corner, and they actually have corner control, as you can see here right now.
Yeah, remember Namekuji had about 5 minutes after 2 points because they had an easier time.
CC2
Oh, hold up.
gets a pick here and does have the EMP. This fight, again, so important for Namekuji brothers. The EMP fight, I think he just keeps holding it. He's not using it, but I would like to see a high-value EMP here. There's no counter support ultimates available for a Rise Project, but they're tracking
This angle is dangerous because Sombra could actually be on top and still can use that EMP 4-man. And Bambi is striking immediately. Why? Does have a headshot onto Jisoo somewhere, but we'll still be able to win that team fight big time.
Malari ult not really getting too much done there, but the EMP alone will help push them off the cart and get back control of this corner. Namekuji brothers, just 90 seconds left to win this series. A Rise Project.
Yeah, Bambi got caught.
Question mark.
Couldn't escape.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
way
that's going
too
to be
far.
free corner. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's
Rise.
one choke point gone. And immediately strike with the dagger, finds one, but Nazo just not going down with that much HP. But with the pulse bomb, he will
Okay.
And they actually turned through the second corner easy.
Yeah, that was very easy. I mean, this is on Bambi. He was super aggressive, super greedy
Yes.
there. He dies, they get the free corner. Now they have Rush. The longer fight, they should have a sound barrier too for the Lieutenant. That's very easily. Nozzle needs to have some amazing hooks here. CC2 is going to have to find some heads.
Okay, 2 minutes out. Considering rush from a start to start things off. And Jesus back on Lucio now. They immediately get down there. That's 2 members dead from Namekuji.
Pushing him off the cart.
CC2 Hanzo is back. Nozzle on the payload. But there's a rampage. And the beat together from AP. Still got 4 members to go, and that is it. There's a touch. Rise Project bringing us to map number 5.
All right, 5 games between these two teams, and very, very close game there. At the end, it is the Rampage that does end up getting the heal deny on the Nozzle to help clear him off, kill him there.
Yeah, also the beat just to secure.
Yeah, I mean, the fight was 100% done, but, you know, that's one way to guarantee you can finally kill that Roadhog. Bambi's really going to be kicking himself for that one because he was greedy, trying to build ult charge, look for backline access. Somebody's going to come around a weird angle. Maybe I can get a kill there. But if you actually just play back, play for the corner, you have a really high chance of winning that map. Just a straight up team fight. Could have slow played it. After he dies, they get the free push around the corner, and then that's basically just the map. They had all the tools required to win that one with Sound Barrier coming online. And that's a frustrating loss for sure for Namekuji Brothers because they had such a great start to the series. Amazing control game. Havana is outclassed their opponents in every way. And now they're starting to slip up a little bit. The flashpoint was a little bit rocky. And then Numbani, the map choice, not going to play to your strengths. Even though they played very well on their own attack, doesn't play to your strengths. And so now you've got only push left. And I think it probably will be Colosseo that they take us to.
Yeah, it has to be a push. And New Queen Street, Esperanza, Colosseo. So we'll see what it comes down to. Namekuji Brothers, after losing that, will have their map choice. But after looking at the fourth map, I think you mentioned it before, the ult economy, where Namekuji, they were just, some ultimates were just thrown out the window. It's like, here it is, I'm just going to press it without talking to my teammate. And I think that cost them so much. They could have actually won the map.
They went from having one of the best coordinated, it seemed, comms that we've seen in the tournament so far in terms of how they were playing, especially on Havana, to just completely dropping the ball. And CC2 playing Sombra, this might be something the coaching staff is telling them, like, hey, try to give this a go. I think your team can run around this. Like, you seem a little bit more comfortable with Sombra than some of the other heroes that are not Hanzo. And it isn't working. Yeah, it wasn't great. The EMP synergy there with the team, even if he does hit the EMPs, if he uses them in critical fights, the teammates' follow-up wasn't there. And sometimes the comps they're running don't really allow great follow-up, like the Roadhog. So I don't want to see any more Sombra. I want him to just play the Namekuji Brothers comp. Use what they've been using all tournament long with their
maybe
best
not
at.
Life Weaver, but
but use a Namekuji Brothers comp to actually bring yourself to playoffs, because this is the comp you've been playing all season long. It's the one you're the best at, and they've been trying to change it up a little bit here, make some tweaks that just have not been working, with the exception of the Mercy, which I do think has been quite nice. Jisoo is looking very clean on it.
And Rise Project, I think they have a really nice plan. Oftentimes with the D.Va, they're just diving to the back line into Jisoo, and also, who am I missing? The other support. The other support from Namekuji. Just having those easy double kill with the Nano, you instantly just go in. Everyone just
You're talking about Menhera?
Yeah, Menhera, yes.
Okay, I was like,
I just couldn't find him.
I thought you were talking about another sub. I was like, you mean Basa Basa?
No, he's not in for the entire day today. Yes, and I actually want to almost throw my POTM to the XD if they end up winning this game.
Yeah, we actually do have to vote, so
yes,
for potentially. So I guess I will do the same.
I vote for XD. So that's if they end up winning. But Namekuji, if Namekuji wins, I don't know who to vote for.
Sorry, I just want to put that one in there because in the heat of the moment, sometimes I do forget to vote, and I do sometimes get in trouble for it. I do get scolded.
Yeah, we both get 1 vote each.
I also have no idea what the delay is. Again, sorry for the delay, everyone at home who are watching this.
I'm sure it's just Namekuji just coming up with the game plan, maybe talking to the coach, and coming up with the map. Don't think we'll have any substitutes.
I hope not. Just because I think Jisoo has been very good today, and XD was a notable improvement coming in over Dan 1. So,
and you know what, Wolf? CC2, he was a great Hanzo player for the first 2 maps, but since map 3, I would love him to actually switch off of that Hanzo. Like,
Really?
yes.
To what? Don't
That's-
say Sombra.
Now that's next question, but the Dragon Strike with the Zarya, there could have been a pair up, but Dragon Strike doesn't usually work alone. It's always a pair up with some other ultimates.
Yeah, in this case for this series so far, it's been paired up with pushing them away from a place that is where Roadhog can't hit them into a place where Roadhog can hit them, and then he's been Dragon Striking and then allowing, you know, hooks to come through from Nozzle. But in terms of getting kills, yeah, I mean, something that Zarya would work well there, but I think that the thing about swapping CC2 off of Hanzo is this team is the one-trick pony team. Like, this team is the team that is so good at, like, his Hanzo is incredible. Like, the shots on the tracer, the stuff we've seen all game long. I used to, like, I was a fool once, okay? Earlier on this season, I thought, they should stop playing these heroes. Like, that's not meta. I was yelling at TV. You guys remember me when we didn't know Nozzle back then? I was like, this Roadhog doesn't make sense. G-Clef, it's not right. And now I'm like, no, they have to play this. Like, they better not swap off of these heroes because this is their best chance. Like, forget comps, forget the meta, forget everything you know.
It's Namekuji.
It's Namekuji brothers, baby. And they need to win this 5th game. And they need to stay
Maybe
with
you're
those
right.
heroes they know.
With the comfort pick, less pressure, they can play better. But it all comes down to this final map, and we're yet to see if it's Colosseo, Esperanza, New Queen Street. Hanzo, maybe, but I think there's always a better hero, even with that skill from CC2. There are some other projectile heroes that you can still pull off from. So we'll see. Maybe CC2 is switching off to some off hero that he never really that we have seen yet.
I would like to see him stay on Hanzo.
Okay,
It is
Colosseo.
Colosseo. This is unsurprising. It's the best push map for Roadhog, and it is going to be at its strongest at the beginning of the map. If they lose the first 2 fights, if they lose the first fight, lose control of the bot, then cannot actually win the second one and get it back, that, in my eyes, if they're running the Namekuji brothers comp, might just be game losing, series losing. The reverse sweep might actually happen. It would be a tragedy, but they wanted to avoid push. They brought us all the way to this 5th game before they pulled it out. And it's time, G-Clef. We're going to find out if they can pull off the denial of the reverse sweep.
We'll see. It all comes down to this. 2-2 tied. Final map, Colosseo to decide the winner of this last chance qualifier on the bottom bracket. Such a beautiful map. Will be even better without the glass.
All right, so this is what Dr. Wolf ordered. Okay, CC2 Hanzo, Bambi,
Okay.
Echo, Nozzle, Roadhog, Menhera, on Batiste, and then Jisoo. Yep, that's right, he's playing Mercy. Play your comforts.
All right.
Pull out the OTPs. We're doing it. We're trying to go to playoffs. Hari is going to be back on the Sojourn. XT sticking with the Junker Queen. They're comp very strong into what Namekuji are running, especially after those first fights in the corridor.
Yeah, XT had some incredible daggers. The knife for the pull. And if those happen multiple times, I think it could be the game changer. As here's that Hanzo. He's sticking to it. Love to see more Hanzos from other players, but he's going to be the only one. The first hook misses big time. Way too close. Bambi with the first strike.
That's pretty huge. And it's going to be no tracer, so Nozzle can play up a little bit more aggressively. They get the robot controlled and start the first push.
And why instant change into Echo? And
Echo's
wow,
so strong
XT
here.
kind of out of position alone. Maybe he thought that he could survive extra second, but won't be able to do so now. Coming back from the spot will take some time. And that will actually give them to actually go all the way to the first corner. Nice first fight for Namekuji.
See if they can win the second one.
And Hadi certainly a better map for Sojourn here. And also just open up wide. What a pick there. Great flick. Let's get hooked.
Immortality field placement so good there, but it's not enough.
Yeah, Menhera was just out of position. Thought that he was okay, along with Bambi, who went down a couple seconds ago.
Cart is going to start rolling back now here for Arise Project, and this is my greatest fear, was Namekuji brothers ending up losing corridor control, now having to fight their way back where Hog is going to be at its weakest here into Arise Project. And that now you have to win a fight out of Hog territory, and then you have to win another one to get it back to the starting point, basically, here as Arise Project have so much control. Look at how far away Hari can be here from the road. This is what I'm talking about. The range advantage is real. Overclocks out.
Quick engage once again with the slide. SD. Yeah. Keeps on hitting the right shots. That's a third dead. And Namekuji. That's a 2 fight in a row. And some late kills happening. Oh, Bambi got 2 and he actually escaping.
Yeah, that was a little bit strange. He's going to commit the duplicate now.
Wow, that's some heavy commitment coming out from Bambi. His teammates are coming indeed.
Hey, I mean, the teammates are here, as you say, and it's actually working out
And
for
the
them.
beat from AP. They're willing to fight and contest. Rampage, almost everything from AP. End up winning the third team fight.
Okay, this is a lot of time.
Yeah, this could
out
be
of the
checkmark.
clock, but it is going to be, as you say, the checkpoint here. As Nozzle is now corralled into this corner. Will hit a hook, but it doesn't matter. It's not going to save him.
Oh, the Dragon Strike!
Almost gets killed.
The Storm Arrow ends up getting a kill on the Hardy.
Okay, this is
But
just
the
a fight that never ends.
Oh, does come through.
Now with the checkpoint and the spawn advantage, Arise Project should be golden here.
And Wolf, Nozzle on Junker Queen. Have you ever seen that?
No, that's a new one. That's a new one on the list. He's checking the boxes today, but Namekuji brothers here without Bambi's duplicate. They are right now in possession of the cart, but I love that Arise Project is just going to play back. And the Roadhog, I mean, like I said, that was the place where the Roadhog is strong, so it's very wise to swap here. See how good he is at this Junker Queen.
Why coming back alive? Another that kill from XD. Certainly a player who can use this Junker Queen. And look, with that Mercy, Nozzle is just not going down. You got a heal pack on your back.
This is just such a chaotic game here. Go into the scrappy parts of it now. Nozzle is going to get this cart back, pushed through the corridor. CC2 gets picked at the end, but
And look, Hadi got a kill. White's still alive with the duplicate. Eventually brought down, but Hadi got a third.
all right, well, Nozzle does have the shout out here. Is about to have a rampage. Is going to pick Lieutenant Nest.
Neither team really cares about the robot.
Neither team cares about the robot. Neither team cares about
Well,
fighting
apparently
with
someone's
their
pushing
team.
it, at least.
We devolved the solo queue here as CC2 does have the Dragon Strike available. Observers thinking he might drop it down here as they do go ahead and grab back control of that cart with Arise Project losing Hari. Just going to fight for space control here. And XD, the Rampage, if he can use it on this corner here, I think that's probably the most optimal way. I don't think they should try to push out. Well, he is spotted and taken out.
Here's Bambi with a duplicate and the Dragon Strike has been out. XD gone. Some quick decisions coming up from Namekuji this time as Hadi ready. And both Rampages ready from XD and Nozzle. We might see an exchange. And Sambiera coming in about 30. Oh man, that's Hari gone. Early Rampage from Nozzle catching 2.
Guarantee them the fight win here, and now they can push closer to Arise Project 66 meters here and take a lead, potentially. Getting that checkpoint would be massive, and Arise Project actually, I think they almost have enough space to contest here. Doesn't look like they're going to commit. Nobody able to come over and stop.
Should be able to push with
Okay, wait,
second.
why? He shows up?
Contest right before, and with the Matrix, one gone, overclock. And Y is finally alive in this game. There's Nozzle striking back once again.
Really important fight for Namekuji brothers, but it's just too late. Too little, too late. Nozzle gets that kill, but they do not get the checkpoint. They do not take the lead, and now the cart is rolling back. You've got to have this sinking feeling in your chest if you're a Namekuji brothers fan right now, because they were so close to winning this series. They were up 2-0, now 3 meters behind, only 4 minutes to go, out of control, out of ultimates, and they might get reverse swept here, G-Clef, if they don't have a miracle fight here, and it needs to happen soon.
That's right, Wolf. Namekuji, they spent everything. The hold up. Hari. That's picked. That's 45. Still moving to the nest. There's a beat from AP. The Rampage. On the 3 members. That should be good. Hold up. Why do we get into an extra Junker Queen? Rise Project, they're looking for the win. Less than 3:20 left on the time bank. Bambi in the air, some high ground control from Namekuji, still not totally lost.
Yeah, Immortality Field dropped here. Cart is moving back, the bot.
All right, not the worst from
No, definitely
Namekuji.
not. But they have to win the next 2 fights in order to take the lead here. With only 3 minutes left, I don't think there's really any room for losing even a single fight right now. Bambi has duplicate, so he can steal the enemy Junker Queen and then push really hard here in this choke. Dragon Strike to push him out. Great Sonic Arrow to spot.
Off to the side, and there's isolation. And you get the kill on the Jungle Queen, who's surviving such a long time. The field gone. Okay, let's see the duplicate. Gets a few more. Bambi, CC2. They're on point. Should be the check mark that they have been looking for.
And then that's another staggered death here. They should be able to get this choke point. I don't think anyone can realistically win a fight here with a contest. So that comes through. Now they are going to be able to, after this
Even the
slowdown.
Matrix, they really want to take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, they have to. They have to. This is game over if they fail this fight. And they take the lead. Massive here.
One exchanged. 4v4 next to the robot. Grab the lead. There's the Rampage. Hits no one. And the members just disappear from the ground. Arise Project.
All right, now Namekuji Brothers probably feeling like they're on cloud 9 right now after winning that last fight and pushing it to 70 here because now they have the lead and then all they need to do is defend here for another minute and 50. But it is not going to be easy. They'd used all their ultimates to secure that cap of the point, which was wise because if they didn't, the game would be over. But now Nozzle swapping over to the Orisa, trying to be ult efficient here, and they need to win each and every fight here for the next scope of this 130
Y
that's
has
left.
like 10 HP left. Has to be careful. Often gets picked early on. Namekuji still with the lead, but it's not by a far big margin. Minute 20 to go. Here's the overclock from Harry. Gets one.
Bambi's
Bambi
down.
gone. And Manera just trapped off to the side. XD. That's almost a team wipe. And Arise Project, they still have 2 more big
I mean,
ultimates.
they already had the checkpoint, so this should be them getting the lead here. As Nozzle so late to respawn, he's on the Orisa, they can't get back very easily. Hari's going to control this bridge, and everything, this whole series, playoffs just slipping through the fingers of Namekuji Brothers, and once again, Arise Project will take the lead.
Here's
XD.
Beat. And just collapses on it. Rotation was just not caught. Still holding that Rampage for the final 40-second fight. There's some cover from Namekuji. And of course, the Roll-Around AP does take the lead.
G-Clef. Nozzle ends up picking up 2 here. We might
man.
have one last miracle run for Namekuji Brothers here, as XD will be the last to fall. Namekuji Brothers have the Terra Surge. Now, where do they want to use it? They want to use it in the corridor. They want to use it to control high ground here after they get out of the corridor. Arise Project should be wise to just sit back here. CC2 has Sonic Arrow and, of course, his ultimate. XD has been caught trying to flank and set up for his Rampage before. And
almost went down.
let's see if he gets caught again. Should play defensively, play slow. All right, here comes the Dragon
There's
Strike.
a Dragon Strike with the double jump. Doesn't catch anyone.
A Rampage, total whiff.
Terra on the point. Does a whole lot of damage, and Nozzle finds one. And we're in overtime. 3 kills.
Oh my god, G-Clef, they might just do it.
They
They end up getting the wipe.
They do have to go all the way, plus 15 meters.
Yeah, plus 15 meters, but there's no ults here outside of the rush that's coming out.
Okay,
Hari
the push.
is going to have to do big things on this Sojourn when he respawns here. 9 meters to go.
Does take some time. This is going to be the last team fight. Less than 2 meters. Someone has to touch for now. No one's on the point, and that is Namekuji. They win the final map, and they survive.
The closest series of OWCS Japan of the season, and they get it done in the end to go to playoffs. There's just something special about this team. There is something magical. I did not think they were going to do it. When they ended up losing the lead, when it went up to 85, I thought it's done. There's no way, there's no chance they make the miracle push happen.
my God.
They win that super critical fight and then push it all the way. The positioning there, perfect to deny anyone from getting onto the cart. They had just enough of a lead there. What an insane win here. I always say this, it's something I say in casting all the time, but reverse sweeping is way easier than preventing a reverse sweep. You lose 2 maps in a row like that, all the momentum is gone. You're playing push. You're a Roadhog OTP team, and you still are able to swap. He played multiple different tank heroes there. He played the Junker Queen, swapped to the
Way
Orisa
too
later
many.
on. huge Terra Surge there.
Doomfist,
And XD,
Diva.
XD whiffed his Rampage in that final fight. They were able to avoid it. The Dragon Strike set the entire team into disarray, and the Rampage comes up empty. And it's the Terra Surge, as they all try to reapproach, that ends up winning the map for them. Namekuji brothers go into playoffs. G-Cliff, I did not think that at the start of this season, when I watched this team walk out with Hanzo,
And day number
Echo,
one.
and Roadhog, that this team was ever going to make it. They upset Arise Project today, a team that 3-0'd them in regular season. And Nozzle is a playoffs player.
Not just with the Hog, with about 5 different tanks in just one series. And he's a solo tank for the team. And we'll find out who the player of the match is going to be from the series. And it was a tough choice, I'm pretty sure. Let's find out who that is. And from Namekuji, Nozzle? Bambi, CC2?
It's Nozzle!
Nozzle!
He did it! And it was a really tough vote. For me, I thought CC2 at the beginning of the series, I was like, oh, it's going to be him. But Nozzle had to bring it back at the end, had a tough performance, obviously, on Numbani, where that was not his greatest, and he definitely got outclassed by XD there. But when we did move into the final map, playing multiple different heroes, his Terra Surge kind of series winning.
So good. These hooks, first 2 games, was clean. Incredible moment. Look.
That hook right there was one of the most impressive parts we saw from him on this entire series. And most of the highlights you're seeing here are from Havana. And I mean, this is his best map of the series for sure. Like, this was the one where we were like, okay, they're going to win this series. There were 2 more games, of course, though, that were taken away from him. We moved to less comfortable maps for the Hog, but still, pretty decent performance on the Doomfist here as well on Suravasa.
He did switch over to Doomfist. I think that was the first. And then into Junker Queen. There was a moment with Orisa.
It's his 3rd player of the match this season.
And they only won 3 times.
Yeah, he got all 3. G-Clef,
What a
we live in a
player.
world where Nozzle is a playoff player. They did it. And Arise Project, what a tragedy. Couldn't finish the reverse sweep, had full control over Coliseum. The comeback seemed like it was happening with XD coming in, but it wasn't enough for this team that I think showcased a lot of promise throughout the regular season. A team that had a wild roster, lots of swaps, lots of flexing. Well, they're not going to get it done in the end, and that means that Namekuji brothers and Pandia, who did qualify yesterday, are going to playoffs.
7th place from round robin, making it into the final 2 slots from LCQ. Now that's a record already. Let's see how far they can actually go. Contesting against Pandia seems like a rough match for them for sure, but it's already an achievement. I had the biggest question mark when I first saw Namekuji brothers, to be honest, but that is turning into an exclamation mark, big time. And Pandia watching this at home might be thinking about some extra map choices against Namekuji.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to study in this series going into playoffs. I think that the team that faces up against Namekuji brothers definitely has a lot of tape they can use, a lot of stuff they can abuse, but what a series. That was the best series that we've cast for the season in terms of how close it was and what the stakes were. But guess what? It gets even better.
Even better, as that was the match from last at LCQ. Now we're going into the seeding deciders. We still do have 2 more matches. This is going to be a great night, Wolf.
And Varrel versus Sixblow are 2 most famous teams in this tournament facing off.
Yes, the most well-known 2 teams from Japan. They will be going against each other after a break. So guys, you certainly do not want to miss this one. welcome back everyone to the second match of the night. It is time for that seeding decider. Time for Varrel and Sixblow to clash against each other and see who is better. And Varrel certainly had a big 3-0 in the during the round robin. It is time for that redemption opportunity. But if they can, Varrel still seeming like a huge favorite in this matchup though.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Sixblow, starting the season off, we were like, okay, there's two teams you need to know from OWCS Japan. It's Varrel and Sixblow. But Insomnia did kind of change the narrative a little bit, looking very strong, looking like they're definitely the second best team right now in Japan. But if Sixblow can get an upset win over Varrel here, the whole standings kind of change again, right? So we do have a very clear favorite coming into this one today, but I don't think it's going to be an easy match for Varrel. And it's going to be a much higher level match than what we just saw in last chance qualifiers. So, you know, it was fun to see some Roadhog, some Hanzo, and stuff like that. But we're moving the bar a little higher for this one.
Slightly higher as it is seeding decider time. And we've
That's
had a 3-2, a huge win for Namekuji brothers as they still survive. Rise Project, goodbye for them, but maybe we'll see them next season. As we're moving into the seeding decider, Game 3 and Game 4 to follow. As Insomnia and Revati will be the next one. Varrel, huge favorite, the best from Japan. As all fingers are pointing towards Varrel, as should be the best team coming out from the seeding decider too. It'll also be huge just to get maps off of Varrel today, because the only team that was Insomnia was the only team that got one map off of Varrel, and no one else was able to do so from Japan.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do it again, but they won't be playing against each other today. Let's focus on the matchup at hand. Varrel will be starting KSG, Cloud, and Mint, as they always do. Mihawk might come in later. We do sometimes see him come in. Sometimes it feels like for funsies, but will come in potentially later on in this series, as Nico and Kuki are the only DPS players on this lineup. Then on the other side of things for Sixblow will be Pressure, arguably for a long time the best tank player in our tournament. And Sakume and Kiro will be starting, TQQ and Dukes as well.
Yes, and Pressure had some moments yesterday. Just funky moments where he was playing solo more likely than more of a teamwork player. And then it did end up costing them big time. Of course, with the DPS and the back line. Sakume had some amazing Ana, by the way, yesterday.
Yeah, he really did.
We'll see if that keeps up, because this certainly is a tougher match for them. And some stats for you from week 4 only. And some big differences, I think. That was because Sixblow had some really tough matches towards the end.
Yeah, notice that exactly that was the case. The first death team fight win after first death for Varrel is very high. Like 36% is kind of unreal. Generally, after the first kill, the team fight is just over. So that is actually a pretty insane stat. But these are, of course, for week 4, not for their opening round robin matches here for the seeding. So not stats I want to look too much into right now.
Yeah.
Samoa again.
Samoa, interesting. A lot of Samoas, a lot more Oasis. Along with, we had Busan today. So we'll see the next set of controls that we go into. And again, the loser from Samoa will get to pick the second map. And the loser will pick this third map once after that. So we'll see how this goes. Samoa, we had a lot more Cassidy's coming out.
Yeah, we have seen a little bit more of that. We have seen a lot of Orisa here, expecting to see Orisa into the Cassidy, and maybe Cassidy alongside Tracer, or it's going to be the Sojourn. So we will have to wait and see. Looks like it's time, G-Clef.
It is time. Varrel versus Sixblow, the first map on Samoa. Let's see who takes the first lead on the map. And it seems like we're starting things at Volcano. So maybe less of the Cassidy, a lot more Tracer, and the side pressure from Kiriko's.
Sixblow running the Sojourn here. We'll see what Dukes changes to. Probably the Tracer. We'll be seeing that with the Sigma here to start things off. Varrel running Cassidy and Tracer themselves with the Orisa. Now, I like the Orisa more here than the Sigma. It's a little bit more sticking power in team fights, and look at how much space you can get with the Orisa as well.
PSG in the front. Kiru first to go down. now, 6Flow after losing Lucio. No more speed as that boost is gone. Wait,
KSG goes down though as well. And without a front line here, I think this is advantage 6Flow. And that is starting to show
and
through.
Dukes is on fire, man.
Yeah, he's carrying this fight off the back of a dead KSG. Actually ends up winning the 1v1 there as well.
His aim is already onto a blinking tracer, even before the blink.
Yeah, that was really impressive stuff. Really unfortunate for Varrel because they had such a good start to the fight, but KSG getting picked ruins everything, and now he has to be the one to approach into a Sigma here.
We'll see as the next fight goes. 17 for 6Flow. But no one actively on the capture zone. No one on point. KSG as he pressures a little further. Here's TQQ from the higher ground. Looking for that rail. Doesn't register for kill. But did the damage. Here's Dukes. Pulse bomb onto the corner. The Cassidy almost in trouble.
Almost, but will get out alive. But Varrel aren't really gaining much ground here. And actually Mint getting low.
Here's some cool rotation coming out from Varrel. Split apart. Here's a counter pulse. And basically absorbed with the grasp from pressure.
Capture coming through here from Varrel, but they don't have any backbone to this comp. If KSG can't actually get into range to do anything to pressure, he does have his ultimate coming online.
Yeah, even with the Kitsune rush, didn't have the best positioning for either team to actually go fully dive. There's the Mint, catching one, Terra Surge right in the middle. Gets pressure. Now 6Flow will have to regroup. Kiru does have the beat, not going to use it, of course, after losing a couple members.
Not entirely sure how Mint was able to kill Dukes, but we know it wasn't a boop. He just was able to beat him, looks like, on a side 1v1, and now that's enough to eliminate the damage that KSG was worried about, so he pushes on, takes the Terra Surge fight. 6Flow cannot win it without the ultimate from pressure, and with Dukes down, they just didn't want to commit it. They have a 78-12 right now at lead, so we'll see if they want to commit it for this fight, if they can get this Sigma onto the point. There he is.
And there was a flip. A whole lot of ultimates ready to go for 6Flow. First with TQQ. And the beat comes down from Mint. Pressure with the Flux. Or is that going to be catching one? Orisa survives, but Kyuki strikes back. And Nico. That's a duo that you've been looking for. Varrel back in this game now.
I think as 6Flow, you definitely needed to be willing to drop Kiru's sound barrier as well after Mint's basically immediately to make sure the pressure can actually get in there and get value out of his Flux, because TQQ and Dukes with extra shielding probably would have been able to stand up to the pressure there and actually get something done, but they did not commit it. They have it now, but that alone I don't think is going to be enough necessarily to flip this point. I think Dukes is going to have to make a big play.
Has an extra beat for 6Flow. And the response from Katsume. But Kiru does not get to use the beat as he is gone. Some better moments with the Kitsune from Varrel as they were down, but they're certainly back in this first game.
I mean, it looks to me like Volcano is going Varrel's way with the timing here. Varrel actually playing very far out, trying to kind of set up for chipping away as they approach from spawn. This means Kyuki is probably going to have to get split off from the squad. They're tracking where he is because he, or rather Dukes, will have to touch. As, yep, see him here.
Yeah, let's see if anyone else got the rotation. Here's Dukes. Has that ready 99% overtime?
But they're losing the fight without him.
Yeah, the choke point is just being handled by KSG and the rest of the members. It is just, it was just the Tracer.
Now she is gone as well, and that should be Volcano going to Varrel.
That's right.
No pulse bomb required, no Deadeye required. The objective will be secured here, as that was a really nice attempt there from 6Flow to put Dukes on the point and try to force Varrel back, but Varrel was happy to win the fight. Even if a cap comes through, they don't care. A lot of weaker teams might actually panic there and go, wait, we got to stop the cap. We have to make sure they don't get the cap. But actually, letting the cap go is fine if you win a 4v5 or 5v4.
Yeah, big Terra moment. Yeah.
And this Terra Surge was in part possible because you did see that pick onto Dukes moments before.
Wow.
Varrel very favored. I saw the Twitch chat poll as well. The prediction there was massively favoring them as well. Our best team in Japan right now.
Yeah, with a whole lot of fans now as we head into Beach for Samoa. And let's see. Still the same team comp coming out for both. No change whatsoever.
I think the Sigma definitely leaves a hole in 6plow's composition here. This does not have the same damage output as the Orisa, nor the same sticking power on a point.
Yeah, Sigma not too bad on the beach, but maybe if you have a Cassidy, but less likely with the Sojourn. No railgun connection there. Some more pressure. As Kiru is taking some damage elsewhere. In the meantime, Dukes finds one a mid. Great start again for 6plw to have 5v4. PSG with some exchange, 1 DPS gone. And the second to be down is 6plw. Actually, so this is Varrel after dropping one, actually winning this team fight.
They do it like over 30% of the time in week 4. Apparently that was the stat we had, which is pretty insane. And they will do it here again off the fact that KSG is able to just output way more damage than pressure, and both DPSs dying. TQQ and Duke's taken out by Kuki there on the high ground means they will actually get the first flip. Not even a flip going over to 6plw despite that first pick, so in a lot of trouble are 6plw now here for this first map. Duke seeing if he can find backline access, find a Lucio.
Duke's had some shining moments at the beginning. But you do need to contest against Kuki. So here's a rush from both. And Nico will find one on Tracer. And 6plw off to the side. Here is the dive from KSG, this Orisa. Yes, as TQQ gets caught. The chase is still there.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets picked here, that's a further delay. I mean, that is so rough here for 6plw now.
66%.
Yeah, he is.
And Lucio dying now?
Yeah, he's dying now as well at the end with no
That's
sound
extra
barrier.
7% at least.
Oh, sound barrier will be ready for this next fight. They're going to have to use it, though, to get towards the point to look for a flux. And Varrel can just counter with Mints a little bit later. Terra Surge on the point. Actually, looks like KSG wants a flank Terra Surge.
No, it's spotted at least from Dukes. And early Terra Surge just to buy extra time.
Don't know about this one. Definitely a flashy play.
The flux plus the beat and the counter beat from Mint. A second after, as we hit 94. Varrel, a lot of low HP. There's a bit of a trade because Sakume and Nico going down 4-4.
This is a different situation than last time. They're actually winning the fight. Oh, I say that.
KSG, they're fighting together in the room. When 6plw, they actually had the Tracer off of the fight. So they got the flip, but we'll see if that pays off for them.
I mean, it's definitely a much closer situation than the last round, but I don't think it's going to be a win here for 6plw unless a miracle happens.
The pressure's coming back with the Winston, but can they touch in time? No! Will be the answer to that 2-0 win on Samoa for Varrel.
Yeah.
A great start for them.
KSG's flank, Terra Surge, you know, I mean, KSG, we know who you are. You don't have to make another clip for the highlight reel. Just stick with your team. Play behind that sound barrier, all right? Play in the choke, back up, speed boost back with your teammates, Terra Surge on the point with the sound barrier, you know. It was a cool idea, and if it worked, everyone would be talking about it tomorrow. It didn't. He's KSG. Everyone respects him and loves him.
He still survived, though.
But it almost cost them that flip, right? It was actually a very dangerous and risky call. And I'm just nitpicking here because there's almost nothing bad I could say about Varrel ever. And so when I get my rare chance, I'm like, you know what? That wasn't actually necessarily the most optimal way. That's all I could say.
Yes, on Beach, we've seen one of the best match also from Korea, I believe, having the Samoa on Beach. And because the capture is actually a step lower to the actual fighting ground, the individual mechanics come so handy for every single team. And on that beach, Varrel just individually, just mechanically, just outstanding. And having 6plw down a member all the time, even with a member down, they were still able to turn out that 4v5. Those are the moments that you can see some bright lights coming out from Varrel.
Now, Dukes has given me some hope. I feel like he had a pretty good start to the series. You know, he's been able to get some opening picks. He's been able to really make the life of Mint very frustrating so far. And I do think that maybe he could be a win condition here for them. TQQ, obviously a very strong Sojourn player, so maybe he also will be able to potentially show up later on in this series. In terms of map picks here, I imagine... I always like to look at it and like visualize it in my brain. That's why I use my little handy paper, because we changed the map pool too. I also have to like make sure I don't say a map.
Yeah, and some maps are gone, like no Lijiang.
I'm like, I think they'll pick King's Row. No, not on the pool anymore. You know what? I'd love to see something like Junkertown.
Okay.
Or
Seen that once yesterday.
Maybe Hollywood would also be pretty good, I think, for the playstyle of 6-Blow. Anywhere where TQQ is going to have a lot of space, I think is going to be where you want to head. I don't think you want to go to tight corridors. You don't want to go to maps where the Orisa is going to be really annoying to deal with. I mean, KSG can play anything, but his Orisa has been so good in the last few weeks since it's been back in the forefront of the meta. Let's see.
Hybrid?
Midtown.
So I think we're going to see a lot more Winston if it comes down to this case. Or maybe a match with the Sigma. I think that's going to be the most likely deal from the tanks.
I would love to see Winston Ana mirrors because it was super fun yesterday when we did see it. And if we do see it here again, I'm all for it. I think that it's definitely going to be a more favorable matchup for the side of 6-Blow here, but see what they decide to do, G-Clef.
Also don't know exactly which side we're starting with.
Not yet.
So we'll see how this goes as I hear that the game is ready. Map 2, Midtown. Varrel leading 1-0 the series. Let's see what happens on our second map.
You ever visit Lee's
Of
Video
course.
Megastore?
Yes.
What'd you pick up? Godfather?
Some good Game Boy Advance games.
Game Boy Advance games at the Video
Used.
Megastore?
Have you never been to Blockbusters? They have videos and also game packs.
Yeah, I don't know if Blockbuster ever rented handheld games. Did they rent GBA games? I don't think so.
They had packs.
Yeah, they had like, you know, some N64.
Yeah, some GameCubes too.
Yeah, GameCube. I don't know about GBA, but maybe they did. Either way.
In my neighborhood, they did.
Yeah, G-Club was just luckier than me. My Blockbuster didn't have anything great like that.
But the Blockbuster closed down after a few months though.
My Blockbuster only had pod racing, and I already had that game. All right, it's going to be 2QQ on the Ashe here for this first defense for 6-Blow. Very common here, as Varrel's actually going to be running the Junker Queen instead of Winston here, which I do think is quite unusual, but I do like it.
It is unusual. It is not the most common tank pick. Actually, quite rare to see Jungle Queen on the first point.
It's really good into Winston if you can rampage the Winston and just blow him up, so you guarantee you get that heal deny.
Which means that Varrel, they do need to buy some time early, getting those ult charges against the combo 6-Blow with Ashe. I think they might have a tougher time diving, as you will always see this Ashe that you're seeing on the screen just backing off. Yeah, Dukes got the heal pack, still contested against the Lucio and the both trying to snipe Dukes first. As that Ashe is way too far back, which means that Tracer can be vulnerable. Okay, she finally pushing the front line. As the point captured, second pick comes through.
Pressure,
Good move there. Yeah, even with the nano, just not enough.
Yeah,
Man,
I like
look
the
at that
idea.
focus fire.
I like the idea as we're just going to see some staggered kills here.
And the
but
chase is on with Lucio. As where's your Lucio, 6-Blow?
I like the idea for that last attempted contest with the nano boost, because if Pressure ends up finishing his Primal Rage, then you actually have a real team fight on your hands, but Varrel just played it too well. Cassidy's so good in this this Winston composition because he does a ton of burst damage. And I think the nerfs to the DPS passive for Ashe definitely really hurt her viability. TQQ trying his best though. He does have a Bob. And he's going to toss it out.
Yeah, there's Bob of TQQ. You're losing high ground control, but don't really matter for Varrel as they are slowly moving through the tunnel.
Is he going to
Someone has to contest.
I'm not sure about that Bob there.
As the
Got no value.
slope up from the tunnel. Will take a longer time. Finally, the Rage is available from Pressure. SKSG. That Rampage, it's coming soon, and a lot of the members could be hit when that comes through.
Pressure needs to make sure he has his Primal for when he does get heal denied.
Shout. And both TQQ gets caught in Deadeye. Beat coming through with the Rage from Pressure as this cart is pushing.
Nico's just not caring about this at all.
Yeah, he's
just flying through the air, shooting at the Winston.
trying to do more damage. He's not concerned.
There's
That's
the
a
heal deny.
rampage.
Yeah.
On Kiro and Pressure, the two members that matters the most. Even has to use the nano just to keep the Winston alive, but this card is still going into the second point.
That should be B going over to Varrel here. Pressure does get a kill, but I think it's too little too late. And there's the cap to come through once they clean up that pesky Tracer.
Did KSG die once? Not yet, right?
I don't think so. And
Yes.
6blow are going to swap over to this Orisa now. I do think that the Winston has kind of overstayed its welcome here. Very good Rampage, as you mentioned, onto the critical targets there. Pressure committing the Primal there, hoping to actually get on top of Nico, but just takes so much damage the entire time. And I think against really well-coordinated teams, Winston just doesn't have much of a place on this map right now in this meta.
And we'll see after the second point. Here's KSG next to the corner. Pressure matching the same, both the Orisas now. TQ. That's one strike on Nico. And the second strike comes through from Pressure as Varrel should be feeling okay, even though this could be a teamfight loss. This is the one without ultimates.
It's such a silly thing to watch those Orisas fight like that, but obviously outnumbered KSG will go down.
No Dukes. Gotta watch out for those grenades.
All right, Varrel need to regroup. Nico is kind of off on his own there as KSG went down, so really nice catch there by Dukes to actually come over and punish the solo Cassidy. So now 6blow with a pretty nice set of ultimates coming online here. The regroup is going to come through. Let's see what angle Nico can find. Gonna stay over on that side, angle on the left side.
Yes. 3+ minutes for Varrel to go all the way. There's Kitsune. And the disengage from 6blow is good. Loses no one. Some damage has been done. But Sakume does have his own rush coming soon. And that's full ultimates. Almost has a beat too. There it is, 6blow striking back. Pulse bomb from Dukes. Nico down, no Deadeye.
Fantastic play here from TQQ. Absolutely crushing his opposition there as they push through with Pressure. No Terra Surge required, no overclock. Just a really nice rush timing there from 6blow. Down a sound barrier now, but I think that was absolutely worth it to get that huge tempo advantage here that they now have because it was so ult efficient. And TQQ can actually now win this fight on his own if his overclock is good enough because they have line of sight for him. He drops it now and is going to force them back. He's not getting kills, but he's getting a lot of space.
And after coming back to the slide. Now there was a Terra. And Mint still holding that beat. That will be the go sign for Varrel. Here we go. To take that Terra in your face, but still has that green health.
So patient for Varrel here, waiting out the overclock, focusing Pressure down, making his Terra Surge worthless. Pressure going to switch to Winston here for last minute contest in this fight. No ults, but a Pulse Bomb. This might just be the finish for Varrel.
4 meters to go for Varrel. He lost Kyuki, going back from the spawn, so taking some more time, but quick rush from Q Loud. Explode, they do have pressure. This Pulse Bomb won't really do much. Dukes, TQQ off to the side. That's a tank gone for 6blow. And Nico wants more. He wants more blood. And that's a 3-point for Varrel.
107 on the clock here, G-Clef. Sure that's what you were about to let the viewers know as finish does come through. Varrel looked like for a moment there maybe 6blow was going to get the hold because they had that really great team fight with TQQ moments before. No overclock used, but then they're forced to use all their ultimates on the next one and actually lose it in crushing fashion as it's Nico who comes out and does the same thing. And now Varrel on the defense here. We'll see what they want to run. I don't think they'll be running the Winston. Could be a defensive Doom. Could be the Orisa, which I think is most likely here. And if Pressure shows Winston here when they do lock in heroes in just a moment and assemble, I'm going to be a little bit worried for their chances here. Okay, showing a Sigma also not my favorite for Midtown approach right now, but he's looked very comfortable on. Now, the Winston here is going to have some edge in that Varrel can't change composition once they scout it, because that's the attacker's advantage you do have. and they're not running the Cassidy. So it's a little bit tougher to deal with this Winston with the Soldier. Not impossible, but it is difficult. They also don't have any form of heal deny. So if the support's here for 6Blow plays as well, Kiro on the Brigitte, maybe pressure can build up their Prima quickly. Varrel, as they continue to contest, will be able to swap everybody.
Oh well, pressure back on Sigma.
Okay, this is...
I
I don't like either of them that much, to be honest with you, G-Clef, but I think in this given scenario, I guess the Sigma is preferred.
I think they're trying to check the comp first. He has Akume now. Changing back to Kiriko after checking the comp. With Lucio.
Yeah, we'll see if they...
And checks Nico's Sojourn all the way on top. Kyuki Tracer. Some Tracer duel with Lucio on the, off to the side in the room.
We'll see if pressure can actually get onto this point, set up a
some
nice position to actually control
range
and contest, because right now they didn't really gain that much ground off of this first push. No deaths, but...
Yeah, neutral fight. Sigma, with Sigma, you usually do want to go into the room next to the control point.
Yeah, so you're not exposed from other sides. TQQ, big opportunity. Does not come up big.
Not yet. As Varrel, they do have control, as Mint was actually being the gatekeeper with the boob. They're finally out of the room. As this rotation, pretty slow one.
I mean, it's like they're just trying to do a flux push. You know, they just want to try to eco push their way to pressure having that, but...
Hey, look, Tracer and Lucio guarding that side room.
Yeah, it's costing them valuable time here. Is okay, here comes the push.
Isolation on the pressure. Man, that was done quickly.
Yeah, that was not it. From 6Blow there. It's crazy how, I mean, 6Blow, by the way, guys, if you, or is it your first time watching OWCS Japan, 6Blow are a top 3 team in this league, at times the second best team, and Varrel makes them look like they're 2 tiers below them sometimes when you watch this coordination, as Kyuki will be spotted and punished by Dukes there. One clips and smashes him over the head. But, yeah, 6Blow need to be a little bit more cautious about how they're approaching with the Sigma. Now they have this huge advantage in that Kyuki is down.
They do.
And this should be the flux fight.
Yeah, should be contesting on the capture point. There's a Mirage from Tsukume to open things up. The rush back from Q Loud. Both having the beat. We're waiting for that big moment. Pulse going wide. Really have to use that sound barrier to save. Here comes for both. For the Terra Surge and the Flux right after the barrier. And then Orisa seemed like he was in trouble.
Nico needs to come big with his overclock, and he is just not getting any targets.
But TQQ having better moments. QSG went to get in and seal the heal pack just for the time, but that will be 6Blow getting the capture.
I mean, the irony of all this is it can rewind it back butterfly effect style to Dukes killing Gyuki, and then they actually are able to get pressure onto the point. He's able to have that flux setup, trade sound barriers, but TQQ getting much more out of that fight despite not using his ultimate than Nico, who used the overclock but couldn't actually get line of sight. 6Blow, the respectable time bank here to maybe try to match what Varrel has done. Of course, a very expensive cap of A.
It was about at the end, they do manage to get it. About minute 33:15. And they're just starting to push, so this might take a while. Let's hold up, there's Kyuki dead. Varrel still, it seemed like they still have someone left in the tank, but not anymore with 3 members gone. As KSG is trying to do what he can alone.
Really nice angle there from KSG to maybe push onto the DPSs, but they do just avoid him, and he's eventually the last to fall, burning down. The slow Orisa is going to take a long time to regroup with the team here. We'll need a taxi for Mint so they can then come over here and try to contest 4B, but this is such a great pace for 6Blow right now.
Yeah, right after the capture, winning the team fight after. Big rush from Tsukume. Q Loud response. And next to the payload, Sigma having tough moment. TQQ better show up with the overclock. No shots. Some shots land, but not enough to kill. Such big tools available on the payload. The pulse on Nico as they trade 1-for-1. Kiro had the earlier beat. And Mint coming in. Oh. There we go. Mint does have the beat. We'll use it on just 3. Varrel thinks it's possible, but will they actually make it?
Well, I mean, they're trying really hard here to get KSG in
pressure
position.
low. That's Yuki Loud just dominating on the low HP members.
They actually pulled that off. That was an incredible
How?
defense. I mean, the ways in which that they wanted to save the sound barrier, like the things that they lost to save the sound barrier were massive, and KSG just wasn't able to really contest there, but end up using the sound barrier to turn things back around. And it's obviously QQ versus TQQ in that moment. You'd rather have the Tracer in a scrappy fight than the Sojourn in most cases. Varrel bringing this defense back, and now 6blow, what was a fantastic pace, feels desperate now. Maybe they'll lose this map if they don't win this next fight. Only 70 seconds to go.
And here's pressure again, taking the high ground, and KSG off to the side, on the left, not the right. And the dive in. Thought there wasn't much, but Nico finds one from distance. You can read the recall, has to fall back a little bit. You do have the lead with 5. Big rush from Q Loud, everyone falling back, and that's Q going down without the beat. And 40 seconds left now.
That's a really nice timing there for Cloud to drop that Kitsune rush, because he knows that TQQ's down and he should be able to push with his team there to great success. Now they're trying to catch TQQ on run back, almost getting the pick there, Nico. But 6blow, they have Flux, they have Sound Barrier. The Sound Barrier advantage is enough to win them a fight if they can actually get to use it where they'd like to.
All
So
right.
I love this position here for Varrel, wrapping around a second time, getting high ground as the defending team.
Yeah, 15 seconds, it comes down to this. Explode, they need to go all the way to 3-point. Here's KSG with a push. Pressure, early beat, but TQQ not in the beats. And Flux is there for pressure. Needs to catch all of them if they can.
And he gets no one,
Nico.
really.
4-4 around the payload. Varrel dropping down from the bridge. Can't find anyone. There's an extra beat from Mint, covering everyone from Varrel.
Massive beat here for Mint, actually. That's going to keep KSG in the thick of things for so long. He's in such a weird spot here. Gets whipped up on the high ground. Now he's going to drop down again.
Pretty good grasp from pressure. Now everyone's back in fight. And TQQ pops that big button first. KSG so low, gets picked out. And overtime. And TQQ shows up big time. Should be good for the second point, but they need to go all the way to the end.
Yeah, so they will get a little bit more time from this cap here of B. Pressure will get the kill onto Cloud. That should be the end of the contest. It's KSG really struggling there, actually, when he dropped down. A lot of resources had to be given to him to actually get value on the reset. He didn't come up big. Got booped up into that really awkward high ground spot, dropped down again, and just was blown up once the sound barrier was gone. Really easy cleanup for TQQ after that with his overclock. Gonna see KSG swap to match the Sigma now of pressure.
Now, with about a minute, this will be a really one hard push for 6blow. They need to win team fights after team fights to go all the way, about halfway in for that third point. As Varrel, they do have some big tools. Nico off to the side, has that overclock ready to go.
Overclock would be huge.
Even has to use the beats. See if that is enough. Hard slides away, Nico's up alive. Back into safety. And
Fairly low impact from Nico, though, on that ultimate. Doesn't really end up with anything.
Draws out the beat, that is the only thing. Varrel delaying somewhat. Here's a Flux from pressure. Only onto KSG. Will not be able to do much.
I mean, this longer fight favors Varrel. They have the spawn advantage. They have sound barrier coming up here. 6blow need elims. They're not getting them. There's one.
Okay, and Mint had that barrier ready, but not willing to use it for that Tracer Pulse Bomb. Talking overtime. And the beat finally coming down from Mint, but Varrel, they're still losing members.
KSG.
Hold up.
Self-kill. And, I mean, this might be the map going over to 6blow here. Varrel dropping the ball, or not the map, but the overtime, dropping the ball here on this defense in a big way. Sound barrier timing there very off for Mint. Now just not even going to be able to show up for the contest.
Oh, Nico, you better not be called. No pressure catching him. There's a Flux on KSG.
How
but
much
no
value
Cassidy
can he
in this
get?
fight. That's a pulse bomb. Might be for the win from Kuki. Less than a meter to go, but the second one cleaned up, and
Off
we
the
were
cart.
in overtime, and Varrel does end up winning, but that was a close call. Less than a meter left.
I thought Varrel had seriously messed up. Like, they ended up having a very poor fight there, completely uncoordinated. KSG dies to his own rocks there, and then they respawn. It's a pulse bomb, decent flux. They actually do have the ultimates required to win the map, but I thought they were just going to be way too staggered, especially as TQQ comes out of the spawn there. Or sorry, not TQQ, Nico comes out of the spawn there and gets
with the
blown
Nico
up.
dead, I thought that was just it.
Yeah, and once Nico dies, I'm like, well, there's no way, right? But they do make the miracle hold happen, and I guess perhaps the idea was to just simply win off of a C9 from the Flux and just kind of pull them off the cart and say, all right, thank you very much. But it didn't end up having to go down that way. Very perplexing last moments there for Varrel, because I think they didn't really play to their best win cons there. But you know what? They got it done in the end. They clutched it out. Doesn't matter. Scary moment for them. Might have been an overtime round there, but now they're up 2-0 so far in this series. One more win to take the lead here in our seeding decider tournament.
Yes, that's right. Some clutch moments from Dukes and TQQ coming out, and somewhat quieter coming out from Nico and QQ so far from Varrel, but it is at the end 2-0 till now, as Varrel takes a huge lead going into that third map. But before we go into that next map, whichever that map is going to be, we'll take a short break. When we come back, hopefully we'll have that map ready for you, but Varrel with the lead of 2-0 currently.
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
welcome back everyone to OWCS Japan as we get into our second match of the night. 2-0 lead, big time for Varrel. And maybe it's Explode. There were moments where they could have struck back and we had less than a meter for that 3rd-point touch. And Kyuki's pulse bomb was bam. And that was it.
Yeah, that alongside the
so close.
The gravitic flux coming out. And I mean, there was a lot going on in that final defense. I think Varrel a little bit lucky with how that one went out, but they know their exact thin margins. They know what they can get away with. That KSG guy, man, he wants to do something weird, and it's not working out. But like on the first map, he did go for the flanking Terra Surge. Didn't work out this time. Going for the aggressive play there before using the gravitic flux on that final defense. So map choice, we don't know what it's going to be. They've had a ton of time to think about it, so I'm thinking it's going to come out pretty soon. Flashpoint's my guess for Sixblow. They've historically been pretty good at Flashpoint. I don't think they want to take us to push. Maybe could be an escort map as well.
Yeah, Flash, and we are left with Flashpoint, push, and escort. We'll find that out exactly. And Survasa.
Okay, that's not surprising. Do like to see this. I think it's the best chance. Obviously, they will have to win on Varrel's map choices for games 4 and 5, just like we talked about before, if they end up winning this at all. But at least they get one last map pick. It's an uphill battle here. Varrel has just been outclassing them in the tank matchup. Sure, the DPS line not looking as clean as normal here for Varrel, but might not ultimately matter here, especially if Pressure can't get it done here against KSG in these mirrors.
I think Pressure is holding so much burden on himself that he might just have to let that go and work more towards a team play instead of the solo. And certainly did a great job in Midtown. Let's see what he's able to accomplish going into Surabasa. Map number 3, Varrel. It is their match point if they win. Let's see if what Sixblow can do on this map number 3.
Time to find out what tank Pressure is playing. It looks like it's going to be the Sigma again. This has been, with the exception of part of Midtown, kind of what he's been leaning on. And KSG's been outclassing with the Orisa. They've been out-positioning him. And I feel like Sigma is so tough to pull off on Survasa because you can't control the angle of attack of your opponent. Kyuki will have so much agency. See what he ends up getting done on this first push. Look at him already on the side.
Yeah, that's exactly the Tracer's duty for the team.
See him over here making this so frustrating to play out.
Here's KSG, as you mentioned so many times. Even with the grasp, Pressure will have a better time with an extra there. But most likely it has been the win for Orisa most of the time when we had this matchup. Doesn't matter which team. As Varrel, a lot lower in HP, but there's a heal. Coming back big time first, captured by Sixblow.
All right, KSG pushed off the point here. Good damage coming out from TQQ.
Yeah, TQQ looking for that flank, but everyone off to the stairs. Here's the engage once again, KSG. And this fight is actually going for a long time, which is a big lead for Sixblow. Here's a rush from Q Loud on the early one. Will enough to bring the flip for Varrel, but no kills yet. Oh, there it is.
I don't know how long they can hold on to this without their Lucio. Rush comes out here now for Sakame.
Pulse from Kyuki. Dukes with a double. Should be able to do the cleanup from Sixblow, but that was a long, drawn-out fight.
And there's the cap coming through, so big pick on Demint there. And because the rush was used to capture the point for Varrel, they didn't have it for the defense, and Sakame does end up coming out there and coming up big for TQQ to get the retake. KSG will not have Terra Surge. And it almost feels like a lost cause to try to commit ultimates here for Varrel on this retake. And maybe just try to dry push it here, force the sound barrier out of Kiru, and just hold on to your own. See how riskily they play this, because they've been so clutch in these dire situations. They might just pull it off anyways, despite the ult economy.
Yeah, good rock from Pressure. At least the Sigma is on the defensive mode from the capture.
All right, KSG on the point.
But Kyuki is already gone. The high ground damage has been done, and 2% off, needs to touch. couldn't touch in time. KSG was just thrown off, and that would be the first point for 6below with 4 ultimates still being held. And Varrel, they are slippering out of this a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely wanted to contest there. Otherwise, KSG would have just backed off way earlier. But at least they don't waste ultimates here. And he will be able to rejoin pretty quickly. See Mint coming back to get him for the taxi. And we head over, excuse me, as 6below don't actually expend any ultimates of their own. We might have a 10 ult fight here as the point unlocks. Kuki, of course, not quite at his pulse bomb, but will be very soon. Kiro gets some information here about KSG's approach angle. And they're going to get onto the point first. Pressure in such a good spot here and can use the flux to control this choke.
Yeah, quick scan, there's a Terra to open things up with the counter beat from Mitch. And the Deadeye from Nico. Let's see if any kills come through. None registers.
Sound barrier's down, so the Gravitic Flux can do a lot.
There's
Rush
pressure
to get on the point.
Certainly looking for that angle. As with the rush from Sakume and Loud.
Varrel's so well split. It's actually hard for him to get a good angle. We'll find Cloud. Down he goes.
And one more, almost all a kill onto Nico as well. But that seems like enough. But hold on, KSG. Trading one more with Mint. There's a pulse bomb from Kuki, still keeping things alive for Varrel. That was supposed to be a team fight win for 6below, but Kuki, Mint, Q-Loud coming out big.
Yeah, that was massive there. And the Kitsune Rush ends up being one of the big deciding factors here, obviously with Nico getting that additional attack speed on the Casti, one of the best heroes in the game to get benefit from this. 80% here. Looks like 6below are going to go for a contest. Don't have any ultimates though, so I think really it's going to be about the DPS line finding a pick if they're going to win this fight, as they just cannot actually win the frontline battle right now into this Orisa. And now look at the free reign KSG has.
Let's hold on, KSG's alone. But Nico, Kuki dead. Sukume, DQ, they just dove in to the point. There's a flip.
Okay, well, KSG almost gets the kill on the TQQ, does not, and meanwhile TQQ just ignores him and actually ends up doing big work in the fight. Now staggered kills here, that's what they're looking for, as KSG will respawn. Cloud gets out just fine. Varrel still have the huge advantage, 99-30 right now. They will have Terra Surge, but getting to the point is the new challenge.
As defensive Sigma on the point, sometimes it's even with the Orisa,
It's very
can
frustrating.
be very tough
Yeah.
because of the rock, and you still have to go through the barrier. So oftentimes, teams will flank from the side, exactly what Varrel is trying to do. And here's with the barrier, looking for that Terra Surge. But everyone off of that high ground already. Quick rotation from 6below.
They've got to push on the pressure now and burn him down quickly. This is going to be a really tough fight to win. Deadeye, he's got the angle.
Oh, almost goes down from the whale gun. Deadeye delaying the maximum. And in the meantime, Kuki Mint. Oh, hold up, Sakume finds one off to the side. But here is Kuki. And that Kiriko will stay long.
Pressure buying so much time for his team to try to reconnect here with the point. I just don't think it's going to be enough. I think it's going to be a tied up 1-1.
Yeah, after Dukes, it is Lucio, but Lucio cannot get away from that Tracer. And KSG coming back with the Doomfist. Thought it was last fat territory. It is tied 1-1 now.
Dukes will be staggered here, so that means there's going to be a man advantage pushing towards the control of the next unlocked flashpoint. 30 seconds until unlock. Let's see the rush over advantage Varrel. Dukes does come out of the spawn, will be taxied over with his squad. They have the flux.
Yeah, Nico is just chilling now on Sojourn.
Yeah, and I mean with the flux here and no sound barrier to answer it, if you can find a good angle, get a multi-man, this story can change very quickly in favor of 6below. But they keep splitting against him so well. There's the angle. Flux. Oh, barely not.
Just one and not enough for the kill. And the follow-up, as it was still behind the wall, has to be called. So you don't go down in the waters. And Kiru with the kill. Nice catch there. And pressure. The Doomfist just not working out as well for KSG. And there's a first capture for 6below once again. Let's see if they can hold on to it. this time.
Yeah, even though he didn't get kills with the Gravitic Flux, it gave them actually a huge amount of control over the point itself. Forced all of Varrel back. 20% the lead now here for 6blow. To set the Kitsune Rush as well to approach KSG on this Doomfist, which normally not going to feel great to this comp, but is going to feel pretty good with the Meteor Strike coming online, because that's going to give him some extra survivability.
But Doomfist does not have the same sustain.
Yeah, that's why that ult is so important. Needs to build it here on this push.
As Nico slowly traveling downstairs. Wanting to find the kill on Dukes, but not going to be happening this time, as he finds himself into trouble. Yeah, that rotation was created by pressure, as he was also kind of dangerous, forcing out Dukes at least. Pulse Bomb gone. And this is a messy fight. Yes, he finds one onto TQQ, but with the beat, Mint still holding on to his own. Trying to hold on to it, but might eat it. There it is. When it finally had the flip, Mint really didn't want to press that big button for the next fight.
6blow definitely feeling the pressure here. Like, that was a very much their controlled point situation, but KSG ends up getting 2 chaotic kills onto the DPS line in that extended fight on this Doomfist. Now built 65% of another Meteor Strike here. Now, it was 99-0 when the flip came through, so they still need to win a few more fights here, but gonna have so much additional control here. When KSG on the Doomfist can cut the Sigma off away from the point. Have to be careful of a backdoor from Dukes as well. And actually just operate a little bit back towards the point right now. As you can see, tanks fighting just straight up in the front to back.
KSG blocking some damage. And Q Loud, a sudden kill onto Dukes. No pulse bomb available. And really, you really don't want to let this go with 99%. That's 6blow. Varrel, a lot of ultimates coming online though.
They might have to, you know. Okay, Flux is out.
Some ults.
Shut down by KSG.
Okay, KSG, what a shot there. Okay, losing mid on the back, but this Doomfist is still alive. Will be slamming through the shots. Pressure down in the corner, and that will be... Oh, hold up.
Oh, they need to contest, actually.
Yeah, someone will be here, but few more seconds, that is about it. And got the revenge onto Nico.
See if anyone else can join. It's very unlikely, but
yeah,
they're rushing.
With pressure dead, it's going to take so much time for them. Here's the contest, but they have to drag it out for a long, long time. And with Lucio gone, let's see what 6blow can do with the rush. They're still contesting with 99-99. But the point comes through for Varrel.
We'll get the Kitsune Rush, so a small victory here. But it also will give over a ton of extra ult charge to Varrel in general. The Sound Bearer, they were behind on. They're only about 16 behind now, and that's going to be the overclock ready for Nico. So don't think it was worth it in the end, but again, at least they got something out of it. As this is now match point here, series point for Varrel. One more flash point, and that'll be it. All she writes for this one is TQQ. Swaps to Cassidy here to try to burst down this Doomfist. I do think this is a nice little swap to deal with KSG, who's been so successful.
Trying to have the grenade, whoever comes. Doomfist with
Look at him just
snipe,
go!
Though. Also has a Meteor Strike, so there's a perfect tool with escape. And the second kill on 2. He's actually not escaping. That was for the kill.
Well, he uses it to escape and then turns his escape into a deadly force. Because you're not wrong. He definitely needed to use it to live, but then where he came down with it was on top of TQQ. And KSG is just popping off on this Doomfist, man. And it was Pressure's best pick this season. Now he's just saying, nah, I could play this better than you too. And
yeah, you're right.
Like, it's wild how much he is working Pressure. Now, Pressure's swapping to Orisa last possible minute here. And it is maybe possibly too late.
Yeah, we'll see. As Mint, Kiru holding the beat. KSG still feeling fine. These Tracers has been back and forth. QQ with the heal pack. Let's see who controls more. So that is 63% already for Varrel. An early beat from Mint. Will keep the DPS line. And the response is good from Kiru Sakume. TQQ somewhat in trouble, rolls away. But we'll be into safety, but Mint first to fall.
All right, Kitsune rushes out, but they don't get anything with it. And, okay, I say that. The KSG does go down. They're going to reset here. QQ just runs off the map.
Okay, Nico fired back once, but it seems like that is about it.
Okay, so 85 to 25. Pressure with ult advantage here, but they don't have anything else. So the scary part of this for 6blow is that Cloud can actually just give KSG enough power to break through this front line. So Pressure's Terra Surge timing has to be perfect. No sound barrier to keep him alive.
Here's a dive onto Nico.
Deadeye shut down.
And DQ just could not bring it. 2 members dead. The Terrazers better do more than that. That's the third. A 4th kill from Varrel, and the flip comes through. This should be a bit, I think, Wolf.
I mean, Dukes might be able to touch here, but that is all he's going to be able to do until Pressure respawns with no ultimate. He's going to swap over to Winston here. This is going to take a miracle, and I just don't think it's going to happen. And he doesn't even get the touch. He was so close. But a little bit too late there. And Varrel will win the series 3-0. Man, KSG just so good at everything he does. The Doomfist where he's denying fluxes mid-air, taking out the enemy Deadeye with a javelin. He is just doing so much work. And all 3 maps, I think he was easily the most valuable player. He better get player of the match, G-Clef. There is no doubt in my mind he deserves it.
I thought Pressure was one of the best on Doomfist from Japan, but KSG might be contesting at that level. He's certainly at that level for sure. Might be even higher than that because of his hero pool.
They have such a different playstyle, KSG and Pressure. You know, Pressure likes to play a little bit more oppressively slow and steady. That's why I think he's pretty good at the Sigma, and why maybe he likes to play that over the Orisa, even though it doesn't seem to be the strongest pick right now. He kind of creeps forward, likes to keep moving barriers up. He would have loved old Orisa. Just keep putting that barrier up, keep pushing forward. But it's, you know, KSG who plays aggressively, plays fast, he plays hyper-aggressive, not just like, oh, I'm being oppressive. He's like, I am in the back line. I am actually killing the DPS line.
And sometimes it worked, sometimes it actually did not, but I was more impressed from Flash with how many different heroes you could actually provide for the team. And Pressure looked to be on par, but at the end, it just comes down to a 3-0. Well, the favorite does win at the end with a big score, but I will be marking down that Midtown because that was certainly one really close and certainly showing that Varrel is not invincible. And they actually did bleed a lot in Midtown. Lots of slippery slopes right there.
There were some definitely strange calls that were made by Varrel a few times, but I think they were trying to showboat a little bit. Obviously, these are their rivals in 6blow. These are the 2 teams that have been considered the best for this region for a really long time. Even though Insomnia did upset 6blow now twice, I think Varrel and 6blow have such a history against each other that you do want to showboat a little bit if you're KSG.
Yes, and I think player of the match should be ready soon enough.
Yeah,
and I think it just has to be KSG.
It has to be.
There is just, well, Namekuji, Killout, Mint, they all played great. And I think Mint really had like really good beat. Like Mint, all this game, entire series, was always like, he was on top of everyone else. It was like, do I really want to press it? Do I really have to press it? Then I'll press it, okay?
Yeah.
It actually got to that point.
I feel like Kuki, he did turn it around on the 3rd map. And at the end, of course, of Midtown, he looked a little bit better. But he had a rougher start than what we'd expect from him. So I feel like it just has to be KSG. We don't vote for supports here in OWCS. Like, that's never happened before.
Oh, we'll see what that player of the match is from Varrel.
KSG.
Indeed.
What a shocker, G-Clef. Nah, this guy was just so good. He deserves it.
Just top tier tank from Japan.
This Terra Surge here, remember this one where they were able to turn it around after Dukes got taken out by the Lucio at the very beginning of this series. I want to see the Doomfist highlights because that's really, for me, was the most standout and some of the most incredible mechanical plays we saw from him. But his Orisa was also series defining because Pressure was just refusing to swap off the Sigma and just felt the burn.
Some Greek javelins on top of their own push, and we had some Jungle Queen moment. Great dagger there to push.
Yeah, specifically using the Junker Queen into the Winston did feel great to see.
Yeah, some of these isolations were actually created by KSG
Yeah, like this one here where he's able to kill Lucio. Now, I don't know if we'll see the Flux cancel on his first-person view, but it was pretty nuts. Sound barrier forced by him, then he just drops back in.
And the punch to get the soldier out.
There you go. That's the Flux deny. Such a sick play. And this one,
strike.
was it an escape or was it an assassination?
Where was TQQ? I didn't even see him. Must be off to the side.
Blown up. So he is now 4 player of the matches. I think Karu might be the only support we've had who ended up getting player of the match. Yeah, he's the only one right now. Has 2 of his own. He's been such a key part of Insomnia, but
yeah, now we'll be tying pressure.
Zessen's still in first place right now, and he will be playing in playoffs, so won't be able to earn any more here in the seeding matches. It's not fair. The seeding teams get to have more opportunities to get to the top of the player of the match list.
Hey, that's what you get for being in the top 4, not in the bottom top 4. Well, that is not the end of the night. We do have one more match coming up, and that is it. Insomnia versus Revati will be the next matchup coming up real soon after a break. So make sure, guys, to come back for that final match. That's going to be some fire between the 2 teams for the seeding matches. We'll see you after the break.
ですよね。ウィンスを見てる時もあれば後ろを見てる時もあるので、相当前へのプレッシャーが強い。
さあ手前分断ですね。この構成だとサポートが飛んでいくことはできないので、ここでミリア崩されましたね。
小太郎の前に残っていた一つに触れてしまった。
小太郎、はじかれた。少し時間を置いてのキツネ走りといったところで一気にアライズがエリアに侵入していきます。
さあ、ただここでオーバークロック。
さあオーバークロックを抜いたフォーファック、ここに対してワイドットがアルティメットを抱えている状況ですが、さあオーバークロックを抜いたフォーファックが暴れました。
オーバークがあまりにもフリーディールすぎる。
いやー、これはやりたい放題。コーターからのラッシュみたいなのをやっていると思う。うわ
ー、ニコキャスで
なんだこれは。いやこれはギリギリまだやられます。そして龍拳です。
さあこの間にワンキルもぎ取っていきました。
ヒラリーを落としました。そしてかなり最前線で控えていますアニちゃんに対しては風切りでしっかりと捉えていきました。
さすがのハイテーラウェイですね。1人で3キル。
追加のキルまで生まれています。
素晴らしい忍者。
止まりやすいですからね。
はい、
さあ龍拳に対しては一度スタンを食らいながらも、
これ
は竜の中、竜の中でした。
竜の中に入っていました。
龍拳で、
はい、
竜同士光り合ったんでしょうか。そしてここからシーツ上げてきた、上げてきた、3人抜け。
生かして、まずはコグにプレッシャーをかけてからってところなんですけども、
フックオーバークロック、引っ張ったー、ノースルーに守りの形を整えていきます。
ただナノブーストプレッシャーはあまり機能せず、逆にクキがキルを取った。
しましたね。 さあ前のめりに行きます。
いやー、このドゥーンフィストコピーはかなり刺さる。
強いですね。さあこのダブルタンクシステム、マウガとドゥームフィストが襲いかかってくる。これは悪夢以外の何もなんない。しかしどうだ、
いや、これは溶かしきる、逆に
切りましたね。誘い込んだか、むしろ
しかも
ダブルキル、一気にセカンドクリア。
いや、素晴らしい立ち回り。
さあしかし正面の当たり合いではバレルの方がダメージ上回っています。そしてクラウド、
またクラウド、あれもうクラウドのキルで今のところ全て
止まってますよ。
クラウド
クラウドと重ねていきました。バレルチームキル、そして左からこんにちは。新戦です。
苦しいですね。まだパンティアルティメットほとんどビルドできてないので。
きたー、上から
あー、これはいいキャプティブさん入れた。
夜明けの光に続きました。
さあ、
さあそして残党狩りもお手の物。
これは完全にクラウドゲーミングですね。
間違いない
今日のバレルは
今のところプレーオーザマッチです。
苦しい状況をこじ開けたのはアイドッツのデスブロッサム。
いや、ただですね、今これリスポンが圧倒的にレバティ側に近いんですよ。アライズ側は人数がかけているので、はい、
さあなんとか命はつないだが苦しいのは依然アライズ。
アライズはかなり苦しいと思います。これは
さあこれが最後のウェーブか、お互いにアルティメットがないバニラ状態。
これドゥーム、
まもなくレストのサウンドバリア上がったがハリーワンキル。
さあこれはサウンドバリアが
さあハルテン、ここはレストの
間に合った
カウンターのサウンドバリアが間に合った。さあこれは千載一遇の好機。しかしホファックがなぜかワンキル。
ただアスターも高キルしてる。
さあアライズ残り 7m 詰め切れるか。
ただこのマウガが解けない。
このマウガが硬すぎる。
時間を稼がれるとまずいぞ。
どうにかしなければいけないが、無慈悲のサウンドバリア重ねての傷走り。そしてゲージ入ってもたまった。
さあ後ろからマウガが寄ってきている。
さあこのハリーのオーバークロック、なんとかワンキル生み出したい。生み出していくハルテン。しかしワイドットのスパスム間に合った間に合った。アライズ残り 3m いけるかいけるのか。奇跡の大逆転。アライズプロジェクト成し遂げた大きな一勝。
いや、しかも追加で抜いている。
この残党狩り、押し引きの判断というのがインソムニア側に分があります。
さあこれはリスマイまで制圧するような勢いですが、あれ
あれパビ、
これ気づいているか。誰も気づいていないぞ。
これは致命的な C9 が
誰も気づいてない。
あの
インソムニアどうしたんだ。
伝説の O2 ブラスト無線であったような。
後ろを見て。
さあカートが誰もカートに気づいていない。
誰もだったらこれオー
オー
バー
バータイム
タイムが
な
発生。
ぜかオーバータイムが発生している。さあカートまさかのフィニッシュ。
何が起きてるんだ。
ドライバーバンビーによってカートフィニッシュ。単独運転成功です。
Welcome back, everyone, to the final match of the night for OWCS Japan here. Juklef, Wolf. We're back for
That's
the
us. Yeah,
final
we're
game.
here.
And so far, some banger matches, certainly. Certainly, we started off with Namekuji brothers winning, which is... I don't think that many of you guys actually predicted that correctly.
No, I don't think most people saw that one coming. It was a grueling 5-game series with the final map going to an overtime push on Colosseo. Next series, a little bit more one-sided. Did see a 3-0 for Varrel. And I'm expecting the same result here for Insomnia versus Revati. Insomnia coming in as massive favorites here. And Revati, I mean, they have Hofak, and he's my GOAT. We've discussed this a few times. But Jungmin versus Leonoptrix doesn't sound like a tank matchup that if you're a Revati fan, you're looking forward to. As here are our results so far, as we just mentioned.
And on to our second seeding decider match of the night. As we will see the starting roster for Insomnia. As, of course, Leonoptrix, I believe he was staying...
Godsum played like one game of Diva
a while ago, right?
Yeah, like in
like week two.
Yeah. And Karo is our most winning support for player of the match right now. But yeah, this team is really, to me, about Leonoptrix, Undersea, and Daisy. Blink is really good at Lucio, and Undersea and Daisy have a wide variety of heroes they can play, but the most known for their Echo Tracer. And on the other side of things for Revati, see who's starting today. It's Kotaro starting, so could be some Wrecking Ball in our future as Hofak plays Sojourn extremely well, has played some good casting games. Haratun is the Tracer guy. Then Hesty and Epic will bring up the support line. Jungmin Hyuk is the more commonly playing tank player.
Yes,
see if he comes in later.
So the higher seed actually gets to choose the first map control. So Insomnia might have picked a ball favored map, and can't really think of too many other than maybe Busan and Ilios.
Yeah, Busan and Ilios probably the only two. So probably Busan. No one's played Ilios in this whole tournament. But no more map bans. As these stats are from week 4, so don't read into them too much, guys. But you see that Revati has a lot of wins after first death, which is pretty crazy. It's a stat I like to look at the most. First kill percentage is identical for these two.
Yeah, it's from week 4. Let's see. I want to see more numbers as we get through week 5, as we will get more data into it. As we did have some moments where Jungmin and Kotaro, they had some bright moments with the tank.
Busan, Samoa.
Okay, Samoa and still Kotaro. Maybe Kotaro is willing to play some off of that Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, maybe he will just end up playing Orisa and Sigma. I do think the Orisa is the best pick for Samoa at the moment, but we have seen some teams experiment. And Kotaro, he really struggled yesterday when he was playing the Wrecking Ball on a lot of different maps. So I'm hoping that he is not going to be playing it today. Otherwise, it may just be a one-sided affair. As Leonoptrix will play Orisa here. He'll play Junker Queen here if that's what he wants to do. We've seen Undersea play Genji. But I'm imagining on Samoa, it's mostly going to be that Echo Tracer comp for Insomnia.
Yeah, or even knowing after checking the ball, you can even go through Sombra. I think that is totally up to Daisy and Undersea for that combo. As we get Samoa loaded up, it's going to be our first control map. Let's see who takes the lead. Insomnia versus Revati.
Undersea showing the Sombra for now. He has played this a few times.
Likely Kotaro is going to show up ball.
Yeah, he's just expecting it, man. That's the thing when you have a player like Kotaro who basically only plays Wrecking Ball. They start Sombra like from the spawn without even scouting you.
Yeah, this is also the one map you can kind of say the ball is playable.
True.
And here's Leonoptrix with the first jump. And of course Kotaro. Wrecking Ball usually does like to play alone.
Oh man, also gets slept. That's crazy. And purpled. He didn't get to play the game at all, G-Club.
Oh,
he just wants to roll around some more.
Poor hamster. There goes Kotaro and Daisy with the second. And that will be the first capture for Insomnia. Hofak hacked away. Okay.
I
Saved
mean-
by Epic. Oh, never mind.
They are just murdering him right now, G-Clef. This is not even a
Extra hack comes
competitive game.
through.
Yeah.
And that is just kill over all over again.
Look
And
look at how little damage Undersea did in this fight. Like, he is sitting at 34% of ult. He just hacked only. I don't left click, I right click. That's what Undersea's telling us. As yeah, the Wrecking Ball has been spotted and tracked already. So much percentage taking up here before Revati even get their second contest. Love that they're just running everything that can shut down the ball, even the Brigida.
oh, after spotting, going for the late rotation. Good hack there, Undersea. Wanted to dominate a little more, but after that translocator immediately gets picked off from Harutun. Good kill there.
They all focused on Kotaro, so there was an opportunity there, but Hofak now down, and looks like this is going to be the end of this fight for Revati here.
Yeah.
Should be looking for a reset. Don't get fancy, Hesty.
Yeah. Quick jump there, and Daisy was following up. Kotaro back into fight, but can't really deliver much.
Yeah, they're going to need to regroup with Hesty.
As that is now 4 ultimates ready to go for Insomnia.
The pulse bomb for Daisy is definitely going to be a huge problem for Kotaro if he ends up getting slept or hacked. We'll keep an eye on that.
Loving the movement from Insomnia already. There's that nano. No reach. You need it now. Oh, with Hofang, I don't think. Oh, just dropping the pulse bomb on top. Why not?
They killed the greatest player of all time.
And
I don't know how Revati can win without him.
Almost by Harutun.
I don't know how Revati can win without Hofak. They just can't do it, G-Clef. They have a Kitsune rush.
Kotaro hacked again. And this hamster just cannot come into point. Oh, we'll contest now. That EMP. Undersea looking for. That's one target. Here's Hofak. The one and only. I expected a player, and that's 3-man EMP from Undersea. Revati getting cleaned up. That's team wipe, 99%. Should be 100-0. Going to Insomnia, first game.
They
Wow.
instantly went Ana, Brigida, Sombra to counter the Wrecking Ball they knew was coming before the spawn, knowing Kotaro was playing, knowing that he is limited to this one hero. And they just, I mean, watch this. It is actually unreal how little gaming he did.
And Karu's purples, on top of the sleep darts and the hack, and the mobility from Undersea and Daisy.
So, what I'm saying is, I hope we see a substitution after this first map, because they are just so well planned for this ball, and Kotaro has had a rough week on it so far here for this seeding tournament. Could end up being Revati dropping.
So I actually don't exactly know how Paul's gonna do in Volcano.
Well, I think
I'm not a big believer. I'm not a big believer here, but
I'm not either.
Let's see what Kotaro's able to do, because he's certainly willing to play it again. And that's why Leo can just have this free dive. Oh, trading with, okay, 2 for 3. This time having a better movement. They can certainly have some more environmental kills, pushing them off into the lava.
Kotaro is super low, but they can't quite finish him off. Kotaro finally gets down in there and gets him down. And Optric's going to be off the map here to go for a reset. Doesn't want to get staggered. Smart call. And so the Wrecking Ball, technically successful. I think it was more about the DPS lineup there for Revati in this case and their focus on Hikaru, but hey, technically it worked. He's got half of his minefield ready. Undersea. And let's try to put some poke off here as the team continues to regroup. Leonoptrix going to be the main character here for getting onto the point.
Leo could not pressure much last time because the DPS were just spread apart and in flank angle. Here's Ofak. Kotaro with the pile drive. And the pulse all the way in the back. Ofak finds one. This Orisa cannot survive as long as this Kotaro is doing. Yeah, without Sombra and without that Ana. Does seem like that Wrecking Ball can actually survive.
All right, so Kotaro building towards that minefield still. Daisy seen on the flank. We'll get healed up here. Time is running out for Insomnia. I wonder what they will duplicate. Probably just Harutun's Tracer.
There's a quick rotation from Insomnia, responded by the rush from Epic. Still 10% away from Karu. And Leo's having a tough time sustaining. There's a dupe on Sojourn. Kotaro gone, Blink down, no beat available. But with just a duplicate, has one more lead.
The smash from Kotaro there was massive in the fight. Did so much damage, but no elims to come through. Damage alone isn't worth it here, as Kotaro probably doesn't want a minefield here. Needs to wait for a regroup.
Oh, could not go outside.
Awkward.
Even if he went outside, there were members waiting for him.
Yeah, definitely not his most mechanically proving moment, but at least they do have that huge advantage, 83-15 right now, and he will be able to use the minefield on the follow-up attack here.
And with the beat. And Hofak ready with that build. Overclock, one of the best players from Japan. Especially on that Sojourn. Minefield to start things off.
And no one's on the point.
Yeah, no one around the capture point.
Gonna try to cap.
Thinking about it and don't need it. Now he's gonna press that big. On top of that, Terra, we'll have the beat coming through from SD. As Revati looking to dominate even further. Blink gone. Did that beat even come through from Blink? Don't think so.
All right, the minefield allowed them to get. Basically, they went for the cap as the minefield was up, and it was really tough for Insomnia to actually come over there and contest. Now, getting onto the point alone seems basically impossible. Blink will touch, but they can't win a fight. And it should be the rounds going 1-1 now here. Revati easily denying them.
And that pile drive. Some work, some more touches, but Insomnia with few dead members already. And that is just the supports left. And with the overtime, we are tying things up. This time, Kotaro's ball does end up working.
And you know, we weren't really believers going into that one on Volcano. Obviously, there's a little bit of space to work with. He did play around the capture point incredibly well. And I guess we'll trust him a little bit more from now on. Obviously, this last round, he was not dealing with an Ana, was not dealing with the Sombra, etc. His pile drivers were fantastic on this map. And he ended up getting the win with the minefield there as well. Team playing around the minefield, very well coordinated for him. And once again, Insomnia will try to counter the ball more directly this time on round 3 with the Sombra, the Ana, the Brigitte.
I think this is the way. Kotaro is the heartbeat for the team.
For sure.
And once you break that down, not like the other 4 can't really do anything, but because the team actually works around him. See how Insomnia goes. Here's Undersea back on Sombra. First attack on Tracer. Attempted.
Just slow playing it for now, pushing towards the ball. Arjun very exposed here. Does blink back. I like that call.
Yeah, Insomnia does have the first lower ground positioning. It will get the first cap.
Arjun now down his recall.
And even Kotaro being a little cautious on the third. As you come down the beach, there's less of a spot that you can hide from. With the jump from Leo Hofak, still okay. Not really being pushed as there is no reset anymore.
Okay, Undersea is down. This is an opportunity here now for Revati.
And look, immediately after that Sombra dead, the Wrecking Ball just goes wide. Said, this is my time.
Yeah, still not getting enough ground though, and Undersea will be back here very soon. Sombra can get back to the point very quickly. They need to get this cap. They need to get it fast. There it goes.
Yeah, this takes some extra time, but the flick comes through, and here's Arutun with the pulse. No damage as Taro all the way on the back, trying to do some extra.
So I'm going to be careful about tossing ults out willy-nilly like this.
Okay, response with the nano from Karu. Daisy with the nano. Didn't accomplish much.
Yeah, they're
not
really
enough
just
not
not
enough for the flip.
They're just not winning this fight.
Revati actually having a pretty good duel in these chokes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is where Wrecking Ball is going to be at its strongest. Well, the minefield in here as well.
Exactly, just rotates
that could have been
through.
huge. I don't think they need it. Insomnia just wasted so much time in this fight.
Yeah, finally hacked, but there's no follow-up damage. 2 members lost.
Oh, that was essentially an insanely long stagger from Revati. just keeping them in there, not killing them quickly, but also just denying them from regrouping. Now, Undersea is able to build up this EMP. We will attempt the right-click hack first.
Taru is spotted. Could be dangerous, but he'll back up immediately. Goes back to his
Combo
teammate.
with the virus gets his armor away, but he is able to escape and get it back.
Here's a jump, starting things off for Leo.
Sound barrier early here for Revati, but Undersea's dead, so no EMP.
Man. That EMP could have been big, but without that, just gone. Hopek just struck. Brought him down at the perfect timing. Leo with the rage. Okay, that's one, but is it enough for the flip? Kotaro hacked, so can't really dive in yet.
Yeah, he's so far away with the hack, as you mentioned, that there's no way they can actually contest this time around. Gonna look for a swinging minefield. Drop the mines from above. With this overclock, it can be very difficult to hold this point now the EMP is gone. Here it comes. Not the greatest.
Not much mines up below. Oh, but here's Ofac. He wants to show up, and that's 2 for 1. A lot of
Sleep could be huge. What can they get done in the interim?
It's a lot more for the Tracers left on the ground. Haruto gets one. But Daisy is also out there. Traces down. Haruto can stop this flip from happening. The rush from Epic. Seems good enough for the flip. 91%. Insomnia needs to touch soon enough.
Rally out here for Blink. That's going to give them some additional armor to actually try to touch this point. Undersea needs to build an EMP in this longer fight if they want any hope of finishing this first map.
Hasn't been doing that much damage. There's the flip. 99% and SD gone. Kotaro sleeping.
I mean, he's building up that EMP. They're getting closer to 99. Leonoptrix could get a primal. Target selection a little bit poor here for Revati. These targets all get low, but they don't go down. The armor is still there for Leo. And where's the play? Where's going to be a pulse bomb opening for Harutun? We're about to find out, but there is no time left.
And no beat from SD Sleep. Kotaro hacked away, and the purple! That's focus fire. Hopek striking one. Needs more than that, though. Without the tank. There's a second. Hold up. Body. The flick comes through overtime, and Hopek. The MVP for Samoa.
That's my goat, G-Clef! Honey Factory is
The one-man
carrying.
army is
One
bringing
man.
down Insomnia.
Okay, Primal is here. Sound barrier is forced. I just don't think it's going to be enough. Winston alone.
Hopek.
Hopek.
The GOAT.
The GOAT. The greatest
my
Overwatch
God.
player who ever lived. It was so funny because...
I thought it was surely over with Kotaro dead.
Well, interestingly enough, like, the irony of this is that everything is spent on the tank. They
yes, the
sleep in,
dart, hack, purple,
purple,
and the
everything.
damage.
All the damage is put into him. And meanwhile, Honeyfack actually just he gets the kills on the other side. He takes out the enemy DPS. Support line's down, and then that's actually it. That you win. So yes, it was the right call to focus down Kotaro there, but watch out for Honeyfact, or Hofak, Honeyfactor, whatever you want to call him. He goes by many
Hopek
names.
also shut down one of the EMP. I don't think it happened. It was in
Yeah,
the
the
middle
one-
of the animation and when the Sombra was shut down.
His very first series he played, or the very first cast I did for this tournament, he shut down like 2 EMPs midair as well.
Unbelievable,
so
man.
beautifully on the Sojourn. So he popped off again, and we might have the beginning of an upset on our hands here, G-Clef, as that was a lot closer of a first map than I thought we were going to see, especially after the first round where they just shut down the Wrecking Ball completely. I'm a little bit worried about longevity of Kotaro in this series. Maybe we'll see a substitution going into the second map.
Hey, I mean, Kotaro, even with his death, he still buys that much room. As long as Hopek can actually have that much space for him to get those crazy shots, might actually be worth it, but that is a lot of ifs coming together.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We are having a little bit of a... Today we're having a lot longer time spent picking maps, so normally we'd be telling you guys where we're headed already, but we do not yet know. I think we might have a substitution.
Yeah, we do have a sub.
Okay, so Kotaro is out.
Okay.
So that's a good
what's
sign.
happening. And Jumping Up should be in as the other tank available for the team. Yes. moving away from Samoa, I can see that, and it is Insomnia's map choice.
Yeah. Insomnia will, let me think about, let's take a look at the pool. Obviously, Kotaro is going out, so I'm feeling something like Midtown here, or maybe Colosseo for the side of Insomnia to pick here, because it is their map pick.
Yes, and I think Leo would like to play a lot more Winston. I think he feels really comfortable on Winston, especially in this matchup and also the previous matchup that we've seen. So hybrid, I think one of the better ones.
He also
even
really,
some push.
He really likes New Junk City, and he likes to play Junker Queen there. So I could see that being the pick as well, coming through for Insomnia. So anything that, like, basically not Numbani, you know, not New Queen Street, not Esperanza, would say very low chance that we see Hollywood. Havana is definitely like, don't play that into Hofak. I just think that's a terrible idea. So
yeah, I think just giving Hofak less of a space to go back from should be the key. As he is basically popping up. The reason why they lost the first map is Hofak, not Kotaro, I think.
yeah, I agree. I think Colosseo or Midtown. I'm going to narrow it down to two. I think those are, you get two choices.
Out of like 16 available maps.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm the map whisperer now. You guys didn't know.
You
like,
are the magician calling things.
Back in Contenders, before I moved into the Overwatch League, G-Clef and I had an entire open map pool. We were able to pretty consistently pick which maps the teams were able to, we're going to pick based on their playstyles. And now that I've seen this entire round robin of Japan, I'm starting to get like, my eyes are up. I'm starting to get an idea. Meanwhile, we did see Namekuji brothers pick Numbani.
Yes, that did happen.
That was not it, but I wasn't wrong. They were wrong. Esperanza, that wasn't on of the two maps. I'm a fraud, G-Clef. I'm exposed.
Well, you had very small chance just by selecting
I'm
two.
a fraud.
But we do go into push.
I'm not
so
real.
You're not totally wrong on it. So Insomnia certainly is thinking that they also had to think about Kotaro and John Minyak together. But I think this certainly is a better map for Leo to, as you mentioned, Jungle Queen still can have that Winston.
Yeah, no, I think it can work here. A little bit surprised they don't go to Colosseo, as that's a really tough map for the compositions that Revati likes to play. Not going to be the Wrecking Ball this time, of course, since it is a substitution.
All right, here we go. Revati with a bit of an upset so far, 1-0 in the lead. Insomnia down 1. Let's see what happens in our push map.
Where are they driving? I saw that car on the road. Where do you think they're headed?
I don't know.
To the grocery store? Maybe to meet some friends?
To the station to ride on this train right now. You park the car first, and then you get onto the metro.
You just park
train.
Yeah, park your car, then get in a different form of transportation.
Yes.
It's a transfer.
Eco-friendly. Public transportation.
Look at this comp for Insomnia. The Anoptrix on Winston, Ana, Brigitte. It's the same thing with the Echo Tracer coming through this time instead of Sojourn, and Revati are running the standard meta Orisa comp. We'll see what Insomnia can get done here with Undersea. Arguably the tournament's best Echo player.
It's both Tracers.
Dueling.
Peek their head out for some damage exchange.
Poke Winston, you love to see it.
Certainly better after Winston having the charge. Before that, Winston was kind of weak. And ever since that, it is Winton. Some stickies from Undersea, we could hear that, but no follow-up damage. As his robot starts to push a little bit, not by a big margin. Jump from Leo.
He's poking here, and I mean, if they actually push on the jumping hook, there's an opportunity here. He's very extended, but they're not actually in position to follow up with no flight here for Undersea.
Epic's sleeping. Karu with some crazy sleep darts. I wonder what the accuracy is.
Yeah, he is really on point.
After the recall, Daisy falls back, but Dominion might have expended a little too far. With less of a cover from the back. Here's Hofak from the top, slides in. Catches Daisy, no pulse bomb available now.
Very broken up fight here for Revati as Namekuji overextends a second time. This time is punished. Insomnia will control the robot, pushing it out 25 meters now, buying a lot of space.
Yeah, with that tank,
Whoopsie.
Insomnia has some extra room, even with that trading kill from Hofak.
No pulse now for Haruto, no recall either. So much control to Insomnia right now.
Yeah, Undersea can also pop that duplicate or the rage. And the nano coming soon from Karu.
All right, going to become Orisa.
Extra Orisa. The rush drops, so Revati somewhat committing to this fight. But not
Down
by
goes
far.
Jungmin
There's
Hyuk.
so much extra output coming from Insomnia.
And with Undersea giving them that additional Orisa's worth of damage, they just break the tank line again. Leonoptrix just playing better with his team. Jungmin Hyuk caught now in 3 critical moments and have cost Revati a lot. And this is what we were saying going into the series. Yeah, Undersea and Daisy, great DPS line, but it's the tank diff here between Leonoptrix and both tanks of Revati, regardless of who it is, that it's going to potentially be a huge problem here as Hofak can't get it done alone. We'll see what he can do with this ultimate once he drops it. His next overclock is ready.
Doesn't need it yet. There's a nano onto Undersea. Some extra survivability and the damage.
Oh, they just get the checkpoint virtually for free.
Yes. Did have to pop the rage just for the extra pressure as Hesti. It's that big button, but it is after the checkpoint. So no need to fight directly from Insomnia. They rotate back, controls the high ground, and jumps down.
Hofak gonna overclock here.
On the other side, so they kind of swap position.
Yeah, and this is a super low value overclock. I think he wanted to help secure the retreat of his teammates there, or maybe get the Jungmin Hyuk in a position to push on Leonoptrix because he has ult advantage, but
Here's the
rally?
side rotation from Insomnia. And a great pulse bomb coming out from Harutun here to turn things around. That's a lot of resources spent, but hold up Undersea. Still there alive.
Yeah, and he's about to get a duplicate. If he actually could get that ult off here, they might be able to win this longer fight. I don't know if he really wants to necessarily, though, because they have such an advantage right now. There's no reason to hard force. He will just escape with his squad.
You're waiting for the timing for Leo to heal back up. There's the stickies. Wanted to get a stack on with the beat. And the Tracer copy.
Yeah, not going to be too high value this time around. Great right click there to make sure Leonoptrix couldn't get on the high ground to challenge. Weakens this duplicated Tracer's position significantly.
The copy off, and Epic hits the rush immediately after. And Insomnia just going back and forth. With no members lost from the team fight, should be saying, okay, we still have much more of a lead. Here's the nano. The Karu just got.
Epic's down. Leonoptrix here about to have Primal as well.
And Jungmin Hyuk has to be careful at this moment. It has been him overextending just a little bit too far oftentimes. And he gets caught once again. With a trade from Harutun at least.
And I think a lot of this is just how good the DPS line is for Insomnia as well, as they just keep threatening the back line. He has to kind of push away from them, as Hesti will be staggered here as well. And every single time, you know, we see a pick come through, it's Jungmin Hyuk who's trying to bounce back, get back to his teammates, ends up getting killed. The focus fire, the teamwork here for Insomnia has been much better here on Esperanza than it was on Samoa. As Undersea again pushing towards another duplicate. His ult timings haven't really been the best. That last one obviously being the worst of them so far, but the clone of the Orisa on the first fight was successful. Leonoptrix can shut down this overclock if Hofak thinks that alone is going to be enough.
Yeah, this tunnel can be a choke, or you do need to win big time to push all the way into the next corner. Yeah, that's a dead Tracer. Daisy finds one pig. Let's see if Revati still wants to commit, because yes, that choke point could have been a dangerous zone if they kept on losing more members. Insomnia will have a free push.
Yeah, I mean, they just don't have any great options, to be honest with you, G-Clef. Like, there's no great choice. Do you drop the overclock and let them retreat? Do you try to push up and look for a Terra Surge?
Well, finally hits one, but there's a duplicate for the Undersea to survive on his own. So pressure is off, but you need to find extra kills. And here's Jungmin Hyuk almost ready with the pop, but with the Terra. Pops the rage and the beat together with Hesti, but still finds no extra kills. And Insomnia just coming on top after those big two tools used by Revati. Now, they are in big trouble on the other side of the map behind the robot.
Yeah, committing the Terra Surge there for nothing feels so bad here as Leonoptrix just helps chase
Yeah, the
them
longer
down.
this goes, it's just going to be worse for Revati as Jeonminyeok is now on Jungle Queen, but
I mean,
so far away.
We're down to 3 minutes now, and the robot is still pushing. This is worse than dire straits here for Revati as Hofak will swap over to Casti now to hopefully break through that Winston armor. And if you can break through the Winston armor here, and yeah, as you say, Hesti in
17
danger.
HP.
He's gonna get out. Okay, never mind. Daisy said no.
Wow. We thought he was alive.
I thought he made it, but Daisy said no, he didn't. My blink's back. Goodbye. But yeah, this Casti has to come up big for Hofak, and he's under Dane.
Oh! Stomped and gone. But Undersea and Leo just the duo with the nano from Karu. So a lot of the teamwork there, and Hofak just not being able to survive this game. And certainly Jungle Queen just not enough to contest on the points. 24 meters to 120 now.
Yeah, we're not even talking about distance anymore. We're talking about finishing the map. It's been a long time since we've seen this happen in OWCS Japan, but it might happen now.
Pulse from
Pulse
Karu.
whiffs.
Not enough. And the extra Jungle Queen from Undersea. Good for one. Jeonminyeok down. No tank. Revati. Who can really go towards that robot before it touches down?
Nobody's out. Nobody's on it.
And I think that's it. Robot
Primal to deny. And
has
that's
the power to push all the way, and that is Insomnia. Now turning things around. We have a series, Wolf.
We have a series 1-1. Insomnia coming back in a big way here on the second map, on their map pick. And you know what? It's only been, what, like a day and 2/3 of a day? Like 1.66 days since the map pool got changed. And I'm already feeling like it's made such a cool impact on how these series get played out strategically. But I don't know if it was the map so much as the coordination for this one, for Insomnia coming out and crushing the enemy Orisa, sticking with the Winston. And Winston can be so tough to play into Orisa. We've talked about this even already today, but yesterday as well, about how the Orisa has more damage output, has obviously range, so can make a slower, larger impact on teamfights, can execute DPSs without sacrificing her positioning. But the coordination was so good, they kept threatening the backline and ignoring the Orisa. And then as the backline retreats, guess who's the slowest member of this team? It's the Orisa who's kind of walking backwards. And then finding herself alone and killed.
Just moonwalking back.
Yeah, moonwalking to the spawn room. Because I mean, I don't even want to blame Jeonminyeok here, because I don't think it was his fault necessarily, but he was often the target because his team was just getting so dominated in the backline.
Yeah, that's quite a bit of a worry as we go into a break for Revati if they want to come back. Might actually think about having Kotaro back, because the teamwork with Jeonminyeok was kind of off on that map, I'll be honest. We'll see what happens. We'll take a short break, and once we come back, we'll find all the answers from Revati. Let's see if we go to a longer series or potentially a map 5 on the series between Insomnia and Revati. Welcome back, everyone, to the final match of the night, where we have 1-1 tied series here. And we still don't know which map we're going into. That's one of the best part for the seeding matches and the last chance qualifier.
It's a mystery, G Cliff.
It's always a mystery box.
Where we go. So
you want to have a wild guess again?
All right, so this time, since it's the map pick of Revati, I'm going to assume that Kotaro is not in because I didn't get word about that. So if he is, then that might change. Obviously, Push is off the table. Looking, thinking.
Hybrid? Escort? Flashpoint? If you go to Flashpoint, I think Kotaro might be in.
I could see Rialto.
Oh,
because,
Rialto?
I mean, I don't think that's necessarily going to pick because it's really rare and it's a new map in the pool and no one's really playing on it right now, but it would play against the strengths of Leonoptrix. I think it's not a great map for Revati, but a bad map for Insomnia, if that makes sense. So I'd be down for Rialto. I'm not going to predict it though. I'm not going to be so bold this time.
I think it'll be hybrid, as we'll see the map soon.
And you're right, and it's Midtown. So this is the standard Japanese map pick. You know, pretty classic, pretty normal.
Yeah, going back to what both teams feel comfortable.
But I also think this is like the worst pick for Revati, which is why I was saying I thought Insomnia was going to pick it, because it is the best map for Winston right now in this pool, based on what we've seen from Japanese playstyles. Doesn't necessarily work out that way in Korea, but in Japan, this has been the Winston map, and we have a Winston player and a not Winston player. So I feel like Leonoptrix is going to be very happy to see this pick come through.
Yeah, I know we focus a lot on the tank, not just today because the tank just has so much impact, but this map often forces you to switch into at least a couple. You can have Winston all game, but sometimes it doesn't work.
That's a good point. We'll have to swap for sure in the later parts of the map.
Yes. Map 3 is hybrid. Let's see what Midtown brings us. 1-1 tied between Insomnia versus Revati.
I see it, G-Clef. Not the Hyperloop line departures. I see Leonoptrix Winston. I see Jungmin-hyuk Orisa.
I see Toronto Kings Row on time.
I see the Blizzworld Deep Run Tram is delayed.
Man.
Soon TM. Get it?
Whatever that's going to be.
All right, Leonoptrix, Karu on this Ana. This is the comp Insomnia has found success with today so far.
One hit, but we'll switch over to the Hulkback hero. Okay, defensive Echo. As it is under siege, so there is some trust. Jungmin-hyuk with offensive Orisa start. Okay. We'll see how that goes.
See if they can close the gap here, because oftentimes when you run the Orisa into this type of composition, you really need to be quick to push the point.
So with that recall, Revati has some extra room to push.
Leonoptrix just going to push
in
with
the
the
purple. Yeah, almost was a good catch, but will be saved by Epic Hesti. Revati does have the rotation, but Tracer just cannot run away. I think Haruto already used that recall.
Could they get a tick off of this? No, I don't think so. Really quick is Leonoptrix to deny that, and then this is just going to be the first push stopped here. A longer, slower push, but ultimately is going to be Insomnia's W. Daisy does get a kill, and that should be another Pulse Bomb ready here very soon. And Insomnia, they were pretty surgical with how they did that. Once again, Jungmin-hyuk is kind of away from his squad. That opening pick onto Harutun was the big one. And Hofak going to swap over to this Cassidy. I think this is the right call into the Winston. Really hope that he can make a high-value play here on this push. Struggling to get access to the Echo, as Cassidy can take Echoes out of the sky, but on Midtown it's really tough on the attack.
Now Undersea will be around that, on top of that train cart. Oh, a dangerous headshot there. Yeah, with the Nano on the chase to get that Cassidy down. Get Jungmin-hyuk gets one down. Karu, no Ana, but he's traded himself for going all the way out, and at least forces out Undersea with the duplicate.
Daisy not going to even have to drop his pulse or anything like that in this fight. They're going to have Primal, Duplicate. Fairly low value here, but it is going to be enough to guarantee the win. But it was mostly that kill onto Hofak from Leonoptrix that was the main point, as he is their main source of damage here to kill this Winston.
But Revati right now currently just waiting for that beat as Karu. Okay, hold up.
There's the pulse.
Big pulse. Daisy
SD.
puts extra delay. As I think Revati is just waiting for that beat to come through, but that will be now less than 120. Might be talking about like 30 seconds left when they have the beat.
Yeah, I mean, we might be talking about full hold territory, that is to say.
Even slower of a push when you lose Hofak now and jumping up.
Yeah, this is looking disastrous now. Terracer just not going to be worth anything if you can't use it on the point. And they just keep repeatedly either killing Hofak or in this case Hesty right before the fight actually starts, and the delayed sound barrier is going to be a problem. He should be able to build it in this fight as long as nobody dies instantly here. So,
but you
this
feel
is
the pressure with
yeah,
less than 40 seconds now.
This is Revati's best chance to get the point with the tools that they have now.
Oh, Harutun's gone.
Oh, that is so rough.
Now,
They
you don't
have
even
to
have
just
the
wait
beat
for
to.
him.
You
They have to
literally
wait.
have about 15 seconds to go into the capture point, and Insomnia, with that knowing, they can just push them aside.
She's going to be down some blinks. Daisy controlling high ground here. Hofak, Deadeye alone isn't going to do it. That's just going to make you a target. He's going to try for the flank, though, because he's so desperate.
Here's a final push attempt, 10 seconds. Deadeye from Hofak. And the beat just on 2. Gets Daisy, that's a start. Karu with the nano. Hofak in trouble with the stickies, he's down. And Revati, they're on point, gets 1 tick. Plus some more. But here's Winston back. Traversers from jumping out. Not enough to take extra. There's Blink on. Okay, Revati really coming up for the fight.
Okay, Haratun with this pick here.
But there's double Tracer on the field.
Still, Haratun, no recall, but full health. Doing a lot of work on his own. And it looks like he alone is basically going to get it done here for the side of Revati. Will be the cap coming through. Looked like it was going to be a full hold, but ultimately not able to shut down this Tracer as Hofak swaps to Widowmaker here, and we'll look for a pick on the wraparound. Don't think this is going to work. Probably not a long-term plan. As you can see, going to go back and swap, presumably to the Cassidy once again.
That was such a close call. Having the Widow just to get extra pressure onto Undersea.
He's swapping to Sojourn as Insomnia goes straight to dive. I'm not sure about this choice. Fairly risky. Into the Winston. At least he has a little bit more mobility. And it is his best pick, historically.
Had 230, but now down to 145. Let's see what Revati can do. Insomnia. Leonoptrix with the purple!
That
Hits
grenade.
big! Now
Well,
that's one big dive with Winston. And
that's
the reason
Carl
why
moment.
this Winston Ana is just so strong, along with the 2 extra dives from DPS, Genji Tracer.
Karu sets it up. Leonoptrix knocked them down. 75 seconds left here. It was a final capture there. At almost 2.5 minutes time bank for Revati off of Haratun's plays, but the momentum is now gone. As now Insomnia have 4 ultimates coming online, and the Dragon Blade might even be finished in the longer fight. Revati really desperately need Hesty to build that sound barrier. I think that's going to be their best option here, but they only have 2 team fights realistically here to get it going.
Less than 50 seconds for Body. We have some tool, not much. Here's Leo. Again with the pressure if he gets caught. And Rage, he just wants to finish the support line.
Hesty, no barrier, he's down. And we'll have it for the next fight, but Insomnia don't have to commit anything else to this.
It was
And
just the Rage.
And Karu still has the nano, so even though Leonoptrix is down his primal, he will have some extra survivability. He will have that extra damage. They might even just use it on the Undersea. He might have the nano blade to come out too. Karu has so many options for this final fight for the defense. Leonoptrix also on high ground here to drop down and get tons of cleave damage.
Beat and the Tracer should be up for Revati. Let's see what it comes down to. Looking at that Genji. Oh, stun the Javelin! Oh man.
Big kill on Dakaru there. That means the Nano gonna be a little bit early. Not gonna be what they wanted. Undersea though. Barrier out. Perfect timing from Hesty.
Yeah, has to go through that Terra. And no kill. Without that Nano, did not have the perfect timing. Revati did have some chance, but with 2 members gone, can they really stay on this payload?
So many threats.
The blade didn't do too much, but the remaining deal was enough from Revati and the rest of the team. Deflect just to get more out of that, and Revati couldn't really push more than that. Tunnel was the finishing touch.
Yeah, they could not get out of the tunnel. The cleave damage too much for the Winston there, and even with the pick on Dakaru, he was able to nano first, and then Insomnia corralled the DPSs in that final moment. This bio grenade coming out from Dakaru was so massive. Yeah. And the Inoptrix is just getting so much work done in these choke points. Insomnia poised to take match point here. All they need to do is push halfway to B, get through the car wash, and that will be what gets us there. As Revati need to have a strong defense, the Sigma will be what Jungmin Hyuk locks here to potentially try to hold this point. This is super greedy, super all-in. Can be very strong with the Illari here, because you have some extra damage threat, some extra range with her, and then if the Sigma is played around and has to use his immortality fields well, then the Ashe damage can be quite strong. She builds a Bob. You have great contest there, but if you lose even one fight before those ultimates come online, you get circumvented by this Winston, which continues to happen, or Undersea just flies over you with Echo, then it's all over in an instant, and then that time bank could be massive. So, while I think this is a good comp from Revati, it's so greedy. See if this pays off.
See with the Ashe. Here's a Sonic for that first scan, and immediately to the brother of Hanzo.
He may stick with this instead of swapping to the Echo, because it is also likewise able to circumvent the Sigma shield. Just go harass the backline, build Blade.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Undersea is looking for with the Winston, with the Ana on the back. Here's the first jump.
Great coach gun
off
there.
To the side. And well focused by Revati this time, though.
Yeah, Fofak doesn't hit that coach gun like that. Probably he is in trouble, but the timing was perfect. They focused the Inoptrix, as you say. First defense is a go. For the second push here, we'll see if they can make that a 2 for 2.
Still no change after that death. Insomnia going slow. Karu doing his best to build that nano. Oh man, Undersea Daisy going super low. Only for a moment. There's that bit of a rotation. Yeah, look how far Karu is on that nano build.
Yeah, 70%. Can give Leonoptrix a primal to contest the point. Undersea looking for the backline here.
There's some contest from the side. Still, I think both teams are really looking for that ultimates to build. Small skirmishes, but no one going down. There's a dive from Genji.
Nano committed. Immortality field is already down.
Which means that backline has to back off from the control point.
Sleep here onto the Sigma means he is just going to run past.
Even the Captive Sun, and that's a pulse from Harutun. Extra damage from Illari Epic. Helps out big time.
I think the hope for Insomnia on that Nano was that Leonoptrix would actually finish Primal and then contest the point with it, as that was a very late pulse call from Daisy. We'll end up getting Hofak, and maybe there's a window of time where they can actually get here before Hofak is back up and set. And he doesn't have Bob just yet, so won't be able to use that. But anyway, Leonoptrix didn't get the point fight that he was hoping for, but he did get the Primal. So he's going to have that. They will have the Blade for this push. Rally for armor. It's a great opportunity for Insomnia to catch A.
Yeah, early flux from Dominia.
Okay, going to get the Primal out. But this is exactly what Insomnia wanted.
Yeah, it was forced out. But after the flux, and Daisy wins the Tracer duel. And the pressure is real now as Revati, they just lack the tools. Here's Bob, but focused down and brought down immediately. And Insomnia taking the first stick and more.
I think this is going to be the cap to come through. The only thing that Revati could do is try to get Dragon Blade out, but I don't think they're going to go for a contest here. So about an extra minute of time here for Insomnia. They only have to push 91 meters to finish this map. I think it might be time to say goodbye to the Ashe here as well, as Hofak, I feel like, can make a much larger impact on the Cassidy, or potentially even the Sojourn here. Great for A, but for B defense here, it's really tough for this Ashe to get long-term value.
Yeah, still willing to contest with the hit scan. If you can provide some hit scan, headshot damage. Pretty good, but here's Nano late, and Opec immediately picked off. Hesty to follow. And that just seemed way too easy of a dive.
This Ashe doesn't provide that much damage unless she's hitting those headshots, as you mentioned. She had some extra survivability against dive with her coach gun, as we saw Hofak expertly use before, but just a Dragon Blade push. They clean him off. Now he's going to swap over to Cassidy, but they cannot afford to lose even a single additional fight here, or that victory box is going to get parked in. Look how close they are to this push. One more fight. I guess that is all Insomnia need.
Just 8 meters away. Insomnia, they're getting ready for the push, but with no big tilt, Daisy might be starting with Pulse. Here's Undersea from the room. Epic gets pushed, captain. See who the target is.
It's a whiff.
No good.
That was a really good bubble there from Leonoptrix to deny any value from that. Super patient. Rally is going to give some armor here. Pulse.
Also buy some time. Going down to the cart as Insomnia. Not just the Pulse, they have more Undersea. And also Karu picking up 2. And that should be it. Insomnia with the second map now.
The Captive Sun coming up empty. Just really slow, impatient play from Leonoptrix there. Then the Pulse Bomb to come through from Daisy as well. Really just seals the deal. Better coordinated dive. And I think picking this map that's so strong for Winston was just not the right call from Revati. This is the map I was predicting that Insomnia was going to pick for Game 2 when it was their choice. And it just played into the strengths of this roster so incredibly well for Insomnia. Now they're on match point, and Revati will have map selection, but it might be the last map they choose if they can't turn their performance around. So we're looking at now, not to cut across you there, but we're looking at Flashpoint and Escort.
I think a lot likely Escort if Insomnia, no, if Revati. I think they would rather just keep on pushing instead of just fighting on one point because of the tank difference and how Leo had just been dominating. And another part, I think Undersea's Genji is somewhat threatening to the support line as they have some ways to deal with it, but they're not really doing the best job currently. So I think Undersea is a big threat.
I'd say probably don't go to Flashpoint because Undersea has been good at both the Echo and the Genji there. You'll have to go there eventually. Like, obviously, if you win this one, you have to go to 5, but maybe try to get the momentum back on an Escort map here. I said Rialto. I think that's the one that's the best for them. They didn't want to do that. They went to Midtown last time, so if the pattern continues, they'll definitely just pick Flashpoint here, Chico. And go to probably Surabasa. But I mean, it's Hofak. Like, go to Havana or go to Rialto. Like, those are your choices, I think. Junkertown also pretty decent.
But you can see Hofak does have some escaping moments, but not all the time, because that grenade, ever since the buff, of course, another reason why Ana is actually back in the meta, not just the Winston. Winston didn't really get much change. It was actually the Ana biting grenade getting that huge damage buff.
And it's showing. I mean, that big purple we saw, 3-man, won them a big team fight there. Looks like a lot of discussion about this map, about what they're going to pick, where we're going to go, as ultimately it is up to Revati. They also may, we haven't gotten any update about it as far as I can tell, but they may decide to put Katara in. I really advise against it, though, based on what we saw on Samoa.
We'll find out, as I think... Oh!
And he's in.
Okay. Which means that we might be going off the tracks and some wild maps happening.
Well, it sounds like Flashpoint to me. Sounds like Flashpoint to me.
Okay. I think we are going to... some wild map of Escort or just Flashpoint?
If it's going to be Escort, it's probably Route 66. Remember Junkertown? They did do that yesterday, and it did not go well. It did not go well at all. Please don't do it again. I mean, I'm not like if that's
There
what they
was a
practice,
moment,
that's what I
but
do.
it's
Yeah.
already revealed, so less likely to work against Insomnia.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably not the call, but patterns do happen in esports a lot of the time. Where teams do have a specific plan that they've practiced a lot leading up to a big match like this. They want to continue to do what they practice instead of trying to change it up. I get that, but it did not work. I don't want to go too into the results-based analysis, but I will say it does not fill me with positive feelings about what's going to happen in the potentially last 2 maps. Likely, I think it's going to be one more map if Junkertown is what's locked in here.
But I'm scared that they will still go for that Junkertown pick.
No, I think they might. That's what I'm trying to like. Will it not to happen? I'm like, please don't do it.
Please don't do it. But
We're
it
on a
might
3-minute delay,
just
so
happen.
The map selection is taking so long that I'm like, maybe they will hear me. Maybe they will hear me. Please don't do it, Revati.
But I think they will likely to hear much more from the Japanese casters, even with that 3-minute delay.
But they know I'm the map whisperer. Come on, G Club.
Maybe they're yet to find out that Wolf is here to tell you all about it.
I just... If Qatar's in, please do Flashpoint. Try to make it work on Surabasa somehow. It's not easy.
Or please, on Route 66, maybe you can have those like rock pillars.
I like
to
Route 66.
Just going back and forward. There are some points that... Okay, some more substitutions here.
Okay.
Got some.
It's definitely Escort then. It's probably going to be... I think it's going to be Junkertown. I think it's happening. I think Godsum's going to play D.Va. Route 66 pretty decent for D.Va. And
It's been too long for Route 66 to even be in the map pool.
yeah, no, I mean, in Overwatch 2, it's like basically not been around all too often.
Yes, I think it's been a year plus at least. So it was non-existent in contenders and also the league last year.
So, like, I think D.Va's strong on Route 66 for high ground control on Big Earl. And then as you move out of the first point, like, then it gets a little bit tougher to utilize the D.Va. But that could be what we're seeing. And Godsum might just not play D.Va, actually, as well. Like, that's all he's played so far this season.
A lot more Ramatra in the past, and a whole lot more Ramatra and much more of a stable hold, not much of a mobility tank hero.
It's
it is Junkertown.
Oh no, our biggest fears have been realized, G-Cliff.
We knew that it was coming, but it was getting built up slowly.
So, I don't know if it's going to be D.Va necessarily to shut down the Wrecking Ball, but I think we will very likely see Sombra. I think we will continue to see the Ana. And Brigitte, pretty high chance, pretty good into Widowmaker obviously as well. You have your own shield to keep yourself alive if that's what we're going to see from Hofak, because I imagine it's going to be Widow Ball. We saw this yesterday.
And Junkertown first point, it could be weird, or we might just see some more Widows and just tanks being on the payload. There's the music, which means that we are ready to get into Junkertown. Insomnia in the lead. Can certainly finish the match here, but Revati with the swap, with the substitution, can they make a big change and force us into map number 5? We'll find that out real soon.
Well, Godsum's hovering the D.Va, and everything else is as predicted. Tracer, Sombra, Ana, Brigitte, the same anti-Kotaro. I'm not even calling it anti-Wrecking Ball, it's anti-Kotaro composition we saw on Samoa, which was the first map of the series. They ended up losing the map, but they did shut down the Wrecking Ball very well. Hofak, he's in his comfort zone. They are picking this map for him and him alone. This is literally the reason why they picked this map. Like, okay, Hofak's our best player. Let's see if we can get it done. Did not work yesterday, but
That golden.
one more chance.
Shiny.
Widow does not feel great into D.Va, which is why Godsum has picked that.
Also, Sombra does feel somewhat more threat against the mine and also the shots from Widowmaker.
Zenyatta a lot bigger of a problem for the D.Va than the Widow at this moment in time. Good call here from Epic. Did play this last time around.
There is Sombra trying to flank. Hofak.
Swapping to the Cassie. I love this. Not afraid to do the right thing compositionally here for his team.
Hacked Kotaro, but they can't. Okay, there's a first kill.
It looks like
Onto
Hesty's off the map.
Oh, but Hofak immediately found after.
Great hack into sleep. The ball is down. That was such a sick combo. So first, they shut him down so he can't peel for Hofak. So the hack comes through, then the sleep while he's trying to roll out of there. And then they just focus him down. Beautiful play here. Beautiful Kotaro, excuse me, from Insomnia. And now halfway to an EMP.
Hofak trying to build. But here is Undersea again. Where is that wrecking ball? And D.Va is just having the delay around the payload. Not really doing much, but that's all you need. Delay between these two buildings.
Yeah, it's waiting for Kotaro to come in and then blow him up. Otherwise, just stopping the point short of the capture is good enough. Hofak under threat. Ooh, what a shot!
With the slide in the air. The D.Va and the Tracer wanted to punish his positioning. But Hofak's the one finding that kill. And the Tracer, the pulse bomb and the shot again from Hofak. This might be enough for them to get into the first point. Gossam still alive. And even enough for that explosion.
Kotaro here, this time though, there's not a whole lot of lockdown for him, but they just don't have enough damage in this comp anymore. Pulse misses.
And Wolf Gossam just bought them so much time to not lose the first point. Hofak on Haruto, I thought that was enough.
Okay, Hofak under hack pressure now. Immortality field is well placed, well timed. They still end up losing a ton of controls. Blink just keeps trying to shove them off the map.
Hofak once again. Undersea down.
Kotaro is sleeping.
4 still left, focusing on to Ana. And Karu is still alive with the cover of Blink.
Okay, back push will actually secure the payload here. Bit of a mistake from Insomnia, just not tracking that.
They were busy trying to cover the backline support, and the rotation was kind of funky because of that reason. Revati gets one. Still, they actually pulled it off without using the minefield.
Yeah, that's really huge.
So
things get a little bit easier for Wrecking Ball here on this point because there's a lot more chokes you can use, a lot more places you can set up the minefield than the very open A. So where the Wrecking Ball is going to start to look a little bit better, a little bit more viable. Can be punished, of course, in those choke points if you do get hacked, but if he plays it well, shouldn't have to worry about it.
Oh, hacking Hofak, certainly a better choice because it's open ground. Less of a chance for Hofak to die, and the second will be hacked.
And it looks like just Immortality Field too late, not well placed there from Hesty this time around.
Taro still gets away with the purple. And got some back on point now. We're talking 2:15 for Revati. Has some big tools, but minefield yet to be dropped. And 4 ultimates ready to go. That's a stick. The field saving him.
Okay, Daisy also isolated now.
Minefield gets one. Kotaro hacked, but he's still alive. There's Nano got him. Ready with that self-destruct?
Thought he was about to self-destruct there. I did not advise it. And I want to save that for a remake, and this team comp, I think, is by Hofak.
Kotaro can't do the same amount of peel.
Good
There's
remake timing.
self-destruct.
Ooh, kills the Immortality Field on the way down as well.
And the rally from both. Still, Revati coming on top of it. Kotaro was able to survive. How about the respawn? Coming back for Insomnia, might need to regroup after all this.
I mean, this card is really just steamrolling towards the point here as got some goodbye time, but that's it. We need to see an EMP come through if they want to actually fully contest. It looks like maybe they won't. That's going to give this one over. And Revati in such firm control. This is going a lot better than it did yesterday, and they've been able to do it so ult efficiently. As Undersea's Sombra leaves us a little bit wanting again, and the hacks individually have been good, but the coordination around EMP just hasn't been there.
In the last minute, I won't really even say that was a fight. It was much more of a feed for Revati.
A little bit. It's Undersea looking for the perfect angle here. No support ultimates to deny this EMP. He's detected.
Just gotta go for it. 4-man EMP seems good enough with Gotham and also Purple on the back line. ST Epic will survive with the field, but what's after that? They might be trapped in their own cage. Hofak gets one.
Really awkward angle there.
And the second, hold up.
The Immortality field actually did so much there because the D.Va couldn't actually hit it in that stairwell, so they actually survived for so long. It ends up being a huge win for Revati. Insomnia looked like they had the free win there, but they kind of botched it. That Immortality field placement from Hesty was actually massive there.
And again, the focus on the support doesn't do as good. There's a sleep after the mines. Insomnia will have some extra time to get the mines off. But here comes the big corner for the finish. There's a Deadeye, one of the best. You're looking into this long range. Ooh! What a shot from Hofak, catching Daisy early. Yeah, with the nano to Gotsem, that could have been the dangerous timing. Another open opportunity for Revati now. Nano gone. But everyone grouped up, you can't really hack the right person.
Taro is the target, but he still has armor. He's gonna get his way out of there. But it needs to be a reset here for Revati. They want to finish this map.
Undersea on top, he also has to be careful. Back ready to go with the shots as he's Cassidy.
If Godsum can save this remake until they actually get onto the point, you can just push them off of it in overtime, so they have to be really careful, play around that. Undersea gonna have that EMP combo with the self-destruct. Kotaro isolated.
Sleep
Good sleep.
hacked. Still survive somehow.
Yeah, but he's practically dead in this fight because he does have to back away, and now Revati nearly with that EMP self-destruct to deny any more push in overtime. Karo's gonna be so careful.
Hofak saved by the field. Was so low, but will be healed back up. There's a destruct from Gotson. But still, there's a touch from Revati. A lot of EMP. Because Hofak Epic dead. And the stuns come through. But the whole pulse bomb hold up. Harutun's still there. Kotaro. 2 versus 4 at the payload. But this might just be it. It's better spawns coming out from Insomnia.
It's going to be the end of the push. No completion here on Junkertown. Revati stopped just shy of C. Now Insomnia, we'll see how efficient they can be on their own attack. They're not going to be running the Wrecking Ball composition themselves, so maybe they'll have a stronger A. We'll take a look at some of these final moments. The EMP was the critical deciding factor in that final fight. Hofak living with 4 health there. And some of the plays on the Kotaro as well, they didn't kill him, but they just put him out of the fight so well, so easily, because Karu's sleep darts have been amazing this series. He is just such a strong flex support player here in OWCS Japan. He's one of our best. So tense right now for Revati because, yes, you got a good push going. Cap of A went smoother than you expected, but couldn't finish the map. So Insomnia have the power to end this series right now. They can push to C.
And you have to start with 1, and that is Gotsum now on Sigma. Didn't think that he would keep himself on D.Va.
He may swamp when he sees the Widow.
Yes.
And
I'm expecting some more changes from the DPS. Because you do want to snipe this Widow out. That's what Insomnia is expecting Hofak to be on Widow start.
Yeah, I think they might stick with this for a little bit here to see if they can burst down the Wrecking Ball, the Tracer Sombra, and then they might swamp to Widow if they're having trouble, but this does make sense what they are running. The Godsum D.Va going to be strong at pushing onto Hofak. Widow doesn't do much to D.Va.
Yes, a little too far away. The distance eating away the damage. Here is Kotaro. Hey there, Wrecking Ball.
Good deny on that hack. Breaking that is critical for Kotaro to leave.
And also not just that, hacking those heal packs. Very crucial if you're having a longer team fight. Okay, got the payload onto this first choking point. It was quickly done, but no kill coming through from Hofak.
I mean, he just doesn't have much agency with this comp, unfortunately. Even though he's playing Junkertown,
Yeah, you can't spot anyone. There's Tracer. Well, at least the Tracer is spotted. And there's a Venom. Oh, what a
There's
shot!
a spot. Karu does not want to be peeking there.
And the second comes through. Undersea wanted to translocate away.
Yeah, Undersea now not building any EMP. Fairly weak performance from him again on this Sombra. And Hofak, you know, we were saying just moments before how hard it is to get value of this, but when you're peeking as Ana, that's going to be a huge opportunity for him. He seizes on it instantly. I think Karu will think twice about doing that again.
Might have to spend Undersea Daisy together to catch that Widow all the way in the back. Some hacks coming through, but Kotaro just not enough damage.
Hack on Harutun. You see he has Pulse. We'll be aware of that. Play around it. Not able to punish him in any other way.
Yeah, this is the moment where Insomnia might be missing Leo. If you had that Winston.
Oh, absolutely. Or if you had an EMP, because Undersea is just not building it.
Not even close, 45. And that's the number is not just not going up with less of a damage. And Infrasight on.
Also, A is one of the toughest places to get value out of EMP in the whole game. It's one of the widest locations in all of Overwatch, so it's really difficult to get a multi-man. And they're gonna have Transcendence.
Yeah, with that better information.
Something needs to change here soon, or we're going to 5 games.
Undersea is just...
He's invisible.
Give me some information, but no stacks on the ultimate. Well, 62% now, but that took a long time. Minute and 30 for Insomnia. So Nano has to be used on Godson.
Here we go. Now some value
Oh,
being
doing
had.
some work here, but Hartun's doing a lot more work by himself. That's a third.
He has the Transcendence on top of him to keep him alive, so he can push really deep for these kills. Doesn't have recall here, but will in just a second.
There's a
Wins
Harmony.
out. So
Healing it back up.
Godson gonna remech here.
What a weird place to use that self-destruct.
Choice. If he gets staggered there, it could be a problem, but it is Junkertown. Undersea, man, the EMP build is AKM Blade level. Like, this is...
Well, I think we're going map 5.
I think we are, because they just don't have any tools here. At least there's no trance for the EMP if they finish it, but...
Yeah, Kotaro feels the same. Dropping that mine early on says, okay. Forcing you guys off where Hofak can actually shoot.
Insomnia really just not having a good read on this at all, and Hofak takes Daisy's head off, and now we're down to 1 fight territory here for Revati. Undersea, you got to get in there and get that EMP.
1 EMP can do the magic.
I don't know on this map though, can it?
All this long.
I mean, Godsum is unmech'd here, and I mean, look at the setup here for Revati in terms of positioning. Like, how do you hit multiple players with EMP here? Seems so unlikely.
Multi-EMP plus a kill on Hofak.
And they see him with Infrasight. Like, it's checkmate. Good luck, Undersea.
Something magical needs to happen for Insomnia. Overtime. No self-destruct. Just the DPS ultimates. The site should be coming down soon enough. And only Matrix ready for Hesti. Revati here is Undersea detected. Looking for that EMP. And that's a double, but a trade. Let's see what happens on the payload. 4v3. But of course, Insomnia will have better respawn, so they might be going closer to the touch. Let's see if Revati contests.
Yeah, it looks like Revati might just give this up. They don't have Hofak here, so it is going to be quite difficult. Kotaro, though, was looking for some backline access. He is going to get hacked. We'll be able to grab this health pack.
Man, this guy just never gives up his time.
He's buying a lot of time.
Matrix.
Pile driver is big.
But not able to finish off anyone.
They don't have enough people here.
A lot dropped, and even Hofak just still on Widow. And Revati, I did feel it. I also felt that they could actually full hold against Insomnia, but
yeah,
we're just not enough.
The EMP was good enough. They took out Zenyatta.
Uh-huh.
So it was 2-for-1 trade there in the end. Undersea did die, but he can come back very quickly. And the setup here for Revati now quite good. Just going to play back. Most teams took a lot of time, but most teams figured out that you don't want to actually operate around the choke. You want to operate back here.
No.
And the Cassidy is so good into the Diva. Much stronger than the Widowmaker in this scenario.
Oh, Pulse.
By Karu.
I think that's actually not a Not a bad death. Because that Nano will be saved for that big EMP plus the other ultimates coming soon. So Revati, they do have extra time, but Insomnia, I think it will be a better pair up at the end. A lot more options for them to use together. Here's a quicker EMP this time.
You thought it was old translocator.
Yeah.
This ain't Overwatch 1.
That was like 1-inch translocate.
Oh boy. That was a pretty funny moment. I've done that myself. I have done that myself. I
And
will
you'll
admit
pay
it.
for it. Not because of that moment, but because of the rotation and the positioning on itself. Now that's minute and 5. 5 ultimates, better than 6 ultimates. And Hofak going down. Can you get the kill? Good cover from Hofak, and the minefield does drop on 1 trade, and the EMP on 2. Really good from Insomnia, just from 3 ultimates together.
Yeah, that was really clean. So this is going to give them the opportunity to push directly to B. Although Kotaro buys some time here, he is hacked. He won't be able to buy much further time. Minefield is super easy to clear out with Brigitte, as you can see here. So there's no realistic contest here for Revati. So as long as they keep 3+ on this cart, will roll in time. You can see the pulse bomb set up here as well for Insomnia, just to make sure they don't come in for that last minute test. Looks like they want to. This could be a huge mistake for Revati. They'll give us so much control if they lose this.
230 pulse bomb just to zone out. How to go back with the dead eye. Could be the opportunity. There's a self-destruct. No, the Gossip does go down though.
Yeah, Epic just completely blocks him out.
Revati.
This is going to be worth it actually for Revati.
They held it well together around the corner, and that should do it overtime. But no one else is here from Insomnia. We are going to map 5.
We are going to map 5. Revati, they made the risky call. I really thought the better call was just going to be to back off because there's pulse at the ready. They don't have any control of that choke point. So trying to trickle in there could have actually led to some massive staggers, some free push through the gates as the gates open there on the team fight win. And I was really scared that that call was actually really going to come back to bite them. But the pulse doesn't do anything. Godsum goes way too deep. It gets demeched, and obviously with Brigitte on the other side, it's really easy for her to just put the shield up and block any sort of self-destruct damage. So even though he attempts the remake, no value at a self-destruct. He gets shield bashed there by the Brigitte as well to his death. And now we're going to 5s. The last map type is going to be Flashpoint.
Flashpoint.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, we just had Escort, that's right.
I think probably New Junk City, and it will be, of course, the choice of Insomnia, as that's where Leonoptrix likes to operate. He's definitely going to come back in for this one. It's not going to be Godsum for the final map. Godsum a little bit underwhelming on the Diva, to be honest. And I don't know if I want to see Undersea on Sombra anymore. Like, he's been one of my favorite players to watch this season, but...
Honestly, I think their competition with Sombra worked so much better with the Winston. Either just a full dive, and Diva just did not provide the same. And there it is. Exactly what we thought, must have the same. Thinking from Insomnia coming out, Leo back. And that should be Winston and their map choice.
Only 2 teams beat Insomnia this season. Varrel did it 3-1. Insomnia was the only team to take that 1 win over Varrel in the entire season. And Revati. Revati was the only team that beat Insomnia besides Varrel, which was kind of a given. Varrel didn't lose to anybody, right? Can Revati do it a second time? I mean, it looked really rough for them at the start of the series. Even on the control map they won, it didn't look good for them, right? We were like, ooh, you know, it looks like maybe this is not going to be a long series. And now they brought it back to 5.
And actually, did we ever have a 2-3-0 in one day from Japan? I don't think so. We had one from Pacific.
You mean two game 5s?
Yeah, double
I don't
game
think
5s.
so. I think it's the first time.
I think it is the first time from Japan in week number 5. Oh, not just week number 5, including all the round robins. So, you're in for a very rare day of Japan. And this is what happens when we come down to seedings. A lot of these teams are super close to each other. Of course, Varrel does seem like they're on another level on top. But when we have Insomnia, Revati, and also 6Blow, we could actually have this much of a matchup.
Yeah. So map choice is probably not going to be too significant, but I do think it is going to be New Junk City, just given the success of Insomnia on this map in the past.
Junkertown, New Junk City.
Yeah, it's getting a little junky.
Yeah, we did get to see 15 seconds of that Junkrat. It almost seems like that was yesterday already.
Yeah. I think if you consider that, you know, we do have the tank swapping back over Godsum and Katara going out. I wonder if Revati will be willing to just match whatever Namekuji does. Like if he plays the Orisa, play the Orisa back, or if they're going to try to do their own thing. Because I think with how good Insomnia looked on Control, even though they lost it, I really favor them going into this one. Even though they did seem a bit duped by the Junkertown game, and please don't play Sombra. I mean, that moment where he so for those who don't know, since we have a little bit of time before this map comes up, he hacked the Mega and then translocated into the wall. So if you're an Overwatch 2 player, like, why would he ever do that? In Overwatch 1, you would place the translocator on the ground, and then you could run around the map and then go back to it.
Exactly.
And you would operate
Get the
around
heal
the Mega
pack,
to
right?
build. Yeah, so you'd put it next to a hacked heal pack so you could operate back on the pack and then build EMP charge, so harass heavily. So he was so stressed out in that game at that moment, he forgot which version of Sombra he was playing. It is New Junk City, the final map, the deciding map between these two teams. This is not an elimination match, but it does matter so much for seeding. And Insomnia was pushing, likely to get second, but this loss, if they lose this one, will probably push them down to third. Huge for Sixblow. Sixblow is watching this going, oh man, this is the best day of my life. Revati took out Insomnia. All about seeding right now.
Yeah, it all matters when we get into that playoff. And the final map is loading in as we speak. New Junk City will be the decider map between Insomnia and Revati. 2-2 tie. Let's find out who the winner is from the series.
I thought Katara was subbed out, G-Cliff. I swear I saw that graphic. Maybe it was just the Leonoptrix one. I thought it was both. But you know what?
Oh, the second
He's
might be
in.
wrong.
And I think this is such a risky call, but I will respect. I won't say I like, but I will say I respect their decision that when everything is on the line, they're going to play the comp they're most comfortable with. I don't know what it means for their chances of success, though, as once again, Insomnia predicts this and has the anti-ball comp ready. Now, let's not talk about EMPs. Let's just talk about right clicks here for Undersea. See what he can get done against Katara once again.
Should be feeling somewhat more comfortable with Karo and that Ana with the Winston. Because it's basically a three-man dive. As Kotaro now, that pressure won't be the same compared to the last game. There's a hack. Kotaro going super low, almost to his death.
He actually lives. Incredible. He just sneaks his way out of there. Hesty gets slept, not going to matter too much, but the point is controlled by Insomnia because Kotaro got solo, even though he didn't die. Just had no presence, and once again will be pushed away. The chase there from Undersea.
The trends and the pressure still comes down all the way on top. Almost a hack again onto Kotaro, but that one kill should be enough. They already have the capture, 35%. It is a Lucio, so he will come back soon enough. Let's see, Revati. So fact, looking for that look. Okay, bit of a rotation from the entire team. Off to the side.
Undersea just waiting for an opportunity. Oh, that sleep dart misses. So the hack follow-up not going to be as effective.
Oh, that's a stick. That will be okay. And Harutunes also going wide. Both false bombs gone, but Karu with the grenade. Finding the kill again with Undersea. Much better of a fashion with this entire team actually forming together from Insomnia.
Oh, and they're just going to delay Kotaro. So frustrating here. That's going to be the cap to come through. On this one, the overtime will fade away. 1-0 now for Insomnia. Kotaro will have the minefield for this next fight, as long as he plays it well. But he could just get 100-0 by the CC once again.
Yeah. Looking much cleaner in this map number 5, as it was just a Leo switch.
Yeah, see the pressure he's trying to put on here in neutral, but see, it's going to give him the minefield. See what angle he takes as he is playing with fire coming anywhere near that Ana, especially in a doorway like that.
Yes, on this second point, Revati, they do have to come on top. They can't just be on the side. A quick rush from Epic, and this could be the big opportunity with the Nano. Undersea.
Flashpoint's open, and they're grabbing it.
Oh, there's the there's the EMP, and the beat covering him. Undersea's gone.
Hofak takes him out of the sky.
Oh man, Hofak again and again.
Keeps shutting him down.
And both DPSs. First it was Undersea, then Daisy gone.
They haven't gotten the cap just yet, so good job here from Insomnia to delay. They won't win the team fight, and they won't actually win the cap, but they will be able to keep that percentage fairly low here. And they only did commit that EMP really in this fight. Wasn't a big one. The sound barrier countered it, but it means the sound barrier is down in trade. So if they're hoping they're going to get this flip off of an EMP team fight, I think they're mistaken. They really just need to find a way to once again lock down this Wrecking Ball, as Kotaro can control this choke with the minefield. And I think he should.
Either you get the Wrecking Ball first, or if it's a tough target, going on Hofak. Sounds like a pretty sweet land to
Primal.
me. SD gone, hacked Hofak. And even with that, Hoverclock just won't be enough. That was a really good burn by Insomnia there.
It's a really awkward fight for Revati. Hofak just split off from the rest of his team there. Kotaro going to come in here to try to delay. He will get taken out. The minefield fairly useless there, as Leonoptrix just had free reign of that fight. Felt like there was no peel at all whatsoever, and that is sometimes going to happen when you're playing Wrecking Ball into the Winston, because Wrecking Ball can't do much in terms of CC. Undersea gets half an EMP off the fight, and they will have a rally to buy time for his next big one. See if Insomnia can win this next fight, because this is the fight that is a little bit awkward for them. Want to try not to use the rally unless they have to. Harutun's down.
Oh.
Sleep on Hesty.
Yeah, good snipe, man. Good luck. Trying to wake up from that sleep with the purple on yourself. And we thought the first damage was going to be done on either Kotaro or Hofak. It is whoever this guy sleeps. Haru with some nice sleep darts. Now we're matching 74 to 74.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Insomnia. Super efficient hold there. No rally needed. No ult build on that fight for Revati as well. It's just a free additional set of percentages. This nade's going to go wide, not going to hit anybody.
There's a quick dive again.
Back cap.
The Tracer capping.
Daisy, really good reaction time there. Comes over so quickly.
And Nano Winston with the pulse bomb. And Hofak's dead. And the best news here from Insomnia, EMP's coming real soon, if that is even needed.
It's not going to be, and that means they can use it for control of the final point here, assuming it goes to Insomnia. This is looking so good for them. No sound barrier for Hesty, so they have this huge window, EMP versus a sound barrierless team. They have Primal at the ready. Yes, Rally did come out there, commit the Nano, but the big tool, the biggest and strongest of their tools, is still available. See if Hofak gets caught by this. Kotaro will have to play this so patiently, which is against his nature, but they've got to know the EMP is ready.
Yes, and it is match point for Insomnia with this third. Even Kotaro might need to switch into Doomfist.
Oh, this angle is so good.
Oh, it's coming. There's that EMP. Back line has to melted. And Epic Hofak to follow. Kotaro did some work, but not enough to get this captured.
Now the hack is going to be denied, but it doesn't matter. Undersea will live. Kotaro goes down. That's the first cap, just off of the EMP alone. No minefield here for the contest. Now the EMP hits Hesty, so he can't use Immortality Field, and that's the big thing. Without the Immortality Field, there is just no saving that first fight.
If there's an extra block from the Deadeye, that might just be it. Since the Cassidy Hofak not registering much kills, Kotaro again hacked. The pressure is there with the Winston. It is not the same. Just like the Junkertown. Hofak again in trouble and slept. Karu! And he's purpled. Gone.
Bye-bye. The minefield here not going to get too much done as
This
Ana is clearing it. And he's going to have another sleep here. Kotaro has to be careful. Watch this. Goodbye.
Oh!
I already knew it was going to happen.
Exactly timed. Kotaro actually waited for that bounce back.
Yes, he's so damn good, G-Club.
Just to make it easier for himself to actually shoot that.
I mean, the
Knows
Wrecking Ball,
exactly the timing.
one of the easiest targets in the game to sleep, which is why it's so easy to make this comp here for Insomnia, but Karo just doesn't whiff, he doesn't miss. Someone's going to have to
5%.
contest, it's going to be Harutun.
Hartoon hacked. Can contest.
Rally ready for Epic.
And the field has to be used with the purple on the back line. There's Rally. But is it enough against the Nano Monkey? There's Undersea ready with that EMP.
Hartoon gets a kill on the Blink. Definitely
No
winnable
EMP
here.
this time.
Yeah,
Oh,
no
this goes
EMP.
down?
He doesn't use it. Now he's still going to keep it with the Primal Rage. They're not going to drop that in this lost team fight, but great play from Hartoon. The pulse was massive. They turned that kill onto Epic into a huge advantage for them. As Insomnia not out of this one just yet. They're in still a fantastic position. They're poised to win this series off of an EMP fight, but we've seen Undersea with those before. See if he can once again lock Hesty down so he cannot set up the Immortality field. If he hits Hesty and Hofak, that is all Insomnia need. With a good dive here, they should still win the map, but it felt like it was already done before. Revati get one more fight, one more chance in this.
Let's see how they go. Maybe with the engage with the EMP. Seems like the perfect opportunity. There it is. And the pulse spawn with a double from Daisy. He goes down, but that doesn't matter here. Once a 3-man gone from Revati. Kotaro might have the minefield in just 2%. But
So
hacked
close.
away. Can't deliver.
He should be able to come in here for one more contest with Hartoon. Hartoon touches Minefield. Let's see if it's big. Probably not.
Oh man, he's
pushed.
hacked away. Can't use. Can't come in before the timer hits. And that is Insomnia, man.
Such a sad minefield to see on the point after it's already locked up and done. Not like it would have made a large difference on its own anyways, but he doesn't even get to do it before the game is ripped away from him. Insomnia will win in a 5th game here. 5 gamers stay, 2 very close ones. Very important. Obviously, the Namekuji brothers win much more important for them because it got them playoffs, but for Insomnia to lose this one would have taken them very likely out of contention for 2nd place in terms of the standings. Now, they could still fight for 1st if they can defeat Varrel, and that's a big matchup that is happening tomorrow, I believe. So, Insomnia versus Varrel could give them a chance to go to 1st. So close to losing this series to Revati, and for Revati, it's a tragedy, man. They almost got the huge upset win, which would have meant so much for them.
But
it
not
slips
this
through their
time.
fingers. Yeah, slips through their fingers. And Insomnia, one of 2 teams to beat, or rather, Revati, one of 2 teams to beat Insomnia in regular season, but not today. Same story with Namekuji brothers. Lost in regular season, but in this a very important day, they win it to go to playoffs.
And that's why we have a lot more matches after the regular season. Last year's qualifiers, also the seeding. Some people just ask, like, why do we even have extra matches from 1st to 4th? That's going to be the same. Turns out it is not the same anymore with, of course, post-Manga patch and the hotfix after that. And it's been weeks, so some teams needed some extra time to just gel, get into the right zone, because this meta right now, there are so many heroes that you can actually use, not from the DPS, the tanks, supports. I'd say we have over like 15 in just one match, and that's kind of rare to be seen in just a single meta. And I think we're streamrolling this. We do have the player of the match ready. Let's find out who that is. From Insomnia.
This is a really tough one for me. And I think a lot of people probably voted for Karu.
Oh, Karu.
Yeah, I actually did not vote for Karu because I voted before that final game, but I thought about it. I voted for Hofak for the side of Revati if they ended up winning it. And then on the side of Insomnia, I voted for Leonoptrix because he won the tank battle most of the time. His Winsome was fantastic. And so you can see, like, in these highlights, it's both Karu and Leonoptrix together. And I think that both votes are fine. As,
indeed,
like, they both work together so well. But it was Karu in the end on that final map who was the huge difference maker, because it wasn't just empowering his Winston, wasn't just empowering a Genji, it was actually just shutting down the enemy Wrecking Ball every single time. And when the whole crux of the composition for your opponent is the Wrecking Ball, and Karu can shut him down just that consistently.
Oh, even that shot from distance.
Yeah, onto Hesty, that was
looks
amazing.
Easy. Guys, it looks easy, but the sleep darts, if you're not an Ana player, it can be big misses all the time.
Karu, I think, is by far our best support player in the league right now, in Japan. And he is, I mean, the only support who's on this list. He has been super consistent. I really appreciate his Ana, and that's the one that he's getting all these player of the matches on. but he was playing it before anyone else was, before Winston was even a standard meta pick. So great stuff from him. Hofak couldn't get it done in the end, and it will be a 3-2 here. We had this 3-0 for Varrel over 6blow. And Namekuji brothers, if you missed it, you missed an incredible series where they made a miracle happen. They're going to playoffs. So here's the LCQ bracket. Namekuji brothers and Pandia have qualified for playoffs. Nozzle, you can check out his Twitter. He was popping off. He had a really cool javelin to deny the enemy rampage on the final fight.
That's right. And that will be happening later. Match 6, Pandia versus Namekuji. But I'm really curious about what happened to the standings. For seeding decider, here it is, the updated standings.
So like I said, Insomnia could still get first place if they can defeat Varrel tomorrow. Really, really huge match for them, and we will have Revati seeing if they can take a single win here. 6blow also could be 4th seed, which would be incredible.
Wow.
If you consider how strong they looked coming into this tournament. For them to go out last in seeding would actually be crazy. It's not necessarily going to happen. It doesn't seem likely either, I would say, but it could happen if Revati get the better of them. So tomorrow's matches are really important.
Yeah, certainly. As this top 4, Varrel seems to be on top, but not just the top 3, the bottom 2. I think we will have a lot more. We did not get to see the next matchup. Here it is.
So the LCQ 6 game is a seeding decider game, obviously. And then 6blow versus Revati, the battle of our bottom teams here in seeding to see who's actually going to end up 4th seed. And then Insomnia versus Varrel decide who's going to get 1st seed.
Top 2. It just gets better and better.
It just gets better every
single
day.
And then right after that, we get into playoff the next week.
Yeah, it is going to be a...
I love this format, actually.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very, very fun day tomorrow. So do not miss those games. They're going to be at the same time as we started today, 6 p.m. KST or JST. And
JST.
Then,
Is it even JST?
I think it is.
Okay.
I mean, same time zone, so it doesn't,
Yeah,
doesn't
it
matter.
is.
But we're in Korea, so I said KST. I'm a little biased about my geographical location. But yeah, there are two time zones. It is funny when you go to the time zone scroller, you can see JST and KST next to each other, but they're the same.
Yeah, exactly the same. As we just come on the same time for Japan tomorrow. It should be the same time. And also next week, of course, slightly different for Pacific and also Korea. It's +1, -1 off of Japan. But for us, that's going to be it. 2-3-2s. It's quite rare to come out from Japan, but we just had a banger of a match today. And Japan, LCQ, and the seeding decider just keeps on getting better. And we'll continue with tomorrow. Wolf right here. Clef signing out. Thanks everyone for watching. See you guys all next time.